Hello everybody, welcome to this nice little podcast. I'm Stumpy and I'm joined by two legends from Sir. It is Tho and it is Hibbs. Hello boys.
Hello Stumpy. All good, man?
Doing good,
Yeah?
how about you?
Doing good. Yeah, I'm good, thank you. I saw you at breakfast this morning. Didn't see you at breakfast this morning.
Late
Up
riser.
late.
Yep, very late. Not
Mate,
good.
you got to go for it. The hummus. We were talking about hummus before we started. You got to go for it.
I had 2 alarms set, neither of them worked. And I woke up to a phone call from the front desk. But I'm here nevertheless, so.
Good man. You're here to chat, here to talk about Gamers8. Good stuff. I mean, obviously, you guys have been around for a little while now. Hibbs, you're relatively new to the team, though. I mean, joining Tho, who's had been on this team for a little while. What's it been like coming onto this squad?
It's been really good joining this team. They've been very welcoming and very catering towards me, towards the team and stuff.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's really good. We're all really good friends. We all play really good Rocket League when we're playing well. And yeah, it's all been really good.
And you guys have been around for a very long time now. You're more it's weird to say veteran players at this point, but it's you guys have been around for years and years and years. So how has the landscape realistically changed in the last let's say 4 years, 2019 to now? Because it has been a huge shift.
Yeah, I think there's just way more better teams. The practice is also better. And just in general, I think EU has gotten much better than before.
Yeah, there's EU clearly on top.
Yeah.
We know that, that's fine, not really a debate at this point. No, I've said this before, not even being toxic, but it's just not really that much of a conversation. But you guys, I mean, you are working through that sort of the bubble area and trying to then make it through into your consistent top 8s over and over again. So again, has that been harder recently, would you say?
I think our first tournament that we played together was pretty good. And then after that, we lost a bit and then we got into a different playstyle a little bit, which didn't work for us. And now we finally got back into our old good playstyle where we qualified with as well. So I think we'll definitely do better now as well because we fixed our mistakes.
I mean, Hibbs, when we were seeing you guys online during Games Without Borders to get here, you were one of my players that I was yes. I've seen you, you're all over Twitter, first of all, all over Twitter. But then on the pitch, you were going crazy, and I was so impressed. What was it like, playing Gamers Without Borders and thinking, okay, the stakes here are to make it to Riyadh to compete for $2 million?
It was crazy, to be honest. I was taking it series by series, and we were obviously just all playing insane, just working off each other really well. But honestly, when we made it, I didn't quite realise that we'd made it. I thought we had another series to play.
Really?
Yeah, but I was just ecstatic, obviously. It was incredible. So happy with how we played, yeah.
Yeah, did you feel like you were having a particularly fantastic couple of series? Or?
I did, yeah. I thought I was going pretty crazy.
Good, I love that.
I was quite confident.
I was gonna say Tho as well, you were seeing Hibbs just absolutely pop off. What's it like when you see a teammate ultimately elevate to a level that is, I'm not gonna say it's rare to see you there, but it's something where it's wow, you can really get to that level. What was it like seeing Hibbs really perform on quite a big stage as well?
It was really good because we could hear it on the pitch, but also in voice comms because he was really hyped and everything. So it was really good because he hyped us up as well.
Yeah.
And then we just got through the series with the hype.
And what are your guys' comms typically? I mean, sounds like you're going to be the hype man.
Yeah, our comms are pretty good. I say we're all quite hype when we're all feeling it and stuff. But yeah, our comms are really good, really solid, quite quick, quite calm everything. But yeah, comms are really good and quite hype.
So similar to a Gen G kind of style where they just say everything that happens kind of thing?
Yeah, I suppose so, yeah. We just literally say whatever we can see.
Yeah. Does that help on the pitch then when you've got obviously a lot of players to try and keep track of? Because I know that some teams, they're a lot more, they'll only say very sparing words every now and then. But I mean, Gen G's my example. They say everything that's coming for them. Is that your guys' style as well?
Yeah, pretty much, yeah, I would say so. We definitely feel a difference as well, when we come much and when we don't come a lot, because we just play way better when we come a lot, and it's always our first thing that we look at, the comms.
Yeah. I mean, you guys, you're going to be playing on LAN as well. Have you played on LAN together at all at any point?
No.
But have you both individually played on LAN yourself? I know that you've done Dream Hacks.
Yeah.
Various bits in the past. Have you played on LAN?
Yeah, I played some small UK ones.
Okay, your Insomnias and...
Yeah.
Okay. This will be a bit different.
Yeah.
Just going to get that out there immediately. Insomnia. Great tournament, loving Insomnia. This is a little bit different here.
Slightly upscale.
Prize pool is a few magnitudes higher as well. But you're hype to get on that stage.
Very, yeah. I'm really excited to get on the stage and play because I've just heard from everyone that came here last year that it's just incredible.
Yeah.
So I just living for it right now.
Yeah, because the fans are fantastic here too. There's lots of passion. When
Yeah.
we talk about Middle Eastern Rocket League, I think it always comes down to that passion as well, right? Like they're queuing EU servers, they're
Yeah.
making sure that they're grinding against EU teams too. Have you been scrimming when you're out here in ranked at all?
Yeah, we scrimmed quite a lot. We think we scrimmed like 4 times yesterday or something like that. We got
Yeah.
another like 4 today. So yeah, we're really grinding at the minute.
Have you noticed that ranked is any different though at all compared to back in Europe?
Not really. I don't think so. I'm still definitely used to like the 80 ping stuff because I always play on NA like late at night.
Oh really? Okay.
So yeah, I'm pretty used to it. So it's pretty much the same.
Okay, so but you're grinding out, you're getting the scrims done. Are you doing? I was asking, I think it was Snasky this. Are you doing crew battle scrims, or are you just doing? Okay, we're gonna do like a block of 3v3, then we're gonna do a block of 2v2 ranked or whatever, or do you mix it up?
Kind of depends like what team we scrim against. Some teams we just do threes and other teams we just do the crew battles as well.
Okay, so you guys are just making sure that you're mixing it up, because it's a brand new format. I'll say last year we had it, but this tournament is so unique in that you're doing 3s, 2s and 1s. Are you looking at the unique teams as well, Hibs, and thinking, okay, right, these guys, say Vitality. Oh, maybe they're a bad example because it's like literally Vitality. But other teams, are you looking at them and thinking, okay, they're stronger at 2, so let's make sure that we practice these a bit more? Or is it just, let's see what we can do and let's see what we can bring?
Yeah, we're just trying to like force our game plan and our play style on other teams rather than play off of them. So like if you play your game style, your play style, you're so much better off for yourself.
Okay, so when it comes down to having, your 2s team and then your 1v1 player, have you guys locked in who that is? Do you know who you're going to be sending for each of the game modes?
I would say pretty much, yeah. But like 2v2 kind of depends what we're gonna do, because it's just if someone feels really good, then we're just gonna let him go and play the 2v2 as well.
Oh, you've got a mix-up.
Yeah,
Yeah.
maybe.
Okay, I like that. Can I ask who your main 2v2 team is?
At the moment, it's me and Mike, because we just have
Okay.
been playing together for a long
You two have
time.
been together
it's
for
just
about
chemistry.
9 years at this point, it feels like. Okay, but then are you then doing the ones?
Yeah.
So, have you been grinding?
Not really too much, because
Right,
once
okay.
is just tilting to grind a lot, but yeah,
Yeah.
I definitely feel good in once, because we've played in scrims as well, so yeah.
Nice, okay. And Hibs, are you looking at the 2v2 thinking, right, I'll get my time, I can pop in there at some point?
Yeah, if I'm feeling good, I'm sure I'll sub in and get going.
Nice, because yeah, I mean, we saw you play the 3v3 back in the crew battles as well, online. I want to see more. I want to see more of that, because
More
that's the
for
Hibs
you.
that I loved watching. But yeah, I mean, being able to, I think, pop off online is a little bit different to being able to pop off on LAN as well. Have you got that pressure, do you think, Hibs, of like, right, big LAN, coming in, how do I make my statement?
Kind of, but then not at the same time, because I feel like we're quite an underdog team. So I feel like we can just come out of nowhere and just start battering teams.
Oh, but you're looking to actually batter teams, make sure you get your statement out there. Okay, I mean, if we look at your group then, if you're talking about battering some teams, you've got a hard one to come up against first. I mean, obviously depending on what you're kind of looking at, but ultimately you have version 1 as your first match. It's going to be Dan, B mode, and you got Com in there as well. Are you worried about that at all though? Or is it just sort of like we can get through it, no problem?
Not really, because we know when we just play good and we're confident that we can beat everyone, so
Yeah. So you're looking at Daniel in the ones and you're thinking,
definitely doable, why not?
yeah, good man. Okay, I like that attitude because I mean you've giggled.
Yeah.
Are you thinking
I believe
that-
him. I trust him.
Yeah?
Yeah,
I like it.
I back it.
Are you excited to look at his screen when they're playing ones? Are you going to be coaching at all? Do you reckon?
Absolutely
like,
not.
Or
I'm-
he's going to be sitting there just like hand over mouth, like saying nothing.
Yeah, definitely. I'm not a coach for ones. No chance.
No.
Nope.
You're going to be a hype man.
Absolutely.
Okay, so he gets a
course.
single goal.
Uh-huh.
You're going to jump up.
I will be jumping. Yeah.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Good
Of course.
man. I like it.
Hype him
Okay.
up.
Okay, so say then you guys get through V1. What do you reckon the chances are there? How confident are you versus version 1 as your opening match?
I'd say we got a pretty good chance of beating them.
Yeah?
Yeah, I'd say we're pretty confident.
Okay, so?
Yeah, I would say especially in the threes, because we didn't practice in the qualifiers, we didn't practice 2s and 1s too much, so we lost like most of them.
Yeah.
But like in threes, we won, I think, almost every game in the qualifier.
Yeah, your 3's record is
Yeah.
silly.
Yeah, so I think like definitely on the threes we're pretty good, and then 2s and 1s we've practiced as well, so I think we're good there as well.
Okay, so say you guys get through that, you've then got Liquid as in your following match. Those, by the way, are 2 really hard opening matches. Liquid, obviously, they've got Atto, they're going to be the ones. Thoughts on that?
I mean, just the same as with Daniel, everyone's beatable.
Yeah? Good man, I like it again. Okay, then in their 2s, I don't actually know who they're going to be sending for their 2s. I assume Oski and Atto, but I'm not too sure. Confident in that as well?
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah? It feels like it's a sheer confidence. It's like, nah, we can beat whoever, right?
Yeah, I mean, we are the underdog as well, and we've practiced a lot, so I think we can definitely do it.
Okay, I like it. The other teams in your group you may or may not run into, depending on how it goes. You've then got Secret, Koi, and Rule 1. Who do you think out of all the teams in your group is going to be making it out? I'll start with you, Hibbs. Which two are going to be your successful teams?
Other than us?
Oh, you're locking yourselves in? You can. You should.
Yeah.
Okay,
Yeah, we're
good.
locking ourselves in.
All right, so they are in.
And probably Liquid.
Liquid.
Yeah,
okay.
I reckon so. I reckon they'll have Rule 1's number if it comes down to it.
Okay, so nice confidence, make sure the EU boys carrying it through. Do you reckon there's another team that, like, though you disagreeing at all? What do you think?
A bit, yes. I would say like us and then Rule 1.
Ah, really?
Yeah, Rule 1 is good in 2s and 1s, I would say.
Okay.
And in 3s, I've seen them play pretty good as well. So I can think they can beat Liquid as well.
I mean, they got top 4 in Boston, bear in mind, at the major, so they're going to be a great team in 3s, ultimately. Okay, so a little bit of disagreeing here. What do you think of the chances of like Secret and Koi? How do you feel about those guys?
I don't know, we haven't played Secret yet. We played Koi, and yeah, I don't really know. Like, it's hard to say, because I just think like NA teams are just way different than MENA and EU teams.
How so, out of interest?
I would just say like the play style. Like EU and MENA just give like less space and are way quicker than NA. Like NA teams just don't really be close or something. Like they're always just far away from the ball and give you the space. So I think that definitely like the EU and the MENA play style is better.
Okay, and here's what are you thinking to your Secrets and Koi?
I kind of say the same as though. The playstyle's quite different, especially with like the NA teams. They just don't really expect like challenges a lot of the time, so it just results in just like random like 50 goals. But yeah, just the same as though, really.
So are you going to be playing NA teams a little bit differently to how you play EU teams, do you reckon?
Not particularly. We still play our game, but we just know that they might just want to take more time when they don't have the time, so we can just capitalise on that.
And for people that might not have watched Gamers Without Borders as well, what is your game? Like, what do you guys normally go into a series and what do you try and push?
We just try and like play possession, keep the ball, like smart touches, no wasting the ball. Just like very clinical, quick play.
Okay, so try and be speedy, shut them down often as pass. Do you think NA teams, though, are going to be able to deal with that at all?
I mean, maybe some teams, like the top teams, I would say. Like we have Scrimmed Phase, I know, and like First Killer is just good. So I think like some of those teams can just do it. But like other teams, I don't really know.
When you guys get through Group D, fingers crossed, of course, praying for the boys, you've then got that playoffs. Who do you expect to be seeing in that top 8? So you've got yourselves, obviously you're through. Easy, we've locked it in, don't you worry, that's already a lock. Who else do you reckon gets through out of the other teams that are here? Who are you confident for?
Definitely KC,
Yeah.
BDS, Liquid obviously as well.
Yeah.
Genji, I reckon they'll do pretty well.
Yeah.
Falcons.
Yeah. I noticed there's one you've not said that I thought
I'm
would be
blanking.
number
There's
one.
definitely one. Vitality, obviously. There it is.
That's
yeah.
what I was thinking. I was
Yeah.
like, if he doesn't say Vitality,
Yeah, of course.
I am diving in immediately onto what's your question mark about them? But okay, so very confident teams, but not many North American teams in there.
I think EU's just better in 2s, 3s, and 1s. I think they'll just dominate, really.
Yeah.
Yeah, same as in Worlds and everything else.
Okay, so you're going pretty much EU dominance rather with Genji essentially, which is basically an EU team anyway, coming
Pretty
through
much,
regardless.
yeah.
So, any disagreements here?
No, I'm pretty much the same as Hibbs. I think the same teams, yeah.
You guys are so in sync.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
We
I
just
can see
know
on the
it.
pitch.
Yeah, yeah, okay. So you're making sure that you guys are nice and confident, nice and happy. All right, well, hopefully you guys, you're going to be able to perform well on the pitch as well. Hibbs, for anybody who currently doesn't support you guys, what would you say to them where you're thinking, look, we're the underdogs. Why should people support Sir in this competition?
Everyone loves an underdog story.
Yeah?
Yeah, and we're going to come through and prove it.
All right, well, if you guys want to support an underdog, make sure that you are watching Gamers8. There's going to be Sir. So many other teams are going to be taking part. And thank you, boys, for joining me.
Thank you very much for having
as
us.
well.
We welcome all our top Rocket League teams to Riyadh. The squads from North America making an appearance have fought their way through tough opposition to get here, so let's see how they did it. Day 1 was full of close games. Koi, who lost in 0-3 fashion to G2, managed to move up to the lower bracket quarterfinals after their early defeat. The upper bracket quickly became a battle of titans, as G2 and version 1 each scored their way to the semis, a matchup to look forward to on the following day. Day 2, therefore, started with a bang, and version 1 wasted no time, mopping the floor with G2. In the lower bracket, Koi now faced G2 once again, this time in an elimination game to continue their tournament run. And Koi didn't disappoint, beating the veterans and going to the grand finals to face version 1. Version 1, being in top form, showed no difficulty taking down Koi in the finals, comfortably securing the top spot and presenting a taste of what we can expect from them during Gamers8. Let's see if Europe can come up with an answer for the powerhouse from across the sea. We welcome all of our top teams from the Gamers Without Borders competition, our online qualifier for Riyadh. The teams making an appearance have fought their way through tough opposition to get here, so let's see how they did it. In Europe, the Gamers Without Borders tournament was packed with great teams, great players, and great moments. Day 1 turned out to be a breeze for Vitality. Our first match against Fufax got them warmed up. The roll continued, especially for Zen, who got the show off in a 1v1 against G1's Dorito. Their opponents struggled to hold back the star-studded roster as Alpha showed no mercy. For Monkeys, the opening match was slightly tougher. G1 barely managed to send them into the lower bracket, and with a rude wake-up call, it was clear it would require a near-flawless run to make it through the tournament. And they did. Having arrived in full force on day 2, Monkeys convincingly took down Suh. Their next opponent was Oxygen, who had lost to Vitality in the upper bracket earlier that day, and proved no better against Monkeys. The victory meant that they were matched against Team Vitality in the finals. After 2 days, the resulting teams to make it through to Gamers8 were Suh in 4th place, Oxygen Esports in 3rd, and then Monkeys in 2nd, with Vitality, the victors, having debuted their new roster. Now the real fun begins, with a live audience pumping up the pressure in the arena. The stage in Riyadh has been set. Let's see who can keep their cool and who will crumble under the pressure.
Hello, everybody, and welcome to day number 2 on the Gamers8B stream. Getting here, joined by CJ. And CJ, yesterday was interesting. We saw some really high highs, and we saw some teams and players struggle.
There was a couple of question marks about just the gameplay in general yesterday, but then we also saw on the mainstream, I believe it was the Furia Falcons series, one of the rematches of the finals last season, and that felt like a final. It was a group stage match, went all the way to 5. So, as you said, we saw some very high highs, but some of the lows, and I guess let's talk about the elephant in the room. Was that Monkey Moon versus Venom 1v1 that just
My
turned
favorite
into
game I've
absolute
casted.
chaos. So that's kind of what we're referring to there. But overall, pretty good gameplay.
Yeah, you can take your RLCS Grand Finals. You can take your Justin goals at 0 seconds. I live for those 1v1s between Venom and Monkey Moon. That is the peak of this esports.
It certainly woke us up, didn't it? But we kicked it off, as you can see there yesterday on the B stream. We had Twisted Minds taking on Elevate. Twisted Minds took that one pretty comfortably. And then, Shogun, it was the Monkeys, just bringing a little bit of spice to the table.
Yeah, I mean, it was really the Razir's show for large portions of yesterday. He was absolutely incredible. But unfortunately, Venom couldn't quite get it over the line when they were taking on their future opponents. But for Team BDS, I mean, they are the team that we thought they were. They are just that good, so difficult to take down. And despite some interesting plays in the 1v1, they still took down a very strong Twisted Minds. Yep, that was the peak of that game.
Yep, that was it. Forget about the overtime and everything that led into it. But as you said, the Monkeys, they were solid in that first series against NIP, but Gen G pretty much, I don't want to say dominated them, but Chronic in the 1v1s iced out that series. And that was all she wrote for the Monkeys. They had to drop down into the lower bracket, where they'll be now playing Elevate.
Yep, and elsewhere for the rest of the week, we then went into Group B. And we already heard from Sir, they were expecting to make a good run of it. They thought they could take version 1 in the freeze games. Version 1 disagreed quite significantly with that.
Well, also, I mean, Tho said, give me the 1v1 against Daniel after the first game, and he got absolutely obliterated. You saw the scoreline there at the end, but Sa did grab that game 3, but then it went to the 2v2, and this was an incredible game. Capped off with a 0-second goal from Daniel and Beastmode working together with a demo. So that was fantastic. And then we decided to leave everyone. We also had the Secret Koi series as well, where, as you can see, Secret were pretty well in control of that one.
Yep, certainly so. But the big news coming out yesterday really was Vitality losing against Oxygen, the team that Europe forgot, is now very much on everyone's lips. Oxygen coming with a massive win.
Yeah, Jory's beating Zen in the 1v1 as well. It not only shocked us, it shocked everyone in the tournament. We spoke to Jack after his Gen G series as well, and he was just as surprised when I let him know. He's gone, what? How have they lost? How has Zen lost a 1v1? How have Vitality lost a 3s game? But that's the beauty of crew battles.
Yeah, I mean, really caught out. But Vitality will have a chance to maybe get their own back later on today, maybe even. But they were, sorry, I'm trying to hold back that cough for a while, and then they just came out. I should have just coughed. I should have just coughed.
Should have gone with it.
Yeah, I should have just rolled with it. But oh well, I'll work through that. But before we get through that, and before I go and have a coughing fit, let's have a look at the club awards.
Recognizing excellence in esports, over 12 iconic titles, featuring over 117 different nationalities. A total of 179 teams from around the world took part in this year's Gamers8. To be eligible for the club awards, the organization needs to reach top 8 in at least 2 game titles. That leaves 29 squads in line for the awards. only the top 8 can split the staggering $5 million prize pool. Join us as we witness the rise of the gaming elite at the Gamers8 Club Awards. It's competition like no other, where history is made.
So, plenty of competition coming up and a lot more to fight for over in the regions. So, should be certainly very interesting indeed, CJ.
Yeah, lot of money on the line is what I'm saying. A lot of the prize pools, you said the club awards, it's great to see all the teams, I guess, being able to band together and see which org, which club, if you would, comes out on top. But here's the rankings so far over on the Rocket League side of things.
Yep, Twisted Minds doing very well. Game and Gladiators, good to see them all the way up there. They've done incredibly well throughout the last few events. I'll tell you what, there's a couple of, because obviously we come at this from a Rocket League perspective. It's nice to see, teams like Game and Gladiators so high up.
Yeah, and Twisted Minds, if they can get a top 8, I think for Game and Gladiator Shogun, I'm not sure they'll be cracking into a top 8 at the Rocket League side of things, but
we'll talk about that difficulty in a moment.
It's a bit of a rare ranking when you look at Rocket League side of things, but as we said, it's all the different games, all the different esports we've got here at Gamers8 combined. So Twisted Minds, they're looking pretty good over on the Rocket League side as well. They're a fantastic team. They obviously dropped to BDS, but they could still get a top 8.
So let's have a look at how the format works for this event.
Welcome to the Rocket League Gamers8 tournament. We hope you're ready for some crazy Rocket League action. But first, let's go over the format. 24 teams are separated into 4 groups. Each group plays out a double elimination format, with matches being a best of 5. The winners of each group will then be placed in the playoffs bracket. The matches here will be single elimination best of 7s. The group stage best of 5s follow the following format. Game 1 is a standard 3v3. The loser of Game 1 will choose either a 1v1 or 2v2 format for Game 2. Game 3 then returns to 3v3, with Game 4 being the format not chosen for Game 2. Finally, if needed, we finish with a 3v3 in Game 5. For the best of 7 playoffs, this format is repeated, with the loser choosing the format of Game 6 before finishing with a 3v3 in Game 7. Based on their placement, teams will earn a share of the grand prize pool and claim the prestigious title of having won the 2023 Gamers8 Rocket League Tournament.
So, awful lot to take in there, but basically, win the threes matches and you're already good. But I do love the fact that they do get to choose that second game, CJ, because whilst everyone on this stream has kind of been avoiding taking the 1v1 first, imagine the confidence you've got to go, yeah, I just lost, but I can beat you in particular.
Yeah, it didn't work out for Tho in that V1 series, but a lot of the teams are more comfortable with the 2v2, but that's a format. Jorby explained it perfectly, but we've also got the prize pool that Jorby alluded to in this little graphic as well, which we'll be playing for a cool $2 million in the prize pool, Shogun.
Yes, so much on the line. And this is coming in after the RLCS World Championship. So it's been very quick to sort of get these teams and players reset, get them back onto the field, and see who's kind of, kept that mental strength up, because it's been a very long month for a lot of these players. I mean, they had to go over for wildcard. You've got the boot camp before wildcard. So this is what they're playing for right here. Like you said, CJ, 2 million on the line, $500,000 for simply winning the entire thing. Nice and easy, just like that. But also 15,000 if you do at least show up.
Yeah, it's certainly a lot. It's a nice little present if you show up 17 to 24, and the way the format works, you could win a series but still come last. So there's certainly a lot to play for today. We'll be working out, we'll be sending a few teams home as well. So that's not what we want to do early, but someone has to be down there in 17 to 24. $500,000 for the winners is incredible. Furia, last year we saw what they did, taking it out sensationally. So we'll see who can take the big chunk, the big $500,000 this year, Shogun.
Yep, so there's the teams that have been attending this event. We had 24 of them, all making their way over to Riyadh to try and grab a hold of that prize pool. An awful lot of them in a nice position in that upper bracket, and an awful lot more of them are in the lower bracket. You got to basically play like a little mini tournament today, CJ, just have a chance to qualify.
Yeah, a whole lot of teams there. And I think if we go back to yesterday, our dark horses, I might have said Koi, they're in the lower bracket, and you might have said Sa.
I did say Sa.
They are also
Yeah.
in the lower bracket. So not the best start for our dark horses. But on the other side of things, FaZe Clan, that number one team, the team you see top left there, first cap off the rank, they played with their coach Chrome yesterday and took down Pioneers in stunning fashion. They obviously lost to K Corp, but it's fantastic to see Coach Chrome there. A lot of teams, a lot of different regions. It feels like another World Championships. Truly global event. It's great to see some new faces as well that weren't at Worlds.
So we're also not the only stream going on today. We've also got the B stream schedule. Here's what we're going to be playing up first. So this is our matches. CJ, I'm immediately looking towards the top, and it's kind of become a very mean pastime of mine of just watching and listening to you as OCE plays.
Yeah, I feel like people take a lot of enjoyment in my pain and suffering from OCE. But look, Ground Zero didn't look terrible yesterday. They took a game off Oxygen. That team beat Vitality in 5. So there's some positives there. Optic as well. AJ was looking a little bit rough in the 1v1. He did lose to OSM, and then he lost again to Atomic. So he hasn't won a ones game yet. There's a chance for Super Lucky. But looking down the order, obviously Gaming Gladiators, very tough run. And then we will obviously got the TBDs, which will be the winners and losers of those games. Oxygen G2 we'll be looking forward to as well. That's got to be, I guess, at least for us, Shogun, the match of our little stint, of our little segment here.
Feels great to be able to say that about Oxygen again. It's like it's 2022 all over. But, you know, they had a phenomenal run. Over on the A stream, they've kind of stolen our teams from us, CJ. Elevated Monkeys, NIP against Twisted Minds starting off over there.
Yeah, that we flipped the groups today. We took all of these, I believe it was Group B and Group D, and now we've obviously got A and C over on the B stream. But here on the main stream, you can see to the schedule, as you said, Elevate Monkeys, Gen G taking on BDS. That is the upper final to see who qualifies straight through to the playoffs. So we've got a few qualification matches, and the other one over there, we've got V1 taking on Rule 1 as well in that upper final. So we'll be sending a few teams into those top seeds in the playoffs over on the A stream, but I mean, you really want to be here on the B stream, don't you, Shogun? You want to be hanging out with us.
You want to be hanging out with the boys. It would be, you know, a shame for you to go elsewhere and, you know, Colin Stumpy. Really? Really?
Actually, really. And then Johnny on the desk.
Really.
I mean,
but, like,
just
not even as a joke. Like, for realsies, though. Really.
Yeah. Really, like, yeah, evaluate yourself and stay here on the B stream because we're going to be having fun. We've got the best matches coming up today, and I'm looking forward to it.
Yeah, we certainly do. And we are kicking off with the A stream, and let's see how that has gone to this point.
One of the players that I think you should really look out for in this group is definitely Flix. He's got something to prove. He's one of the only bubble players in NA that's really broken out this year.
I'd have to say the player to watch in our group is probably Zen, but more realistically, I think for us would be AJ because he'd be our first matchup.
Well, obviously it's Zen. Everyone's seen it the last few months. He's a wonder kid.
There has never been a consistent player like Zen in Rocket League history.
I mean, it's kind of hard not to talk about him when he comes in, just wins 3 regionals, wins the major, wins worlds, and I mean, you watch him, it's just some inspiring Rocket League, really.
I really want to play G2, especially because I know we have the upper hand in 1v1s.
J'ai hâte d'affronter G2. I would love to play Gaming Gladiators to qualify. I'd rather play a little bit of an easier team than Vitality, for example.
I'd say in our group, the best 1v1 player would still have to be Zen.
I mean, everyone talks about him, but it's the truth. He is the best in the world right now.
Call it blind confidence in my teammate, but I back AJ versus anyone. I back him versus Appjack, I back him versus Zen, I back him versus Rawas. He's one of the best players in the world, and he's going to have a good tournament.
I think I want to go with myself here. I think I'm confident. I'm confident.
I think the dark horse in our group, honestly, actually has to be us. I don't think the other teams really have much of a chance. Is obviously everyone's going to be talking about Vitality or G2, but I think we have a great chance.
Je pense G2. Aucune autre équipe. Je sais pas.
I think a dark horse in our group would be Oxygen, just because they have Jory as a ones player, and maybe him and Ixo will play the 2v2, so they have those 2 game modes which are pretty good for them, but their 3v3 is not the best.
I think many people have got G2 as the second winners, but I think Optic will be able to go through.
Yeah, I think our team thrives on being the underdogs, and you know, this group is perfect for that.
The teams that are going to be making it out of our group, I genuinely think it's going to be Vitality, obviously. That's the easiest pick. But I think we can pull some upsets and get the second spot ahead of G2 and the other teams.
I think the first one's obvious. I think Vitality. They have the strongest threes game in the world, and I know Zen is really good at ones as well, so, and him and Alpha maybe will play the 2v2, so I'd say Vitality and then hopefully us.
Definitely Vitality. Well, I have to be confident, of course, in our team Oxygen, but if I weren't picking Oxygen, I think Optic would take the second spot.
Nous et G2. G2.
I'd say through uppers, Vitality would get through. I think it'd be stupid to pit against them, even in this format. And I think in lowers, I think we'll pull through.
I think us and Vitality are the two strongest teams in our group, and I think we will make it out barring any upsets. But, you know, you got to give it to G2, you got to give it to Oxygen. Both very talented teams, so it's going to be close.
See, it's always fun to go to these sort of videos after we've played for a day,
Yes.
because now you get to review what some of them said. Zen, what was that? Only you can't imagine anyone other than G2.
I think a lot of the takes age like milk. Obviously, everyone's saying Vitality will win easily. Zen is going to clear everyone. The funniest one for mine is Reddles backing AJ against anyone in the world, particularly Zen and Rawas. He then lost to OSM and Atomic. So it's just not quite aging well, some of those takes, as we said. But Joris, he backed himself in the 1v1s. He said he'd take anyone, he'd back himself in that best of one. And, well, he showed up and beat Zen. So good on him.
Yeah, it's been incredible to see. But I love that just the core of that video was everyone saying, all right, Vitality are through and us. You know, that was everybody's prediction. We will go Vitality and we'll go. It got a little bit, you know, stale towards the end. But what I do appreciate on that one is like Gaming Gladiators saying, look, Vitality will go for the upper bracket. We don't have to worry about them. Like, we'll go through everybody else.
I think they forgot that, you know, there is a little bit of a once you win Worlds, you kind of, I know it's only been a couple of weeks, but they sort of, you know, just ease things off a little bit. So, you know, upsets can always happen. And we saw it last year. There were random, I don't say random teams, but look what Guild did last year out of nowhere, pushing into the top 4. So, you know, anything can happen in this format. And yeah, it was good to see. So, all the best of Vitality in the lower bracket.
Yeah, I mean, obviously, we're going to be looking towards the... let's have a look to what's later on today, shall we? The Oxygen G2 matchup. How are we feeling about Oxygen? Because I don't know how I feel about Oxygen anymore. I feel like everything I knew about this team has been flipped upside down. I mean, what a win for this squad.
I mean, they took down Ground Zero. That was a 3-1. And then, as you said, they really shocked everyone. It is just the talking point of day one. Everyone should have to be talking about Oxygen. But
it's
you know,
Vitality
you look at that,
and Chrome are like the two main talking points.
Exactly. Obviously, Chrome. I absolutely love watching him. But, you know, you look at this matchup with G2. G2 had a pretty cruisy 3-0 through. I know there was it was an overtime win in the third game as well. But Atomic in the 1v1s absolutely, you know, smashed AJ, basically. It wasn't close there. And G2 looking good as well. They've obviously played one less series. Does that play into it? I don't know. I think G2 are favourites still, but like at what point do we just believe in Oxygen? You know, if they beat,
I mean, I think
if they beat Vitality, they're the best in the world. I guess.
It's difficult because you see, like, you don't expect Atomic to be at that level. Obviously, he's good at ones, but beating AJ is certainly a shock. Yeah. But also, you've got Jorius coming in off a win against Zen. So that's the sort of matchup that could end up being the crux of that series, because Oxygen have not dropped away so much in the threes where they're not capable of taking games over there. Maybe it comes down to the twos. Like, that one is going to be absolutely fascinating.
I think with Joris with the ones, everyone knows when he's on, he can beat anyone, but he could show up today and just be a completely different player. We saw it with the World Championships. He didn't feel comfortable at all. He was saying that my controller's wrong, my cable's broken, something's not happening. You know, he said he feels like a brick, so anything is possible, but I'm looking forward to the twos for sure.
So we're going to have a look at some of the players starting to turn up, shall we?
Oh,
the
boys, they got the Ray-Bans on. They were gifted from Gamers8 as well. Shout out to them. Kami's looking very, very fresh, but
yeah, they're all turning up ready to go and ready to play. I mean, this first round is so important as well because it's going up from $15,000 to $25,000. I mean, you have to get these wins. You will have that disappointment of dropping down, but you know, everything you do here just keeps building it up for you.
Yeah, and also, you know, you want to win because you don't want to be going home in this first round, obviously. So, you know, you look at Ground Zero, they can say they had a good run. They beat Oxygen in a 3v3 game, but it's one thing to do that. It's another thing to win an entire series, and they've got a tough first matchup against Optic.
Yeah, that is going to be very interesting indeed. It's also going to be really difficult for whichever team loses that upper bracket final because they're going to be playing very quickly after that against a team that's already won twice on the day. So,
momentum is a factor.
Yes, definitely so, especially when you know, we're all thinking Vitality is getting there with 2 wins.
Don't they?
I mean, surely. That would be like the quickest the World Championship curse has ever hit a team.
They've got the perfect run, to be honest, with the greatest respect to Ground Zero and Optic. You know, once they get through Gladiators, they should be able to get the job done through the lower bracket.
So we are ready to get underway for day number 2 of Gamers8. The Rocket League event has been very interesting to see up to this point, but we have now got to the stage where we have to start eliminating teams. Who is going to survive? Who is going to move on? And who's going to get eliminated?
My night. With every win we ascend a new heights. I'm sharpening my skills and I focus my mind. The pride, nice in the heart of a line. A battle with pride is a matter of time. I become the most greatest, the victory's mine. We reach for the cup, and the tension is up. In the city of Riyadh, everybody's getting hot. It's not about luck, it's simple the skills that we got at the national scores from all over the globe. Are you ready to show up and blow up the spot?
Get away from Stacks. Get away from Stacks as quick as we can.
We do not want to hear. I'm sick of him doing intros. I've heard him do them all season long, and let's just get away from him for once. No,
do you see the photo Cole took of Stacks looking at his own intros for inspiration to do an intro?
Yeah, he's his own pump up guy. It's just that's the kind of guy.
I mean, it's a solid one to have.
I know, we're giving all these reasons to not watch the A stream. We can talk about Stumpy and Cole, but we've got the boys over here on the B stream. Forget about Stacks. We can do our own intros if you want. Let us know in chat. We'll throw a Stacks intro into a series if we need to.
No, let's not do that. I was petrified catching off him for Worlds. That was probably like the most difficult part of all of that. You hear him going absolutely huge with that intro, like, oh, gotta follow that. Okay, that should be fun. So yeah, but hey. I mean, let's talk about maybe something even more petrifying, getting through this lower bracket, because you're losing, you're out. Quite simple for all of these teams from now on. If any of these teams want to now win the entire event, it is 6 wins in a row, 3 in the lower bracket, and then you've got to win 3 in the playoffs. There's no second chances.
No, it's do or die right now. And as you said, even if you won the first match in the upper bracket, you're straight back to the same spot in the lower bracket. You're through to you're in the lower bracket quarterfinal, the rest of the pack. So, all that hard work you might have done in that first series, well, unlucky. You're back here again. And as we said, if you lose, you go home. If you win, you move along in the bracket, you get an extra $10,000 straight away. And then it pretty much just keeps doubling from there. So a huge start to the day here in the lower quarterfinal.
Yep, and we can see that the players are getting ready. We'll be hopefully starting this on the hour, and it is OCE taking to the field. Ground Zero Gaming looking to try and get something for the region. They will be up against Optic Gaming. CJ, how are we feeling? You got to think that Optic's like one of the winnable ones for OCE.
I think so. I beat Optic once, so if I can do it, anyone can. And look, I think it is actually a completely different team of 3, but Optic, I think it's a good matchup for Ground Zero, and I think they'll be looking forward to this. They had a tough one against Oxygen, they're in form, but Optic, they're a little bit inconsistent, I'd say.
Yeah, and AJ is coming in off 2-1 losses. Not what you would be expecting from a player like him. And so that will give an awful lot of confidence. I believe it's Super Lucky that plays the ones over on this side. So how are you feeling about his chances in that matchup?
Actually, not too bad. I didn't see too much of the 1v1 against Jorius, but you know, it was thereabouts. He lost 5-2. I can see the results there. But Super Lucky, I think he can be competitive. AJ should return to form. I think that yesterday was a bit of an anomaly for him, obviously losing to OSM, and exactly. Unless he starts to think about it. Oh my goodness, you know, am I going to win? A lot of pressure. And it's just a different format. I mean, we spoke about it yesterday. You're not just playing a 1v1 for yourself. You know, you've got your whole team relying on you. So just that extra pressure can rattle a few players.
Yeah, it really can. And I mean, put yourself in the position of whichever team wins this. I mean, they'll be expecting to meet Vitality in the next round. So it's all about just getting what you can, get what momentum you can before you run into the juggernaut that very well
They look beatable, though.
Through. It would.
They look beatable.
I mean, it wouldn't be... There is precedent right here for, you know, OC especially, sort of knocking off the top team at the time. All you got to do is like think back to London, BDS getting taken down. I mean, it has happened.
Yep, Pioneers did it, and that was Super Lucky. So he knows how to take down the European #1 seed, and you know, well, one of the best teams, if not the best team in the world at the time, certainly up there. So anything is possible, and clearly they're a bit of a wounded warrior. You know, this godly Vitality lineup that looked unbeatable. Zen hasn't lost a single thing. Maybe that'll just be an RLCS. Maybe
I'm getting KC vibes. I got used to this story throughout the season of KC losing on day one. We think, oh, they're beatable, and then they just win the entire thing.
Yeah, could just be a little wake-up call for Vitality, but I guess we'll cross that bridge when we get to it in the next series. But for now, as we said, we've got Optic Gaming, who I think they got to have a lot of confidence coming into Gamers8. I know Reddles has been grinding a lot. He's talking about he's got the most hours. He's feeling fresh. He's been playing a lot of 2s, a lot of 1s as well. So they've certainly been grinding, ready for this one. Ground Zero as well didn't go to the World Championship, so you'd have to think that they've been at home fine-tuning their crew battle sort of format. So there's no excuses for either side. And let's see if OCE can show up. They disappointed me yesterday, Shogun. We'll leave it at that.
When was the last time you were not disappointed? That was a
not
harsh
this
question.
season. But no, probably all the way back to Power, almost making top 8 against, you know, they lost the Liquid back in Rotterdam, full major. They beat G2. So that was good, but they still lost when it counted. And that's kind of the summary of OCE. When it matters the most, they're just not stepping up at the moment, which is disappointing. But
I really want this storyline to change. It feels harsh. It really does, considering this was like the region that made it possible for every other region to be considered. You know, coming on in, getting top 4s, eliminating NRG, who were going over to, I believe, Season 4 as the favorites.
Yep.
I mean, we have all of these amazing accolades, and then everyone else kind of came in and took the shine off them. Let's get OCE back where they should be.
Yeah, we sound like a broken record every time we talk about OCE, but I mean, they just keep coming over and not really showing up.
The moment we stop talking about it is the moment we give up on them.
Yeah, we will never give up on this region. I will never give up on my region. Kaka there as well. This is going to be just another learning experience for him. He had his first season this year, cracking that first LAN when he was at the major over in winter. So another nice learning lesson from him. This is his 3rd LAN now, with RLCS LANs included as this one. And well, I'm looking forward to seeing him show up. I think the Ground Zero boys should be enjoying this one. It's a little bit less pressure. You see Fiber with a fresh haircut on the left as well. How good do those dreads look?
All right, let's get our predictions in then, shall we, CJ? Do you want me to go first?
Yeah, you go first.
All right, I'm going to have to, after all of this big and go, I'm going to have to be the mean one here and just go, I've got Oxygen taking this, and I'll say 3-1. I'll give the OC lads 1, but I think the crux is that the 1v1 game, I can't see them winning, and the threes game is already going to be difficult. All right, I guess you got to go quick.
Yeah, well, I'll go Optic as well. Probably 3-1. I think the Ground Zero can take the threes, and it could be right here in game 1 as we're kicking it off, and AJ has just said no thank you. It's been 6 seconds. We're trying to pump up our region, but AJ off the ceiling, around 5, it delays the flip. Oh, it's trouble early.
Yeah, that was very quick. This happens an awful lot for us over on this stream, is that we get the early kickoff goals. And it's like the third one. We've only casted 6 matches.
We had a 16-second, a 17-second yesterday, and now we get a 6-second today. So certainly, I'm not sure what's going on with us. We certainly cast a lot of sweeps.
We do. I think we've casted 1 non-sweep now in our entire casting careers together. We've casted 6 matches, and one of them wasn't a sweep.
It's not great. It's not a great record, but in the interest of everyone's time, I'm sure everyone else loves it. Certainly not if you're the losing team, as Ground Zero have an early deficit here. They've got to get back onto it.
Yes, and there's an awful lot of Rocket League to be played today. 10 matches over on this stream, 10 matches over on the A stream, and left for the shot. Love that call. And Rettles just pops into the corner.
What was Kaka doing here? He's almost too scared to jump up at that backboard and just invited the offense through. AJ with a great fake as well for Rettles. It's great play from Optic, but honestly, yeah, Ground Zero just letting them attack, which is, you know, we need to see some more confidence from the boys.
Oh, is that another? Oh, dear. This is the last time I hype up your region.
Rettles with a fantastic shot. Give him credit off the kickoff. It was almost saved out by Fiverr, but oh man, honest.
Can we get another stream that is just CJ's camera during these kind of matches? Oh.
I have my hands in my head for the last minute, and it's just not improving. This Fiverr will be able to get the extra touch. That's a nice little delay. He's got no boost. Hands it off to Kaka. Takes it low, awkward bump, Super Lucky's not there. Wasn't the best clear coming out, but Optic just looking so comfortable. That's another open net.
This game's done. They're not. I mean, we saw 1 4-goal comeback at Worlds, and that was off quite a high-level amount of bottling. I don't think Optic Gaming have got that in them at the moment. This is brutality.
Fantastic pass from Magic Bear though, so I mean, I know we're sort of, the story is can OCE show anything, but Optic is certainly playing well so far. It's Rettles again, another low 50.
AJ back to the ceiling.
Off the ceiling again, double reset, almost. Oh, they're on right now, Optic. This is absolute danger signs for Ground Zero, not only for game 1 but for the whole series.
It does look like AJ is playing with something to prove today. Those 2-1 losses have certainly ignited the fire. Rettles again tries to get the pass over. AJ shut down by Super Lucky. Now over to the wall. Magic Bear on the challenge. I mean, Ground Zero have not even seen the orange side of the field yet, and the ball has barely been over. Might finally... Hey, okay, it's off the back pass.
Optic just so fast though. I mean, Rettles could have scored again there. It went wide. They almost followed it up. They can get buns, get demos, and even when Ground Zero do get it clear, it's Optic Gaming, the first ones to be back. Here's a great chance. Kaka just didn't quite get the power. Magic Bear, no boost. With the best chance for Ground Zero to perhaps wrestle some momentum back. Great bump. Super Lucky does take the 50 and get space. He's going off the corner. Kaka pre-jumps, flip reset, needs to land, needs to get something on it. AJ finds the ball.
AJ's just going to guide it. Dare anyone to challenge him? And go even further. The good news for Ground Zero is that they have stopped the bleeding. The bad news is they're 4 goals down with 2 minutes left. That's pretty bad news.
Terrible news, and it started from that 6 seconds.
I mean, I could try and find... I need, you know, usually it's a compliment sandwich. I'm looking for the second slice of bread.
Not quite. I don't think they've got the loaf at all. they need to go to the bakery and find something because...
Much like
Optic
this bread, CJ is molding.
I'm flat as a tack, but I mean, Optic have been super impressive. They would consider themselves heavy favourites for this one. Another demo coming through. Is that going to be open there for AJ? No, tries to find bottom right, goes wide.
All right, AJ's bad at the game again. There's the other bit. There's the sandwich that we were looking for. AJ is bad, and he can't score open nets.
That could be a saving grace. I don't know if they're thinking about it right now. They're just trying to keep this ball out of their net.
Oh.
As Kaka misses the ball, Fiber sends it down. Kaka gets a... and... I'm trying so hard.
I would say it's okay, but it really isn't. Oh! Hey! All right, there you are, CJ. Enjoy your moment.
There we go. It's Kaka this time. Does get the reset on. Great 50 on AJ. They're so awkward in front of net. Reddles pitches straight into Kaka. He makes up for his double with the first goal on the board.
I mean, you know, the second half of this game has belonged to Ground Zero. 1-0 in the last 2 minutes.
It has.
Really, I'm trying really hard to find positives. I'm doing good, I feel.
Yeah, you're
I'm
not
trying to be
making
a more
me feel any
positive
better,
person,
though, so
CJ.
You are. You're just optimism, but AJ's full of flip resets right now as Reynolds has sent the ball backwards. I mean, pretty regulation so far. I know that Ground Zero did get the first. They do get the second.
Wait.
Maybe Optic need to start waking up a little bit. There's still some time.
Through the power of Kaka missing the ball, Optic have been sent for a loop. And, all right, come on. OC knows some kickoff strats. Let's have a look. What have you got? It's a regular kickoff.
Oh, it's nearly come off, though. Oh, the bump could come through from Kaka, but he couldn't quite get it. Misses the boost as well. Magic Bear is just going to be just one extra for a bit of fun. AJ's cooking, goes low. Kaka helps out. Optic Gaming going to take the threes. You'd have to say, Shogun, that they will be going for the 2v2 over the ones.
I mean, power play here is to tell AJ that you still don't think he's playing any good.
Oh, that's a strat, actually. If they say, you know what? And they say,
too,
AJ,
mate.
let's play. You know, they call him out. They don't just say, we want the ones. They say, AJ, let's go. You know, but they're sort of pointing around at who's doing it, who's hopping in and out.
There's going to be twos. Like,
yeah.
Nobody has the galaxy brains that we do, CJ.
Yeah, it looks like twos. Just because Super Locky, he hasn't been playing the twos. It's been Fiber and Kaka, so he's looking a little bit more relaxed, like he's chilling for this one and will be watching the guys. Unless Super Locky decides to join in on the 2v2. It's a bit of an interesting thing. It feels like OCE do this, Shogun, where if whoever's playing the ones doesn't play the twos.
Oh my god, they went for it.
They went for it.
And not only that, AJ has been pulled out of ones.
Wait.
It is Rettles versus Super Lucky.
That
is
massive.
huge.
That is now Rettles is a fantastic ones player, but he said it himself. He has AJ, who he backs against anyone in the world, clearly been affected by the first two 1v1s he played yesterday, losing to OSM, losing to Atomic, that he said, I don't want it. Or did Rettles say, I don't want you to have it? That's the question.
Either way, like, it's two massive calls that have just been made. One, that Ground Zero actually called them out on it and said, look, ones is where we've got you beat. All right, well, not right now. And the other part where Optic have responded to this and said, we're pulling out our talisman.
It's like Super Locky and Ground Zero said, we'll take you in the ones. You can't even beat, you know, you haven't won a single game yet. And Optic said, fair enough, and we won't be playing it. It's a bit of a, you know, oh, that's a nice little counter from Super Locky. Here we go. I love this matchup for Super Locky just quietly. I know Reddles is a very good ones player in his own right, but he's certainly not top 10. And that's good. That's what he wants.
He's not, let's put it like this, he's not AJ. Like,
no, he's not.
And that is by no means us having a go, but this has so many implications as well for the rest of the tournament, because it is a long day ahead. If Optic do win this, like, they'll get called in. I mean, like I said, if they do win this, like, what do they even do in the future?
This is massive for the confidence as well for Super Locky if he can get a win here. That's a fantastic shot. Got the reset, faked it, brought it to the ground, then put it in behind Reddles. I mean, Reddles was just stun-locked in net. Super Lucky showing just confidence early as Reddles goes for the delayed kickoff, but it's terrible as he gets no boost.
Didn't jump.
And nothing to
He
work
thought
with.
the ball's just going to hit into him and just bounce very nicely. That is certainly not what happened. And, okay. Lucky looks very comfortable. I didn't really have a good sight of where Rettles was, who did well to just hide behind the ball. Yeah, that's a good way to describe how Rettles has been in this 1v1 so far. He looks awkward.
Yeah, he doesn't. Super Lucky looks so confident. I know that, you know, you just look at the mindset. If I'm on the pitch, would I rather play AJ or Reddles? And it's going to be Reddles, surely. As he put that away, he has. He's found the bottom right corner. Super Lucky, as you said, he is looking confident. He's looking locked in.
It looks like he can get those baits on Rettles, where you just convince your opponent, hey, there's a touch here for you. There's a big win here for you. No, actually, I was that split second quicker than you this entire time. And Rettles is taking the bait. He's putting himself in bad positions.
He does get the back corner boost, but Super Lucky in control. Great reset. He does get a block out. If a demo surely comes through, he's going to go for the shot. That would be goal down the other end. Rettles should be able to walk this one in. And does so.
He's got it. He's got those.
That's just one where Super Lucky's got the beat out. I know that Reddles got a touch on it, but if he just finds a bump on Reddles, it's an open net. But he went for the shot. He just got no power, and that means it's just a 2-goal swing.
Oh, now Rettles has got a good kickoff for himself. Let's see what he can cook up on the wall. Tries to just take it down. Lucky trying to use the inside of the goal for the recovery, but he's not quick enough.
Poor clear. It was a poor touch off the backboard. He just took it almost too safe. Didn't get anything on it. Reddles turns, levels it up, and I just feel like Super Lucky should be a couple goals up here. He'll be certainly starting to think about the ones that got away. Reddles growing in confidence and starting to get a couple of kickoff wins.
I like that from Rettles. Didn't commit to ball or boost. He made Super Lucky think about both options. Yeah, now time to play this one back. Rettles is in a lovely position. Although he played that very early on, thought he could stretch out the save. Rettles is playing for the don't lose here. He's not fully committing. He's waiting to see if the mistake happens. Well, now he's playing for the win.
Ooh, yeah, he went for that one. Lucky did grab the 100 boost. Still got a little bit to work with. Reddles probably thinks he's very low, but still has 30 in the tank, and he's done well here. He's giving himself a little bit of space. Reddles does bite on the challenge, so Lockie can grab another 100 boost. That's well played from Lockie, but he needs to make the save, and Reddles has found top corner.
Rettles is doing a phenomenal job of just not committing. He's not playing it too quickly. He knows the 50-50s he can set up, and he's making Lockie make decisions that he doesn't want to.
Started it off as well, where Super Lockie was really bringing the pace, bringing the speed, and it's sort of turned into a bit of now Reddles really controlling that game. As you said, he's playing it really at his own speed. He's slowing it down. He's got the boost control, and Lockie needs to respond now.
Just doesn't commit to anything, does Rettles? Although he's got to avoid getting bumped. They both faked each other out. But again, Rettles is uncommitted. He's relevant to the play at all times. And it's going to be so frustrating. Lockie's got to up the pace here a little bit because this is far too comfortable for Rettles. I think Lockie could do with trying to make this a bit more of a mechanical game. Get the pace up, force the recoveries. And that's not it. The mechanics were far too loose, and a recovery to save the shot.
Yeah, lucky. That could have been another goal for Reddles. As you said it perfectly, they're just not quite threatening at the moment. Reddles, though, has gone nowhere. He's been completely faked out, but Lockie didn't commit to putting the shot back in. It's a great half flip challenge backwards. Reddles in trouble. They've locked each other. Lockie's got to go, and does. Still a 1-goal deficit, but there's a lot of time left.
Ooh, just avoid the ceiling. Reset gained, and this time the fake works.
That's disgusting from Lockie. As you said, he had to turn it into a mechanical game, and he did. Took it up high, got the early reset, which just makes Reddles think about things a little bit. And then he chooses to do nothing at all. Fakes it underneath. Tie ball game. Lockie gained a little bit of control just in his past 35 seconds.
It's a decent kickoff for Lucky just to control the ball after the fact. Again, the fake challenge from Rettles. I don't think I've seen him actually commit to any of those. Is that a read that is going to happen, or is it just something that both players are willing to commit to? But here we go again. Rettles, is it the play? Is it the fake? This time it's the outplay.
Yeah, Rettles is in massive trouble. Lockie does the exact same move, same wall, same scenario. Gets the early reset. This time he uses it. Rettles waiting for the fake perhaps, but he just had no momentum back post. Lockie had all the goal to shoot on the left side. And now he gets the lead.
Oh, Lockie doing a great job, and he's followed the ball. So easy to give up on those and just allow the opponent to grab boost and ball. Instead, followed it the entire way. Realize if Rettles does go for the big shiny thing, he's got him caught.
It was a great play because Rettles had to leave the boost as well. Didn't even grab the mid and just left himself in no man's land. Lockie with a 2-goal lead now. The minute on the clock goes for the fake kickoff, but it's not great. It's just going to roll in. That is absolute disaster for Super Lockie.
That was hideous. As someone that likes to employ the fake side kickoff in ones, that wasn't great.
Another poor kickoff as well. It's going to roll straight through. Rettles is just going to go. He's missed an open net. Lockie still has a little bit of boost. He's missed the small pad somehow. He's only got 20. That's enough to get it clear. Rettles is going to look to quick turn and pop this one. He's always happy to stay on the ball. He's a very direct sort of player in the ones. Always looking to turn straight towards net. Lockie does grab the 100. Gets the 50 to boot as well. Rettles tries to find the angle. That's a fantastic shot. 6-6.
Phenomenal recovery off the challenge. Look at that. Lands brilliantly. And he couldn't have asked for it to set up any nicer for him. 2 goals down. Rettles does not care. And now with 30 seconds on the clock, Lucky has got to come through clutch, and he's in a really rough spot now.
Now it's all about the kickoffs, and Rettles takes the win there. Gets the lead. He was 2 goals down, and so quickly has turned that around. Only 30 seconds of game time between 3 goals for Rettles. He gets the lead now, 27-second Shogun. All about this kickoff for Lockie.
Yeah, ground zero need him to come through clutch. He tried to delay his kickoff. Rettles goes straight through. One more goal might finish this. Goes for the challenge instead, and now this is playable.
Much boost though, he has to go the early flick. Yeah, he's just looking to grab 100. He wants one last attack, and he should be able to get it here. That's a great challenge though from Rettles. Grabs a mid boost as well. Demo, that's just icing the game out. Puts it away. A great decision for Rettles to take the 1v1. Releases the pressure off AJ. Optic will be 2-0 in the lower bracket.
Yeah, if there's any chance here, Lucky's got to basically score off the kickoff, not win the kickoff and then score. He's got to score off the kickoff. So if Rettles as much as makes contact, 1 and out of time. So Rettles picks up the gauntlet and is happy to take the win. AJ pulled off 1v1 duty, at least for this series. And if Optic do win this, I think I know where one of my interview questions is going to go.
Yeah, it would be who made that decision, but it certainly paid off. Rettles had the ice late, but Super Lockie really looked like, I guess, the better individual, I guess, mechanical player, but Rettles just had the smarts in the end, and to be honest, he won that just with 1v1 experience. He knew where to be, he knew when to challenge, when to slow the game down, and Super Lockie just had a couple of 2-goal swings where he committed too hard for a shot, didn't quite land it, and went straight down the other end. A lot of open nets for Rettles, whereas, you know, Lockie had to work for his goals off the air dribble, but, you know, if you can't stop those easy ones, you're going to lose those ones.
Yeah, I feel like that was a really good 1v1 game, showing off 2 completely different styles of playing it. Because every single time Super Lockie managed to get a more, shall we say, mechanical game going on, when the pace was up, when he could force the decision-making between, is this a fake or is this a play, he was doing very well. When Rettles got the game slowed down and it was about those little moments, who can recover quicker off a challenge, that is when Rettles had more success.
Yeah, and Rettles was so much better as well. Just the boost conservation and just knowing where to be at the right time. Obviously, both players made some mistakes along the way, but just that last minute showed that Rettles had the ice and he had the 1v1 experience when it counts, when the pressure's really on. But we will be getting back into the 3v3 right now.
Yep, so Ground Zero have to win this, win a 2s game, and then win another 3s game. Otherwise, Optic will move on to take on either the Gaming Gladiators or Team Vitality in the next round of the lower bracket. And AJ is now back on the field. He's a little bit of time just to relax, watch his teammate go and get the win. That must have been quite a nice feeling, actually, just to see someone else do that work.
Yeah, he's certainly, I guess you could say he's got that confidence in his teammates, but he certainly, there's question marks still on whether AJ is locked into those ones yet, as he hasn't quite got the dub, but maybe Rettles is the main man from now on. We'll have to find out later, but for now, could this be the 3-0? Could this be the sweep? Is this going to be Ground Zero's last game here at Gamers8? They've only had one win so far, one individual game win, and that was in the 3s against Oxygen.
Yep, and one other OCE player is currently on the field over on the A stream, Kami for Elevators. AJ does put in the first goal over here. Elevate are 2-0 down in the series, but 2-0 up in game 3.
There's a bit of life yet left in Elevate, perhaps. But Optic getting the first goal on the board here, and has to be danger signs now. The flashing red lights over on Ground Zero's campus. As I said, this is a lower bracket. No more lives left. And Optic are in the driver's seat.
Oh, and that miss is not going to really help them with that. Fiber's been relatively quiet throughout this series, but I feel like that's pretty fine. It's Kaka that I'm really interested in this game, because he was making a lot of mistakes. There was a fair few whiffs in game number 1. I want to see him keeping it pretty much on the down low, as he almost managed to hit Rettles, but Rettles pretty privy to the bump.
Yeah, Kaka's just such a fast player, and it can work out for his advantage or disadvantages. Well, that was very awkward there. Here he is on the ball. He's always going at supersonic, and if he's on, if his mechanics are on, he looks so good. But, you know, we saw the other side of things in that first game where he just had a couple of mistakes and came back to bite him.
Now looking for the passing play. Actually, super lucky. He takes the control. He's past 1. Almost managed to get it past 2, but Magic Bear had him covered. Fiber faking out the aerial. Instead takes it low, then back high. Now on the reset off the wall. And Rettles got to keep this close because the challenge was impending.
Yeah, Kaka's right there and still on the ball again. Super lucky. What can he do? Gets a low 50. Fiber trying to challenge this one off the wall. Does get the touch across. Magic Bear awkward, but still recovers to get the second touch. It's now Super Lucky tries to make it work. There's only half a game left, perhaps 2 minutes 20 of Ground Zero's lives in this Gamers8 tournament. The second rendition, but so far they just can't find a way through this Optic defense. They've certainly built the green wall that's very orange on this pitch, strangely. It's Ground Zero. Another team in green, trying to get their first win.
Now Rettles. Did he get the reset? He's going to take on Lucky one more time in midair. Now Kaka calls for it. First touch, second touch. He looks to go the whole way. He's out boosted on last. AJ very comfortable with the gather. Now looking towards backboard. Well met. But Ground Zero have not put together any real goal-scoring opportunities. They've seen the orange side of the field, haven't created much, and they are running out of time.
Yeah, they saw the orange side, but they found that green wall pretty quick, and just not much happening at the moment. They're getting these touches, but they're beating zero plays of the ball. That's a great demo. The first time we've seen a little bit of action, but not quite across. Five with a great chance here off the backboard. Surely, is there going to be a shot through? Great save, Magic there. Rettles throws himself as well. Optic, they're getting demoed. They're low on boost. They've got very low boost. AJ just collecting 100. Now they've picked a few up. But there's still no way through for Ground Zero. More demos, more pressure coming through. There's less than a minute left. They have to get a goal. They'll be going home.
And there's no boost over there for Fiber. Off the backboard, the shot has nothing on it. Rettles could control the ball. 40 seconds for the air dribble. Bump on Magic Bear, and AJ's got it covered. That was the best chance Ground Zero have had.
Yeah, they're getting more desperate, which means they're finally showing some bumps and a little bit more presence around Super Lucky. No boost, has to throw it forward. Rettles has pre-jumped and found Magic Bear as well. Absolutely ridiculous. AJ, is he going to call game 5? But gets a huge touch. He almost sold that game, but here we go again. 13 seconds on the clock, perhaps one attack left. Where is Ground Zero? They're in shambles, they're in defense. They need to be in offense. Fiverr has to go to work, goes low. AJ's there. Is this it for Ground Zero? Will they be going home? You betcha. Magic Bear on 0 gets the second. Optic sweep Ground Zero.
And they've done it in incredibly convincing fashion. There will be questions about how this team is going to play out the rest of the tournament. But in this series, all they had were answers. Ground Zero are eliminated in the first round of the lower bracket.
Devastation for OCE's perhaps best team all season, forming after the first split, after the full split in the RLCS. They obviously didn't participate in the World Championships. This was their World Championships here at Gamers8, but they just weren't able to find it there, and they'll be a little bit disappointed with their performance. I'm sure they put a lot of time and effort into the 2s, into the 1s. Super Lucky could have won that 1v1 against Rettles. They took a 3s game against Oxygen, but in the end, Optic Gaming too strong. They'll be moving on in the lower bracket, but they could potentially show going to have a very, very rough second matchup there in the lower semis.
Yes, it's almost mean, but kind of truthful to say that this could very well be the match to get an extra $10,000 and then run into Vitality. But it's interesting here. I mean, I want Rettles versus Zen. I want Rettles versus Zen so bad. But hey, Gaming Gladiators might have something to say about this.
They might as well. And looking over on the mainstream, it looks like Elevate have won game 3, so they're still alive. And yeah, it should be interesting over there. But I believe we do have our interview ready with someone. I'm excited to see who it is. I'm excited.
Ooh.
Oh, there it is. Who else? Who else but the man that decided to take the 1v1? Talk to me, Reynolds. He said, AJ, get off. He said, get off. AJ, I'm taking the 1s. What happened there?
Not quite. You know, thankfully, we have a great team for this format. We have players that can play every mode. AJ kind of dealing with a sickness right now, which, you know, you can't put on him at all. So he asked me to play. I'm here to play. I'm always ready for that. So gonna try and just let him use all his energy for the 3s and see what I can do in the 1s and 2s.
Well, let's talk very quickly about that 1s game, because obviously you were up against Super Lucky. That was a very close match overall, but what were the adjustments you were making mid-series as you were figuring him out?
It's LAN 1s, dude. LAN 1s are a different breed. They're a different beast. It doesn't, nothing comes close. LAN 2s, LAN 3s, nothing. LAN 1s are, the most solid, or, you have to play the most solid Rocket League, no risks, risk-free, and, it's a good player on the other side. That's someone I respect a lot. Locky, one of the best from OC all time. Sorry, CJ. But, yeah, it's a warm-up game. We always had that series in the bag, I think. That was just a game to kind of get the ground under my feet, and won. So I'm excited, hopefully, for Zen.
So it's one thing playing 1s just by yourself, but it must be another thing knowing that, the boys, your teammates, are relying on you. Do you feel that extra pressure when you're in that game?
No, I mean, we made it pretty clear. We tried to field our best rosters for 1s and 2s, and it's lose as a team, win as a team. It's, you don't blame someone for losing the 1s because you would have had to lost the 2s and 3s as well to lose a series. So, it's always a team game. We're just trying to put our best foot forward in all game modes.
Well, you're now the first player we've had that has dealt both of that. So my final question to you is, what do you prefer? Do you prefer being on the field for the 1s game, or do you prefer watching over the shoulder?
I can't watch. I don't know how coaches do it. I don't know how fans do it. I don't know how org staff does it. Watching Rocket League is awful. It's you can't really do anything. You can't step in and take the controller. So it's nice to be able to put that on myself if we do lose, and just I could have done this better. I could have done this better, instead of just hoping my teammate brings out the dub.
Well, thank you very much, and we'll let you go and prepare. Obviously, you're expecting Vitality in the next round. Maybe Gladiators can do something about it, but we will see you very soon.
Good luck.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Right, he's made the call there. He's ready for Zen. Rettles is ready to take him down. Let's take a look at the best moments from that series. Very well played by Optic, and they did what they had to do. Managed to get through, and Rettles was the star the entire way through.
What a man. What an absolute superstar. I mean, after the first game, obviously it was a bit of a warm-up. There were still question marks. Were Ground Zero warm? Were Optic just on fire? But, I mean, Game 2 was where the series was decided for mine, and Rettles taking it upon himself. We spoke about it before. AJ, the Desi player, but it was the Rettles show taking over for the one. Super Locky had a great game. He had a lot of mechanical goals going off the ceiling. He found the sidewall as his best friend, but Rettles finding the back of his net as his own worst enemy, I guess, for Super Locky. And that was pretty much game, set, match. The threes, we really knew that Optic were going to win that one, how they were looking.
Yeah, for Ground Zero, it is now off-season times. Time for some reconsiderations, and we'll see what those players do in the future. But we also got the confirmation there. Rettles is the designated ones player now. AJ feeling a little bit ill, and we do hope that he's feeling better. But we also know that talking about like ridiculous buffs are out there, I do think back to Arsenal at Worlds last year. There is an illness buff as well as a timeout buff and every other buff that exists.
True. Squishy Muffins as well. Won a World Championship sick as well. So certainly a little bit with that, but that was the first series of the day. We've got so many more series coming up on the B stream. Do not go anywhere.
Welcome back, everybody, to the Gamers8B stream. We have just seen Optic Gaming eliminate Ground Zero, and now, CJ, we look forwards towards Gladiators versus the surprise in the lower bracket, Team Vitality.
What are these guys doing down here? It feels like when you're at a party and you've just got that random guy that no one's invited, but they've just found themselves in the lower quarterfinal. Vitality, just with a shock upset. We talked about it in the pre-show. Oxygen proving too good for them, and Jorius getting the 1v1 win over Zen. So we'll take a quick look at Vitality right now.
Yep, they are the team coming in with all the momentum, the RLCS World Champions. We already know about the legendary World Championship curse. I mean, it even hit BDS for a long period of time over the previous season. This would be the strongest the curse has ever been if Vitality are eliminated, maybe not even just from this round, but at all today.
Yeah, if they don't make, well, basically if they didn't win the tournament, it'd be an upset based on their form in the RLCS season. Particularly, obviously, you saw the World Championships in Boston, the Spring Major, but that was it'd be a shock to see them lose, and to lose on the other side of things, the Gaming Gladiators, the team that, well, OSM, he certainly showed up showing up against AJ in the 1v1s, but, well, they're gonna have to have a seriously good performance here against Vitality if they want to put up a fight.
Yeah, this would be the biggest name taken down. OSM, obviously, legendary, a strong ones player, but I mean, not to that level, obviously not. So we're going to get our predictions in real quick. We're jumping into the match very shortly. Vitality 3-0 for me.
Yeah, 3-0. It has to be a 3-0. There's no point even doing predictions because surely Vitality are going to get this one. They have to be frustrated off that past, off the loss yesterday in 5 against Oxygen. But kicking off with the 3v3, as we always do in Gamers8, and it's going to be an easy goal for Vitality.
Yeah, Zen didn't need that goal, didn't have to hit the ball, but he wanted it. And who is going to tell him no? 1-0. Oh.
I won't tell him anything.
No, definitely not. I mean,
I think I could beat him in a 1v1, but that's a story for another day. We'll see if OSM can, perhaps, if they go to that format. It'll be certainly interesting, but so far, Vitality. Again, we spoke about it in the first series show, going a goal in the first 10 seconds. How does this keep happening?
It's part of what we do over here, CJ. We have patterns in the series that we cast. One pattern that would be interesting if we did start to form here, though, is, Ground Zero did call out the 1v1 play. Imagine if Gladiators did the same.
Yeah, but it didn't work for Ground Zero, so I'm not sure if Gladiators are going to look at that as a positive thing to do. However, it'd certainly be interesting. Zen, another player who, I guess, also has not won a 1v1 so far at Gamers8, 0-1 so far against Jorius. And OSM, well, I mean, he hasn't lost a 1v1. So, there's statistically, perhaps the ones is the answer.
If you've been paying attention at all, it would be obvious that OSM will crush Zen in the 1v1.
Imagine that. Can't wait. I love this format.
I mean, this would go down as the biggest upset of all time, surely. I can't think of a bigger one.
Yeah, he's OSM to in his own,
I'm talking about the series in general. The Game of Gladiators is taking down Vitality.
Easily. And almost a chance there. Both players faking each other out, but Gladiators getting some offense, which is good to see. Alpha getting beaten to the ball, but perhaps it was pretty good for it. New pickup as well coming for the Gamers8 and for the next season over in APAC for the Gladiators. Be interesting to see if he can really warm up into this tournament.
So far, they have kept it down to a 1-goal lead, and Max taking his time, and he's kind of missed the ball and needed some help. Well, no more of those situations, please.
Not sure what happened.
Gladiators can also kind of catch Vitality out, because this is not going to be the sort of pace Vitality are used to. They're going to have to be the ones that really set the tone for the dance. And Zen, he's got it in. That's his second.
Yeah, phenomenal placement from Zen. Bottom left. Both players from Gladiators double committed there. Radosin just hovering. He is so annoying to play up in the offense, does it again there, and Zen buries it in the bottom left. Vitality get their second. They hadn't had really any offense since their first goal, but Gladiators coming off a few whiffs, like you mentioned, Shogun, just, you know, letting Vitality in.
Now Zen looking for the hat trick. Good stop there from OSM. Now the double bump, and Max had to help out. Just trying to find some way of keeping this going, but now the bumps and demos are coming through for Vitality. They'll want that revenge on Optic. All about getting the job done here. Radosin sets up. Good positioning from Max. Needs some help, and OSM provides.
Gladiators diving around, but can't quite get the ball out of defense so far. The very low boost. Flitz does grab 100 and Max turns. That's great play from him. He does get space as well. Can he find a teammate? Flicks it over 2. Shot could come through. OSM's crept up, and Alpha's on the counter again. Vitality just always so busy at both ends of the pitch, looking for those bumps, the extra demos, which is something that perhaps a ground zero could take a leaf out of in their own game. And that is a fantastic infield to Zen, who, guess what, buries it again. Hat trick, game 1.
Yeah, just nobody there to meet him. OSM tried, Flitch tried. Neither of them were up to the task. It's 3-0. Gladiators had a decent chance on the opposite side of the field, but this game has got away from them. Now off the kickoff. We reckon Vitality have been practicing a fair few kickoff strategies. There were a couple of them at Worlds, but I don't think they played enough games at Worlds to really go through all of them. Let's see what else they've got in the back pocket.
They just walk through the tournament, but I mean, Vitality, they're just, as I said, they're just so active. You know, we talk about the mechanics and how good they are individually, but just what they do for each other as a team. Look at how many times they go for the extra bump, the extra demo. Alpha goes to the bounce dribble. So good at that. Just doing the simple things right. He's out for 54, and Vitality don't look too affected, Shogun, with the early loss yesterday.
No, they are a team that, you know, they have lost. When we're talking about the dominance that Vitality have had, they have lost matches. I think they've lost 2 overall, but they've still gone on to win every tournament that they've been a part of with this roster. Want to add another one to the pile. This would be their 6th. Farming tournament victories ever since Zen came in, who is now looking for his 4th. Let's get there early enough. Again, off the backboard. I wanted to see him hit that bounce their dribble at some point. He's been trying so often. I know he tried it during that game 4 for the World Championship. That one went high, this one went high. It's gonna happen one day, but not during this matchup. As Radosin does not get another one, it drops on the line.
It's just got to be Zen's 3 goals, MVP performance from him as well. They're looking very comfortable, and now the question falls to the Gladiators.
Go on, OSM. Go on, do the call.
Where do they go? They've got Alpha and Zen in 2s, or do they want to just have a look at the young maestro? What do we call him? The man, the magician, the superstar. Do they want to take him to 1v1?
OSM, when are you going to get this chance again?
No, he's doing it
for it.
He's done it. Ladies, gentlemen, we have the 1v1. OSM has decided, you know what? I'll take this kid. 1-on-1 solo duel. Zen versus OSM.
OSM has a chance to end a career right now. I mean, this is going to be so much fun. And this is the exact opposite to what we had yesterday, CJ. People are starting to think, you know, going for the 2s off a loss doesn't seem to be the play.
Wow. Wow. Well, OSM, to give him credit in his 1v1s, he is a bit of a counter-stratter. He's a little bit unorthodox the way he plays 1s, quite defensive and quite a grounded player as well. Let's see if Zen has had many reps against a player like OSM. This is going to be interesting. And I cannot wait for this. I love when the losing team really picks the best game mode for with the other team. It's a little bit of mental warfare. Zen, great early challenge, 1-0.
Zen might try and make OSM regret this choice, but I respect it. Like, from what we are expecting this series to go like, when is OSM going to get this chance again? Have a shot at it. See if you can take down Zen and get that next to your name.
still a lot of time. Zen's absolutely stuffed his kickoff. His flip went nowhere. His jump button got stuck, but he was able to pre-flip out of it. OSM couldn't capitalize, but that's a great pre-jump. It's a fantastic pre-jump. Can he recover in time? Can he put it away? Can he get 1-1 on net, in net? OSM, fantastic challenge.
OSM knew what Zen was doing before Zen knew what Zen was doing. Up there, met the ball, won it clean. And that is 1-1. The first 24 seconds, pretty good.
You asked for it, Shogun. You asked for OSM to just do his
Oh,
thing and
I
go
love
for it. And
this.
that's a thick delayed kickoff. Super Lucky in the last game tried to do that, but they weren't effective. But this time it is.
Lucky
Zen
also
does
sort
grab
of
the
stood
100.
still. He just watched the ball bounce off him.
Yeah, it's that wasn't the super trap, but that is just a phenomenal shot. He just jumps up early, baits OSM into thinking he's going for an air dribble, but Zen's got his second flip and just buries it into the left-hand side. OSM, great kickoff, but just didn't capitalize off it, Shogun.
Yeah, OSM needs to make sure he doesn't get too reliant on those pre-jumps. He got the first goal from it, although,
he's gonna
depending on
score
the
here.
Zen recovery,
Has to.
he's got one back. OSM's getting weird with it.
He's got unique kickoffs, and this time it was just a flat-out hook kickoff to the left, off the diagonal, and Zen surprisingly lost that so hard. You'd expect him to be quite aware of that one. Here we go again. He's done it again. Zen's gone slow. OSM will get another goal. Walks it in. OSM, he took down AJ. But this is another step up, and he's meeting it right now.
I'm kind of pulling for OSM. Yeah, I'll admit.
Oh, absolutely.
It would be really funny.
This would be a massive win, and it'd be... He's going low 50. I like the play. Zen recovers in time. OSM needs to get back. He's turned the wrong way. Insta challenge should be an open net for Zen. He is going to be able to find that. OSM just chose the wrong option on that attack. He tried to go the low 50, but Zen was ready.
Yeah, I mean, when you're coming in from that angle from OSM, Zen can see you. Like, you're not hidden at all. Zen knows exactly where you're coming from, and the side challenge always going to be weaker than the front challenge. So, well done there for Zen to set that one up. OSM, though, not getting the result he was after, and now, got low boost, has to retreat. Zen's taken to the air. He's got OSM on the ground, just going to take the challenge. That's well played on the defense.
Yeah, but Zen got the 100 in the corner, and OSM has to do something here. Zen went for the early snipe. Still no boost for OSM. Has to stay on the ball. He has to do something, and the bump is going to help out. He's got 100 now. Grade 50 again. Is that just going to go in? It's a little bit wide. Zen perhaps got away with one there, but OSM is able to grab the 100 and perhaps work this one into the orange end.
OSM's doing a good job of going for challenges that maybe he necessarily shouldn't, but that's the advantage he's got. Zen's not necessarily prepared for him. Now goes for the, the cringe goal, but it's effective.
I love that you said it and not me. The air dribble comes through. Zen just such a standard once goal, isn't it? He just gave enough speed on the ball, then flew past it and found OSM floating in the air. OSM has been pre-jumping Shogun, so perhaps that played a factor into Zen's decision-making, knowing that he's going to be in the air already and he's a free target.
Yeah, it's a difficult decision that OSM's going to have to make throughout this of when to pre-jump. If he relies on it too often, Zen will get him, and he's set up pretty well, but once again, OSM, when he can get the challenges, coming out very, very well. That one's slightly off target, although Zen almost own-goaled it. Actually, if I'm OSM, I'm thinking, thank goodness that didn't go in. I've seen what Zen does after he own goals, and I do not want any of that.
Yeah, Zen lacking a bit of boost, but is able to grab the 100. OSM is in all sorts here. He doesn't know what's going on, and he's being demoed as well. OSM just bamboozled by Zen's positioning. He didn't know who was going to hit the ball when Zen was turning, and in the end, just put himself out of position.
Yeah, there's been a lot of delays on the challenges. OSM, he's not really shadowing a lot of these. It's either all in or all out. He, is either on the ball or he's retreating back for boost and just to, wait on the goal line, more or less. I think he needs that middle ground a little bit here. Allow himself just a shadow. And this might be getting out of hand as OSM tried to get some contact on the ball. Wasn't happening.
Time and time again, it's OSM overcommitting, Zen getting fantastic 50s and challenges, and I mean, Zen just right there is playing with his food. 6-3 to Vitality / Mr. Zen himself. And starting to get a little bit ugly, but OSM still winning the kickoffs.
And OSM's done great, but he has to score, and he has done so. The delayed kickoff keeps working out pretty nicely. And when Zen's done it, Zen's been scored on. When OSM does it, Zen's got scored on.
Yeah, it's certainly a pattern here for Zen that he might need to work on. Let's see what happens here on the kickoff. Zen going for the standard kickoff. This time wins it.
Here we go.
Boost as well. He's going to go off the ceiling. He's going to start cooking. He doesn't use the ceiling. Gets the reset. Gets 2. Tries to go the ground pinch. Doesn't get the power required. And OSM with a great first touch. But Zen's instant challenge. He's playing that fast game. Trying to get him with pace here. And OSM's been bamboozled again. Zen's going low. 7-4.
Yeah, OSM made one mistake, which was not committing to the boost when it spawned. Zen, I think, still would have had good control over that ball, but it would have at least put some level of pressure on him. Maybe get the bump on the way through as well. Instead, he let Zen have time on the ball. Another delayed kickoff, and this one has now worked for Zen.
Finally, Zen gets one off the delay, and well, now it's 8-4. Very quickly,
Actually spotted him.
From OSM in the lead to Zen, as you said, recognizing the change up in the kickoff. This guy can adapt on the fly. He adapts mid-game, and he's done it here again against OSM.
I just love that Zen is now sort of peeking over. We saw it with his camera, that he's just taking a quick look. Make sure he knows what OSM is up to, and then he's adjusting the actual contact on the ball. Although OSM is now through, and that is going to be a goal. Yeah, OSM's already not moving. Zen's not going to follow it anymore. OSM's going to have to keep being weird with these kickoffs. He needs a few of them in a row here. He can't allow this to get into open play.
Yeah, it's a great challenge there, or actually, on the other side of things, a terrible challenge from Zen, who perhaps got a little bit too trigger-happy there, trying to be just a little bit too aggressive. Perhaps the 4-goal scoreline played, or the 4-goal lead played a factor into that, and does try and keep it. He loves playing that 1-2, but OSM can't get back to it. Zen might be able to just turn, pop, shoot this one. OSM's in big trouble. No boost. Huge save. Zen follow-up. Puts it wide. Usually would be able to put that one away, but the demo, surely this time, then he's going to be able to get that goal back. He's just having fun. 4-goal lead. Well, he's back.
Yeah, Wanted to go and get the boost. Zen also recognized that fact. Knew where to place the demo attempt. Well, OSM, I think the delayed kickoff has been sort of figured out here. Even Zen's trying it. He can get something. Needs 4 goals, and he needs them pretty quickly. Zen does get another good challenge win. He's also quick on the recovery, and whilst he's got the demo, OSM saves his own shot.
It could have been disaster, but I mean, it still could be right here. Zen's grabbed the 100 boost. OSM's pre-jumped it. Now he's in big trouble. Zen's walked it over the top, wedged it off the bar. 10 goals here in the 1v1. Zen is just growing in confidence, and OSM is starting to overthink it a little bit. He's getting aggressive. He needs to. He was 4 goals down, but now he's 5, and 51 seconds. That's not much time.
Does get a solid kickoff, but also bumps. Zen's recoveries a lot better than they started in this game. And this looks like it's just a little bit too much work to do here. I do really like what OSM has at least attempted. Now as the reset goes low, goes for the bump. That was so good, OSM.
Classy from OSM off the sidewall. As you said, gets the reset. Got a bit ahead of the ball, so he faked it out, found the pop, and found the man as well. Zen in net could do nothing. 4 goals, still 36 seconds. It's possible in a 1v1, but he needs a great kickoff right here.
It's not happened for him. Zen's got the boost. He's got the ball. Has he got himself number 11?
Ooh! Is that a little breezy from Zen, if you don't mind? Comes through. That is sensational. And he has got everything on that. Bar down. Zen calls game.
This is what happens when you call out Zen. Did take the loss yesterday. He's come through, and he's taken on a very tricky OSM who came in with some strategies. Had a lot of success earlier on, but the game was 3 minutes. I've had every chance. Zen, for the last 2 minutes, though, has been fully in control. Taken to the ceiling. Oh, I tried for the pogo. Not happening for him. Now he's just going to merely settle for a double tap.
He's always got so much boost. Someone check his PC. Had the reset here, didn't use it. Jumps up again, beats OSM to the ball, still gets back to it with 21 boost in the tank. OSM just could not do anything there. Zen is ridiculous at this game.
5 seconds left. It is just a ceremony at this point. Zen 1-1 in the 1v1s for this tournament. And OSM, we're now looking to get his teammates back on the field and try to reverse sweep the world champions.
How on earth did Jorius beat that? I mean, Zen's so locked in, 17 shots. OSM put up a good fight, as you said. He's been commendable. He showed a bit of flair in his own right, showed some fantastic defense, but Zen is just too good individually, too fast, too strong. And now we're back to the threes. Gladiators could be the second team getting sent home here over on the B stream.
I think there would be some teams, though, looking to that match and thinking, oh, there's something we can use against Zen for a couple of free goals. You know, the delayed kickoffs was something that he had to, make a purposeful adjustment for to start spotting them. If he's not starting these games looking for those sort of plays, there's maybe a chance for 1 or 2 goals against him in these ones.
There's a chance. There's certainly a chance, and Vitality is certainly beatable. Well, when I say certainly, we saw it happen. I still don't know how it happened, but I mean, back to the threes. Redosin, the only thing that they can be thinking about is how was the free play for Max and Flitz versus Redosin and Alpha? How were they in slow-mo? Were they really keeping warm, or were they just sitting back and watching the Zen show? I could play a factor here coming into the threes in Game 3.
Yeah, we will find out as everyone has now loaded up. Let's see if we get another early kickoff goal. No, not this time around. OSM is clattered into, and Alpha's by himself.
It's a great touch, though. I love the Gladiators went for the fake off the kickoff. That's certainly a Maki Duda initiative there. The coach of Gladiators just telling them to perhaps go for a few things. Their backs are against the wall, and that's a ground pinch. Oh, sorry, a team pinch, should I say. Almost a T-ball shot. Now Alpha's up, looking for the bump.
Really?
Just going the kamikaze mode, the human missile, the torpedo. Alpha 54 gets the first.
So here's an interesting stat for you, CJ. We're in Game 3. That is the 16th goal Vitality have scored in this series. That is the first goal not scored by Zen.
Oh my word. I didn't think about the stats for this event with the 1v1s. He has scored 12 goals in the ones, then got a hat-trick in Game 1. Zen, ladies and gentlemen, has 15 goals in 2 and a big game.
He's actually stat padding. If you're in the ones game, you are stat padding.
It's going to be a little bit skewed on the side of Zen, but...
OSM's on 3 goals per game.
It's ridiculous.
I'd be desperate to go into the ones game. I can claim that I'm carrying.
If you scored, that's
well, I won't be scoring on Zen. Let's put it like that. Maybe I'll get 1 off the late kickoff. I'm definitely not getting anything in open play.
Great save from Flitz there, though, as Vitality almost got their second. Alpha getting a demo on the way back. Their demos are such a huge factor into how they are so effective in this 3v3 format, Team Vitality. Why they are the best team in the world, undisputed, unless you're Jorius, and you can certainly dispute that somehow. As OSM now tries to get the equalizer, does get a 50 on. Max goes up, forces 2. Zen somehow gets another touch in the air. Again, I just want to spectate him and see how this is happening consistently. So much boost, and his touches are just so elite.
He just always leaves something in the tank, doesn't he? As Alpha tries for the drop-down pass to Redosin, who almost had a goal in game number 1 at 0 seconds. Saw the ball drop onto the floor just before it went over the line, and now opportunity off the backboard. Flitz does well on the rotation. Turned up at the right place, the right time, and also the pinch attempt. So, again, Gladiators, I respect that they are trying stuff. I've had a lot of this throughout this tour where no one's playing dull, basic Rocket League expecting, or Vitality is going to be an easy win or make mistakes. They're getting weird with it. They're trying to force situations that Vitality might find awkward.
You have to get unorthodox against teams like this when you do have the individual skill, the team mismatch even as well. It's obvious that Gladiators are the underdogs and a new lineup as well. It's a great touch from OSM. He's got one more as well. He's got the equaliser. OSM, a little bit of magic coming off the 1v1.
It's an incredible recovery. Got clipped on his way up. Still recovered the ball. OSM is coming out of this series with some really high-level plays.
Fantastic first goal for Gladiators. Perhaps confidence booster as well. OSM going to be able to grab the corner boost straight away. That's a great bounce out. Flitz is there. Double commit Vitality. Zen's in trouble. Gets it to the corner though. Finds Radosin. But again, low boost for Radosin. Alpha does have 100 back in net. Zen's going again. The challenge is coming through. And an open net for Zen, who just does not miss. Unless it's at the World Championships where he missed. But or he owned gold.
I'm sure he really thinks back on it.
When he won Worlds, but owned gold once. I'm sure that'll keep him up at night, but certainly they weren't up too late last night after that loss against Oxygen. These guys look ready to go. Farah, the coach of Vitality, has these boys locked in. They've got the 1-goal lead again. Alpha is just proven to be an absolute menace on the offensive end, and Gladiators need a little bit more OSM magic.
Yeah, they need to get him in a position where he can at least create something. He has jumped up. That actually might make him a passing option now. But the problem with that is they've got to get the ball to pass. And it's just not happening for them at the moment. Here we go again. Alpha. He really wants that goal. I'm pulling for you, Alpha. Instead, he settles for wiping out the goalkeeper.
Here it is again. Vitality, they don't rotate out. They want to get some more value out of every single rotation, and Alpha got the first touch. The bounce dribble didn't work. He looks straight for the third man, clears him out of the way. Radosin gets a touch. Vitality's so effective at stealing boost and getting those bumps. Another fake kickoff from Gladiators.
I know a certain Johnny Boy would be very happy with what Gladiators have at least attempted throughout all of this. And they did get ball and possession. There's two things I want to be around for, CJ. I want to cast a 1-0, 1-0, 1-0 series. Definitely not happening in this format. And I want to be there when Alpha finally hits that bounce dribble.
He's done it many times, but we haven't seen it for a while. He certainly attempted it every single game 10 times over. Radosin gets a great musty. Alpha's right there. That's a great redirect. Max has got the touch of his life. Counter attack. Zen's in trouble. Flitzes up. Gets it on, but Zen's pre-jumped. Could have been a crucial goal from Gladiators. They've had a couple of chances, but just can't find that. Here it is again. Zen just in net. He wants this game over and done with. He wants that 3-0.
And Flitz. Oh, has to get a second touch. That was very nice, actually. And managed to get the ball over to OSM, who takes a very weak shot towards Alpha. Realized that the time was running out to get anything from that play. Max tries for the ceiling recovery, and the rest of his team now needs to scramble. They're running out of time here. Need at least one goal with some time on the clock. Flitz is going to try and provide.
Yeah, 7 seconds now, and I think this is going to be it. Gladiators, they put up a strong fight. It was OSM almost shocking Zen until the last minute of that game, but he did get a win in the 1v1 over against AJ in the Optic Gaming Series. But Gladiators look like they'll be going home in a sweep. They had to face the best team in the world champions Vitality. They put up a decent, commendable performance, but they will be the second team, or should we say third team, going home overall. The second team going home on the mainstream. Vitality, however, Shogun will move on, and they'll have got Optic Gaming waiting in that lower semi-final.
And Zen comes out of that series with a paltry even 17 goals.
17 goals in 3 games is just disgusting. It is disgusting. Someone stop him.
I mean, as much as we would even want to say, like, all in the ones, he scored 2 in the first, 2 in the second Freeze game, and he got a hat-trick in the first. Like, he had certainly a strong time there, and he's going to need to stay on that level of form because he will be the one they look towards for the ones game. Obviously, they do have Alpha in the wings, but it seems Zen is just going to be designated. They're not going to move him off that.
Why would you? Well, you just keep him there and let him cook. I mean, if he's going to get 6 goals a game nearly, is just utterly ridiculous. And let's take a look at the highlights of that series. Let's take a look at Zen's 17 goals one more time, because it is just utterly It is an absolute joke, this man. But it started off with a 3 Shogun and a very hot start from Zen with the hat trick.
Yep, started off as he meant to continue it, but we got an impressive performance from OSM in the ones game. I do like what he tried for. And unfortunately, it just wasn't quite enough.
It was close. He certainly had the kickoffs in his favor in the first half of the 1v1, but then, as you said, that delayed kickoff started going in Zen's territory there. The air dribble bump, the air dribble cringe that we like to call it, the fake underneath as well. Zen was showing everything, every one of his 12 goals, if you don't mind. And there it is, just look, using the camera to spot out the fake kickoff, the delayed kickoff. He just adapts so well. Look at that, the breezy.
It was just far too much, and Gladiators came through. They had some ideas, but ideas are not enough to take down Vitality. Still haven't lost a tournament. They've got 5 matches to go to try and claim another one.
Yeah, they're probably just going to do it again, aren't they? They, as you said, even when they lose a game, they still win the tournament. And that was a fantastic, I guess, series to catapult them, leapfrog them perhaps through the lower bracket. But they've got to get through Optic as well, Shogun. So yeah, we've got plenty more series in store today.
Yeah, we certainly do. We still need to find out which of those teams will move on, and then they will take on the loser between Oxygen and G2 Esports. So, yeah, looking pretty incredible over there. But Rettles, do you think Rettles would try and call for that 1v1? I mean, it seems to be the play today.
I'm not taking Zen. I said that I'd keep it under 10 goals if we played, but I'm just not sure it's possible. Rettles, though, if he can do it, it'd be absolutely outstanding. I can't wait for this series coming up. Optic Gaming taking on Vitality. Both teams coming off a win. But as we said, we have plenty more series in store, ladies and gentlemen, so do not go anywhere. We'll be right back after this break.
all-new Honor Magic 5 Pro. Freeze even fleeting emotions in just milliseconds. Take marvelous night shots with lightning-fast exposure. The display reveals more details in bright areas with an astonishingly long battery life that just keeps going. The latest flagship chipset brings you exceptional performance. Unleash the power of magic. Honor Magic 5 Pro.
So 2 teams eliminated and 2 more to get eliminated still. Vitality taking back to the field yet again to take on Optic Gaming. This is going to be very fun to watch because, you know, there's the chance that I'm constantly thinking Retals versus Zen 1v1. That's all I'm thinking of right now.
And Vitality, I mean, they've just stay there, sit there. You've done the 3-0. They haven't moved. They're ready to go again. So these guys have to be warmed up. Obviously, Optic just played as well the series before that. Both sides coming off very strong wins, very strong 3-0 sweeps. Obviously, Zen scored 17 goals. It was ridiculous. Retals took over the 1v1s for Optic as well. Will AJ come back in? I'd say Retals is going to keep that trend going.
Yeah, as if anyone that is just joining us and wondering why we're saying that, AJ is a little bit ill, so Retals is kind of taking that off his hands for the time being. But that's always the reason why you want some solid backup plans around there. You want people that are ready to take the mantle. And as Retals was saying earlier on, I think he prefers being on the field, even if it is potentially against Zen, than having to just sit there and watch.
Give me a prediction right now, Shogun. Who you got? Come on. Score line.
3-0 Vitality.
3-0.
Yeah.
I'm going to give Optic 1, but I'm not
really
sure where they're going to get
where is the
1.
1 coming from? Is it 3s? Is it 2s? Is it 1s?
Oh, that's the thing. I don't know where they're getting it.
I want to say 2s. Yeah. I'm actually... Yeah, it was Optic... They did not make the decision earlier on, did they, for the 1s match? They were called out by Ground Zero.
Yeah, Super Lucky called him out, which is pretty crazy, but we are underway. It's probably going to be a sweep. I'd love to see. I think if Optic got 1, they'd, and obviously they're not going to be happy with that, but it would certainly be respectable against this sort of a lineup. Here's Magibear off the rip as well. Radosin has to dive across. And Optic had the first real game. Radosin blocked out again. Just finds Zen somehow in the midfield by himself. So much space. Goes low. Reset. Just doesn't get back to it.
And whilst it might be very annoying that you think to yourself, well, we're in the lower bracket, why on earth are we meeting the world champions? The mentality on all of these teams needs to be, we can be that team. We can be the first team to eliminate this roster from a tournament, which almost feels like a title in itself at this point.
Why does every game feel like it's on Utopia Coliseum? Is it just me? Is anyone at home? Let me know. I feel like we've had 1v1s. We saw the Monkey Moon Venom 1v1 on Utopia. What's the map rotation like? Can we get the logistics on this?
I think the 1v1 or match 2, I believe, is on... Oh, it's the beach map. I forgot what it's called for some reason.
Yeah, Salty Shores.
Salty Shores, there we go.
Yeah,
Shot, wow.
I think it's changing every game. That we're just getting kept, you know.
What you're saying
kept
is
on our
there's
toes.
every chance I can get Utopia Retro in this.
I want to see a bit of Neo Tokyo action. We haven't seen that all
map.
tournament long.
Best map.
Best map.
Are you joining me on that one?
Yeah, I love it.
Oh, let's go.
Best game, 6 map.
Knight, second
going
best
around.
at most.
Yeah, we'll save Neo Tokyo for the best of 7s coming up in the playoffs. But as we said, all of these group stage matches are best of 5s, even the lower and upper finals. So we will be following along these best of 5s, and so far the deadlock has not been broken. This is positive signs for Optic Gaming. Vitality, we saw what they did against Gladiators Shogun. They were scoring in the first 6 seconds, so good signs early.
Rattles off the wall, tries to find the double. He's got it, but Alpha very comfortable. Now looks for the low challenge, but goes a bit too early. Here's AJ. Pass to a pre-jumping Rattles, who was not far off it.
I love the chance, though, and I love the fact that they would create that. They just couldn't get it to work. Here's AJ, though, just sends it downfield. He caught out a touch, his Vitality. That's an awkward touch from Zen as well. Shot goes low, everyone there. Zen up so fast as well, but Optic still in control, outpacing. More chances coming through, more shot. No, somehow Redosin has saved it.
What a save, and now it's Zen on the opposite side of the field. He's out of boost. That should be 1-0, and it was not for a lack of trying. Optic Gaming put together a worldie of a play, and it still wasn't enough.
Absolute chaos coming through, and we do get the map rotation as well. We'll go through that one in between games. Right now, this is absolute chaos. Reynolds with a great save, but it's off the sidewall. Alpha tried to kick it out, but he missed the ball.
Still 0-0. Vitality have been beatable in the 3s. That feels weird to say. Now AJ up, Magic Bed chasing down Alpha, goes in and out, and he's just too smooth.
Perfect defense from Alpha, and now is this a chance? No, great save from Reynolds. Follow up. AJ's been huge this game. He's certainly showing a lot of confidence. We hear that he's battling a little bit of illness at the moment after that Reynolds interview, so to see that. But here he's Zen, does get bumped off it, should get blocked out. Redosin's there as well. Optic Gaming playing this very well. They're looking fantastic. Perhaps the best we've seen them in the 3v3 so far this tournament. Still can't get that goal on Vitality just yet.
So the best I've seen them in 3v3 in a very long time. They are really stepping up to the plate. They are trying to add to the pace. And they've got, no, it's stopped again. And now the shot. Oh, that is so painful.
Zen again just finds a way through the demo on Reddles. He spawned. Could he have got back? We don't know which way he turned. I couldn't quite see it. But Vitality pinch a goal. Optic should have scored 2 or 3 times in this game.
And it's not like they didn't take the shots pretty well. But Zen not only found a save, he got the pass from the save. Feels bad, man, for Optic Gaming. And there's no shame in the way that they have played this at all. They have been, for my money, the better team when it comes to expected goals. But that is not how this works. It works by putting the ball in the net. Redosin was able to do so. And now Optic need to go coast to coast.
Reddles goes high, it's blocked out. Ball should be hitting the ground. It's hit the corner, staying up. Zen's on it, trying to get this ball down. Goes around. Vitality win game 1. I dare say that Optic were the better team, though.
I agree.
That's how these best of 1 sort of game modes sometimes work there. You don't always have to be the best team. You just have to put more goals in the back of the net.
All right, well, here's your conundrum here, Optic. 1v1 or take on the French in 2s?
We're about to find out right this instant. I think Optic have already sent it through. You ready? Those watching at home, are we going to see Zen in the 1v1? Reddles had so much confidence in the interview, but was that all for show? Or is he going to try and take down Zen, who scored 12 goals?
It would be the most Rettles move to claim the 1s.
2, no,
we've got the 2s.
And it's
so
not
it's
going
Magic
to be,
and Rettles versus Alpha and Zen.
So AJ clearly dealing with a little bit of illness and not even participating in the 2s today. So it's, you'd expect AJ probably to be in the 1s and 2s, but not partaking in either game mode. It's going to be Magic Bear and Reynolds, as you said. And on the other side, Alpha and Zen is the expected 2v2 lineup. Those two have played, I'd say, thousands of 2s games together.
Yeah, it's just Maybe you could not have scripted a worse scenario for Optic to find themselves in. When you think to yourself, all right, you're in the lower bracket in the second round. What's the worst way this could look? Well, it looks a little bit worse now. You're against the world champions. And also, your star player, the one that is supposed to participate in every single game, is ill. You could not make it up.
I mean, they should be playing Oxygen right now. There's no two ways about it, but this is what happens in the group battles. Sometimes crazy things happen. Reddles is going to be able to get one back on Alpha. If he does get it through, he went for the pre-flip. He could have just double jumped through. They're going the team pinch. The boys on Vitality having fun with it. Optic need to get to work.
Yeah, and this is going to be incredibly difficult for them. Not that I don't rate Rettles and Magic Bear, but Zen and Alpha are a very different breed when it comes to twos. Alpha looking for the double tap. You can see Zen's going to get there before the support arrives. Triple tap from Zen.
Saved the flip after the second touch off the crossbar. Alpha hands it off. He gets the reset. It's perfect. And then waits to use it behind Magic Bear. Zen is ridiculous.
The fact that he has fully planned that to be a triple as well, because as you mentioned, he saved the flip. Could have used it on the second one, didn't, knew it would be more useful later on. Now we've got a couple of bump attempts, but no one's really putting the pressure on Alpha.
They should have scored there if the pass came across, but he went for the bump instead. Here's the air dribble bump coming through. They're in big trouble. Reddles puts it in his own net. A forced own goal. Zen was just all over it.
Yeah, Zen once again looking for the air dribble bump, and that's the sort of the unspoken horrible bit when you're facing that play is you have to misposition yourself just to escape the bump. And in doing so, it's always going to be a worse touch.
And not everyone is Raziers either, which is a serious problem when you're defending, when you're trying to get away from a bump.
Raziers looked like he had a dodge block going on. I have no idea what was happening with that. The hitbox on that car was like non-existent.
Ridiculous. Absolutely wild from Raziers. And we saw him earlier on the A stream today hit, I believe, the first pogo we've seen, at least on land in a big tournament, as Zen gets his 85th goal today. Take my word for it.
Probably not that far off. The worst part is I think you're actually 25% of the way. Zen adds another one to the tally. Wasn't the goal scorer in the Flurries game. That was the first game he's not scored in. Making up for it here in the twos, and they are well ahead.
Yeah, it's well and truly Jova this one as Reynolds tries to get the touch. Can he get a bump? No, Alpha's already up. So quick at pre-jumping. It's still somewhat open, but Zen dawdles back, almost knowing that the ball wasn't going in, and now gets a solo play. One reset. Takes it through. Magic Bear pre-jumps. Good defense.
Yeah, but you can really see Vitality just do not respect Optic's twos at the moment. Happy to leave the 2v1s. And Optic have been very trigger shy when it comes to actually committing to the 2v1. Even 4 goals down, it's been awkward. It's been weird, and I'd say it's been the wrong decision, as Zen does not add the 5th.
Very close. Another chance through. Magic Bear gets a great pass. They're certainly trying to work as a team, Reddles and Magic Bear, but we're not seeing the demos come through, which is perhaps could have been the difference. If Reddles could get active physically, perhaps something could have happened there. That's a huge 50, a huge touch. Zen is already back. His recovery's out of this world. Passes over to Alpha. Alpha gets the demo. He's got under half a game left, and Optic Gaming yet to score and looking in trouble.
Rattle's got the 1v1. We've got a slight glimpse of what I wanted to see, CJ. As now he goes across and he slices the shot into the bottom corner. Life for Optic Gaming.
Yeah, Zen's been a little bit slack on his positioning. I'm not sure if he's kind of, I don't want to say mucking around, but he was certainly sitting a lot deeper than we'd expect there. A little bit out of position, caught out, went for the pre-jump. Great shot from Reddles. 3 goals, certainly doable.
We saw it yesterday even. A very short period of time. Twos can swing very quickly. Vitality need to be aware of that. Need to take Optic seriously. Magic Bear off a few demo attempts. He's got the shot, but Alpha, not for the first time, has nailed the in and out save.
Reddles has got a great touch off the ceiling. Goes to 50. Where's Magic Bear? No, he's waiting. He's been caught out. Has to touch it to the side. Didn't get a follow-up either. He has to recover now. Reddles in trouble. No boost on the side of Optic. And this is where Alpha loves this chance. But that ceiling pinch left a lot to be desired. Here's Zen. One reset. Goes low. Perhaps didn't quite get it. Reddles still low boost. Zen throwing himself at it. And just coming down to a minute 10 now. Optic need 3. Vitality stalling well. But a huge dunk from Reddles. Where's Magic Bear? Is there a follow-up?
That is a great question.
No.
That is a phenomenal question, CJ. Where was Magic Bear? That is not the first time Optic have had a very good position and they just don't go for it. I don't know what Magic Bear's boost was like. I feel like you've got to at least show your face anyway. Put the pressure on, maybe get the goalkeeper to make another mistake and you can get another freebie. But Optic just seem like they've resigned to losing this one.
Yeah, they're still playing defensive, which is quite weird to see. Magic Bear, though, tries to get the touch in. Alpha just been so clinical right now. Just trying to ice this one out. A double commit, but it works out. They pinch it out of defense now. And there's going to be all Vitalities. We'll be heading back to the 3s. Vitality potentially sweeping again. And we'd say an expected result, but Optic certainly could have won game 1. This could have been a different series, but maybe Shogun, they can take out this game 3 and then who knows in the ones.
Yeah, but in this game, the strategy was just wrong. Outright. They were, I assume, waiting for a big win. But that's just not going to happen here. You're not going to get a moment where Vitality don't have a position where they can recover from. So I feel like they just need to just go. It's a half chance, but a half chance is as good as it's going to get.
Yeah, it just felt like they were playing almost like a 1v2, like a 2 1v1s almost, where they were throwing those passes in the defense, but once they got up on the offense, they weren't willing for that bump, find that extra pass. It was just that one player rotating all the way back, grabbing the mid or back corner boost, and just meant the end of their offense so quick. They weren't able to sustain any pressure, which was a bit different to what we saw in their 3s gameplay, where they were willing to take those risks, push downfield, look for those extra passes, and they almost got rewarded for it in game 1. Can they do it here? If they play that same game that they did in game 1, I think they can take this 3s game.
Well, AJ now back to the field. Redosin now back to the field. Can Optic make a series of this, or are Vitality just going to continue moseying on? And if Vitality do win in the way that they are playing at the moment, it puts so much pressure on that upper bracket match. Because not only do you not want to be losing that, you don't want to be losing that and then taking on a Vitality that has just won 2 in a row.
Yeah, they've got the hot hand right now, Team Vitality, but can Optic do anything about it? Will it be, as you said, Vitality moving on?
Again.
Well, I tell you what, it's happened again. What is going on? We've seen goals in the first 10, 15, 20 seconds of every single game at Gamers8 so far.
Like, the scriptwriters need to find some new material. And they score within the first 5 seconds is getting reused an awful lot. Somebody remove the copy-paste.
How are we 7 years into this esport and we still concede kickoff goals? Like, at what point are we going to come together as a collective and work out how to lock it down for 30 seconds? Vitality have 2 already.
This is getting really, really dominant in very short time. I kind of get where you're coming from. It's the ones where they happen without anything, I'm going to say, interesting really happening. Nothing gets too weird. It's just, hey, a regular kickoff happened and we've conceded.
It doesn't make sense. I'm not happy about it either.
Like, if it's a Spanish kickoff, the fake kickoff, you know, a delayed kickoff, I'm okay with it.
Yeah,
but just kickoff, then immediate shot. Like, even if it was a dribble afterwards, actually, it would make sense.
Yeah, that one just felt like nothing. Alpha just walked the ball in. It was a huge kickoff win, as you said, with no massive strategy from either side, which is very confusing. But anyway, Optic, 2 goals down now. In game 1, they really were keeping that thing locked even until They did concede that counter-attack, but this is a different story. Perhaps Vitality have, I don't know, I don't like using the word figure them out, but they've certainly warmed up.
Yeah, it felt like there was an air of inevitability. There was hope in the air. And then the shot on target, Zen save, Radosin scores. It looked a little bit like this.
A lot
Vitality
like that.
have got their third. I'm going to inform everyone, by the way, because I don't feel like we're going to get to see it in this series, but the rest of the map rotation, it goes like this. It starts with Utopia Coliseum, Salty Shores, Forbidden Temple, that's where we're at the moment. And then it goes Wasteland Night, and then it's our favorite map, CJ, Neo Tokyo.
We just haven't seen a Game 5.
We just have not seen a Game 5. We got one Game 4 yesterday. One of these needs to be on target. Maybe not that one.
Oh, no. Oh, no. What has happened here? One shot wide, two shots wide, blocked out. Alpha again. He has been coming off the roof of the goal time and time again. This time charges out of net and gets a block. And Vitality are just, it's counter-attack season. And they're loving it.
You know, given how much we've sort of sat with Alpha recently, it's kind of ridiculous how many habits he has. He's got a lot of plays that he defaults to, and yet he's just so good that it still works. Oh, wow, what a stop.
Great save, fantastic save, and perhaps the first goal coming through. AJ's getting one more, two more, three more. Radosin again. We've really spoken too much about Radosin, but he really hasn't put a foot wrong so far. Another great save, blocking out the touch. Another potential open chance. Here he is, Radosin. Miss off the sideball. Zen comes through and just has an open net and puts a top corner just to show off.
Vitality have now outscored themselves from the twos game. Very rarely does that happen. Zen adds another one to the tally. He is well over 20 goals on the day. And if they do make it the whole way through, he actually might creep up close to 40.
Yeah, and it looks like as well that could be Optic Gaming as our fourth team going home today. We did see the win in the first series against Ground Zero, but it's one thing to sweep Ground Zero, Shogun. It's another thing to, I guess, get close to the best team in the world. And really, apart from that first 3v3, this has been a one-way traffic. Vitality just so good and clearly locked in after that loss to Optic.
And again, I do kind of want to offer the excuse to Optic, where they are playing the best team in the world with an ill AJ. This is what you kind of would expect if you said that out loud. Oh my god! All right, I didn't expect that. Alpha, what on earth is this?
How has he got this angle? Pre-jumped off the ceiling, gets the reset and fires. Just the dirtiest angle.
Wow. I mean, how do you prepare for this team? You've got eyes on Zen. Alpha's doing this. He's also, you know, not quite there for this save, but they are setting up the Brazil.
Wow. What is happening in this game?
I believe in your own words, it's party time.
It's party. It is party time. It is full-on party time for everyone involved right here, right now. And I mean, yeah, that shot will be certainly on the highlight reel for many days to come, I reckon, from Alpha. That angle was quite ridiculous. We saw the Raziers pogo on the A stream and Alpha getting that touch. And we have the Brazil.
Waving the flags. Optic Gaming find themselves on the wrong end of it. I need to start finding out some more legendary scorelines that are even higher than this one, because Vitality have got time to add to it. Oh, I know 8-2 is one though.
8-2.
A lot of 8-2s actually.
8-2 is very, very doable. We might be seeing it.
I need people to start messaging me with like other legendary scorelines that we need to work with.
This would be the Barca, the 8-2. So we're looking forward to this one. We've just seen a few football decals coming through.
Conceding like 9 or 10 is a Southampton. I think it's a Southampton thing.
There we go. So let's see what happens.
We'll
Let's get the Barca first. Let's get the Barca first. Let's see if we can get it down the other end. Radosin off to Alpha. Launches it down the end. He's got space. Reddle's coming back. Does get the touch. Magic Bear's getting beat out. Is this going to be it, surely? Oh, everyone getting up and about right now. I feel like this is more important than the series score itself.
Oh, here's Radosin reset. He's got AJ. Oh, and AJ does put an end to it. Oh, no. And, okay, we need... All right, has anyone got anything for like 8-3 or 7-3?
Oh dear. I'm trying to work out what possible scenarios can Optic come back? Maybe we need to start talking about that. We've just got 40 seconds on the clock. Magic Bear getting to work. AJ now throws it up. Alpha. It's a nice touch. 30 seconds. That's Vitality get. Oh, he's got a reset. He's looking for one more. He gets a pop over the top. Reddle's great save. 25 seconds Shogun. Vitality been phenomenal. We've had a bit of fun with the scoreline, but in terms of the series itself, Vitality, they shouldn't be here. They shouldn't be in the lower bracket, but here they are, and they're letting everyone know that they're still around.
They've actually just ruined everyone's day in this lower bracket. Oh, 7-4. We have 11 goals in this game. Optic Gaming have at least made a show of it towards the end of this. And they've been the better team for the last 2 minutes, but been the better team in a match that they were thoroughly out of.
Yeah, they weren't quite anywhere near this one, but, well, that's what can happen sometimes is Zandy's going to keep this one out. We probably, well, unless we can see something crazy from AJ. Hang on. Oh, just goes wide.
All right,
Vitality,
I've done some looking up on this one. We've just pulled a Portsmouth versus Reading. There we go.
Let's go. We love a Portsmouth versus Reading.
Yes.
Let's go.
Here we are.
That's what
the
everyone
first
goes for
time Reading has ever been mentioned on an RLCS broadcast.
A fantastic
Somehow I feel
result.
Portsmouth has.
And exactly what we wanted. Brilliant stuff. What on Vitality? They were fantastic this series. Really just stepping up. And as we said, I can't believe they're in the lower bracket. Oxygen clearly are a fantastic team and somehow push Vitality down. Optic unlucky that they had to face them.
Yeah, they'll still be thinking to themselves, what on earth are you guys doing here in the lower bracket? This should have been Oxygen. But hey, Oxygen are over in the upper bracket. They are waiting on their matchup. And it's, we mentioned it in passing in the series, CJ. It feels must win over there. I'm sure a lot of people would like to see the run back between Oxygen and Vitality. I think Oxygen would rather anything else.
Yes, I think that Vitality is a team that you beat them once, but they learn, they grow, and you can never, they just win. As you said, even when they lose a game, they still win the tournament. And it looks like we're prepping for an interview as well. So this will be exciting. It's going to be
fairer. It's going to be fairer. It's always fairer.
It's always fairer.
Once we've got the interview ready, we will cut over to that. And I believe it is ready right now. It is, of course, it's the big man. It's Farah.
Here he is.
How you doing there, my friend? And congratulations on the victory.
Thank you.
So, all right, you're known at this point. It's sort of your big thing of the big speeches from Farah. What was said to the crew yesterday after that loss to get them to bounce back and ready to play today?
I don't want to get too much into details, but yeah, I feel like we weren't playing our best, but for like various reasons. I feel like some circumstances weren't in our control and weren't great for us. So we try to limit the impact they had on us today, and play as good as we can just today. And if it works, it works, and if it doesn't, well, we'll try again another time. But yeah, I don't know. It's a weird feeling because we just won the World Championship and we have to get back into gear. immediately afterwards. So we try as hard as possible, but obviously it's mentally it's not easy for the players. So I think the loss did good. The loss did us good, and yeah, so far so good. Only one more series for top 8, sorry, for quarterfinals, and we'll be ready.
And you talk about that next series, Farah. It could potentially be a rematch against Oxygen. So, what are your thoughts on that if you get to play them again, or G2?
I don't know. I want to watch that series first. I feel like we started well against Oxygen, but then the 1v1 loss kind of like got into our heads a little bit. We didn't play our game afterwards, so we'll try to fix that today, even if we lose, in any other game mode. We're supposed to be the strongest team in threes, but the fact that there is different game modes in between makes the adaptation much more difficult. So we've worked on that, and hopefully today should be better. And if we face Oxygen again, we'll try to switch the result.
And sorry about that. You did mention the different game modes going through. Let's have a quick chat about how Zen is feeling then after that match. Is this a situation where he is like desperate to get back into the ones, reprove himself, or are you guys more happy to take the twos?
Oh man, when he lost yesterday, he really wanted to, when we lost the series against Oxygen, he was really feeling down, and I think he took the loss at heart, and he really wanted to go back to practice immediately afterwards, because he doesn't want it to happen again, It's not his fault, but because obviously if he loses this game, then the other two would lose it as well, so it's fine. But yeah, obviously he was feeling a little bit burned, and he was ready to come back in and crush everyone.
And just lastly, Farah, obviously winning Worlds for you guys was the ultimate goal. That was what you guys built your season around. But what's the mindset coming into Gamers8? How do you get the boys as motivated as they were for Worlds to win Gamers8?
I feel the one good thing is it's short. Yeah, there is not much time between the two tournaments, so we took a short break. But the fact that we had all of the practice going to Worlds, it's still helping, right? It's not been long enough for us to be out of that state, and we've tried to keep the guys as much as possible, in the tournament mindset. And we try to go for one last push and try to win it also. So we go for the back to whatever it is now.
Right, well, thank you very much, and I'll let you go and prepare the troops for their final matchup, and we'll see you very soon.
Thank you. Yes, hopefully.
Well, we will see them. I don't know. I feel like, given the mentality of this team, they want to face Oxygen again. I get a feeling we're going to become G2 esports fanboys very soon.
Yeah, I'm sure they'll be there. But we'll take a look at the highlights for this one again. Game 1 was where Oxygen could have really turned the series and made it their own, but just was that crucial goal right at the end. That Zen save into Radosin, firing it down the other end, Reddle spawning, but not being able to get back in time. And then after that, Shogun, it was just complete one-way traffic in the twos.
Yeah, Vitality, once they get up and rolling, they are ridiculously difficult to defeat. And I think they would have been happy with the twos call as well, because we just know how strong Zen and Alpha are in that particular game mode. It's one of those things for Optic. There was not a good decision to make.
No, they're just so good at every single game mode. They've got weapons all over the pitch, and I mean, they were just fantastic. Dominated this last game as well, where we were just trying to look up different football scores.
The red ink, they pulled off the red ink.
They pulled off the red ink, which obviously everyone was super excited about and completely knows what's happening there. So Vitality so good, proving that they're back. They're still, look, it's ridiculous.
Yeah, it was simply just too much. Optic Gaming at least gave us something to work with. They managed to help us get Reading their first shout-out in Rocket League history, but they will be eliminated with $25,000 to their name. But Vitality march on. When we come back after the break, we're going to find out who qualifies for top 8. Welcome back, everybody, and it is qualification time here over on the B stream. Next two matches, we'll see who is moving on, and Vitality awaiting the sharks in the water for whoever loses this one. It is Oxygen, the surprise package of the tournament, looking to try and take down G2 Esports.
Yeah, Oxygen got that huge win over Vitality, the 3-2, but I mean, all of that good work could be undone if they lose this, because I don't think they want that rematch, like you said, against the Vitality that looks so hot right now. They're back in their World Championship form. It didn't take long, but Oxygen, Joreus, that man, getting that huge 1v1 win was huge.
Yeah, absolutely was, and they're going to need some more of that from him, as Atomic also had some big wins yesterday. Took down AJ, and we've got two teams coming in with all the confidence in the world, but also very confident that they don't want to lose this. They don't want to be playing against Vitality. I'm sure Vitality will be thinking, you know what, give us the run back.
Yeah, they certainly want it again. And, you know, we look at Vitality. They've lost series before in tournaments, but they certainly go through. They go through the lower bracket. Matt, they don't care. As long as they get another life, they'll be there in the grand final, taking it all out. So you certainly want to win this one, and we're straight underway into the threes. Give me a prediction real quick, Shogun. Who you got?
I want Oxygen to play Vitality again, but I don't think it's going to happen. I actually think they will take this. I know. I think that's the first time I've predicted Oxygen in forever.
Wow. I'm going G2. Okay. Mullet Man, Jane Apps. Look, I want to say there's some rumors that he's still got the mullet. I can confirm that he went and got a haircut straight away on the Sunday after Worlds. So that is not a mullet. That's a cleaned up, very, very, very neat haircut, which I'm not happy about.
I'm also very up for being wrong, because I would like to see the rematch. Although Chicago and JNAPS got in each other's way. Chicago at least helps out by bumping on his way back. Shot towards the backboard. Atomic. It was an awkward position, actually, for that to land. Still managed to make good contact. Oh, wow. What a play. Oh, my goodness. And JNAPS has to be equal to the shot.
Yeah, it does get back in time, this JNAPS, but G2 now trying to force her own attack. Oxygen look comfortable in defense so far. JNAPS trying to get to work off the corner, leaves it out. He's Joreus, though. He's up. It's a free set over the top. Atomic's there, but he misses. Huge whip. Exo's missed as well. What is happening? It's the upper final. This isn't lowers. Put it on net.
Oh, dearie me, Oxygen. Well, I was going to throw the question out there of, like, what Oxygen are we going to get today? I feel like Joreus is the player to watch. If he's on form, then they've got every chance of winning this. But they need the rest of them on form as well. They need them hitting the shots.
My. Early mistakes, but Atomic will be thanking his lucky stars that EXO didn't put that one away, as Oxygen's still in control of this game for the most part. G2 a little bit rattled. JNAPS did say well that Oxygen don't have the threes game. He gave credit to Joreus in the ones and the twos, but certainly in the threes he felt Oxygen didn't have it, but they have beaten Vitality in a 3v3 game, so certainly no slouches in this format.
It's kind of the last thing North America wants at the moment is, despite how strong Oxygen have been in this tournament to this point, they don't want to be losing to a team like Oxygen who has kind of been written off. And for Oxygen, it is all about proving everyone wrong that they have still got something in the tank. Nice clear. G2 have been mostly up against the defense, but they've been working their way back into this game in the last minute. Well, Oxygen really rue the fact that they did not score that shot.
Yeah, so should have put that one away. Joreus goes very high again. Tommy tries to pop it up, trying to force some sort of a counter, some sort of offense from G2, but EXO so fast, gets one, gets two, looks to the bump on three, crossbar again, Archie off the corner, goes wide.
Whoa. Chicago doesn't make contact, leaves it for Atomic, clears long. Pass off the wall, but you can already see G2 were waiting for it. JNAPS doesn't decide to challenge. It controls the ball, EXO meets it. Now JNAPS and Chicago on the break. Up, Chicago shot! And you're not gonna miss those when you've got Chicago.
JNAPS with the perfect touch, puts it back to Chicago behind Joreus. He's flat-footed. And the perfect finish, bottom right, off the post. G2 getting the first on the board, and there's not much time left for Oxygen to get cooking.
You have to take your chances. Oxygen didn't. Now they're going to have to try and create another one. Whoa. Ixo passes. Archie jumps back up. Immediately after he landed. Nice challenge, and Joris got the reset!
What? Joris, Archie's got the beat out, Chicago's there, 50'd out, and Joris has a reset off the ball, instantly boosted, and put it past Atomic as well. You're kidding. How has he done that? The innovation, the creativity, and just being able to improvise on the fly. And a kickoff goal. Talk about improvising. JNAPS has just undone all of Joris's good work.
I'm so angry right now. And I'm not looking. You just
We've lost
scored
Shogun.
one of the best goals I've seen in so long.
And you've given it up by having a kickoff. What are you doing?
My.
Sorry, I'm back. The audio probably went weird there. I actually had to leave the PC.
We lost Shogun for a second.
I had to take a walk.
Ladies and gentlemen, those watching at home, we have complained about this in the last series, and here's another goal though. 38 seconds. Surely no kickoff goals. It's been 7 years of professional Rocket League, and there's still too many kickoff goals for nothing. What are they going to cook here off this one?
Joris is just saying, guys, keep it, please. Just be there. Please be there. He's on the kickoff as well. He's managed to keep the ball as dead as he possibly could be. And now it's time to go into the open play. Ixo faked out the original shot. Now another one. And G2 are all grouped together. Now off the flick, Archie pushes away. Glorious from the ceiling. Can he get himself a hat trick?
It's messy gameplay, but that's suiting Oxygen. They did it against Vitality. It's a pop-up. Not sure if it's helping Atomic with low boost. Puts it down. Huge block out. Oxygen. But they get the last attack. Atomic's passed it forward. Chicago touch. JNAPS is there. They try and control this one. Looking for the ball to hit the ground. G2 will take that. We've got overtime now.
Oh, that's a nice kickoff actually for G2. It's time to see what can JNAPS cook. He tried to go for the ceiling pinch.
He went to Zen and just pinched himself instead. Perhaps realising his age, the old fella. He doesn't have that one in the locker just yet, JNAPS, but I like it. Here's Joris off the sideball. Chicago's missed. Huge fake out. Where is he? So here he is. Gets one, gets two. Floats on it for the reset. Fakes out. JNAPS does well.
Be a massive goal for shaping up the rest of this series. Atomic looking for JNAPS. JNAPS realized that he was not going to get there first. Oxygen are waiting. Had very good possession of the ball. Now Joris with the hat trick attempt. Somewhere they would like to go to, but Chicago's recovery, again, phenomenal.
He's done so well there, and G2 just holding on. Chicago again is being a menace in the midfield. Here we go again. Huge fake out. Atomic pushing forward. It's just Archie back. JNAPS is up, trying to get it high. Gets one, gets two, but Roy's clearing to the side, and one more as well. Here's Chicago, though. It's the reset. Goes low, tries to go to the pinch, but misses the ball. No.
Archie now fakes the original shot. Couldn't quite hit the hook shot. Oxygen need to be careful, though, in these positions. The goals that they have conceded have not been amazing. They give up some very weak goals when they're in offense. Joris gets the reset again. Joris is looking incredible at the moment.
He's picking up that form from yesterday, as we said, taking down Zen 5-4 in a 1v1, but here is JNAPS again, pushing forward, but Archie right there, working the ball downfield. He's still got boost. Chicago, though, being that midfield menace, being that almost Redocin of G2, certainly working out so far. Joris, that man you mentioned, showing the mechanics. Double commits coming through. It's messy gameplay still, both sides. Just kicking, scratching, biting, clawing their way for that one goal. A huge win in game one. Will be massive for either side.
Archie didn't find the pinch, can still control the ball. Two doing a very solid job of gauging when to send the fake challenge, just keeping the line exactly where it has to be. Jorius, oh my goodness, he is cooking so much at the moment.
Just gets resets for fun, does Jorius. So much mechanics, and he's always had that mechanical ability, but just sometimes it's few and far between. The World Championships, he was disappointed with how he felt, just didn't feel comfortable. Didn't feel like he was in control, but certainly here at Gamers8, he's been very on point as Chicago working the ball forward for G2. Trying to get something going here. A huge boost grab. Archie's going to have none to work with now. Running the ball downfield. Chicago, more boost, but it's not in the right end for G2. Jorius has to backtrack.
Chicago tried to fake the challenge. Jorius happy to take it on the reset. He still has boost available. Didn't quite find the flick. Love to see Jorius mix it up a little bit though. Just don't go for that every single time. G2 will start sending the early challenge. Archie, now with his own turn. It's him and Ixo. Archie finds a good challenge. JNaps powers the ball long, and it's Jorius' turn to go yet again.
Chicago's been so influential in those interceptions through the midfield, blocking out those passes as well, but they're still not getting anything working down the offensive end. It's been all oxygen, and Jorius right now, he's brought his own ball to the pitch. He's that kid that just brings his own and says, this is my rules, we're playing it my way, and those resets are automatic right now for that man Jorius as JNaps pushes forward. Could this be G2's chance? No way, says Jorius off the backboard. Another reset as well. Oxygen, the demos of physicality. Eventually you feel like this G2 interception game might break down.
Oh, this is now a nice spot. Boost steal as well. Don't really push for too much more than that. G2 playing the long game here. In what has turned into a long game. 9 minutes overall, 4 minutes of that in overtime. Nobody able to break through and find that winning goal. Maybe from this, Atomic again goes early.
Great touch.
Great touch. I feel like everyone's biting on the fake challenges though. No one's been able to read that. Both teams have done a phenomenal job of getting everyone to jump.
That's a great fake though, and maybe one more. Atomic is bumping. Look for everything. JNaps has missed. The laser that usually is the nap man, not on target, but Oxygen still in trouble. This is it. Atomic gets it. G2 get the first. Almost 5 minutes of overtime.
Yeah, we saw him try and go through the in and out. Had to go off the sidewall, and that was just far too much to have to do. And whilst we saw Jorius playing very well, it's also so important for G2 to get Atomic working. They need him. He was the one popping off in the ones games yesterday, and they need him to be as hot as possible when it comes to the twos and ones.
And now you'd think that Jorius, after beating Zen, will say, give me that 1v1. I know that you said Atomic, he's got that hot hand as well. He dominated AJ yesterday, but Jorius, I mean, he's, well, technically one of, if not the best 1v1 player here in the tournament after taking the mantle off Xander. We are going to get the 1v1 again. There it is. The 1v1 is locked in. Jorius taking on Atomic. 2 players undefeated in one so far. This should be an absolute doozy, Shogun.
I think Jorius has got the advantage here, but I mean, I was going to say about anyone that just beat Zen, to be completely fair. But this is a huge chance for Atomic. And if Atomic does get the win in this, what a phenomenal position for G2 to find themselves in. We know that they've got something good to work with in threes. To have the ones at that level as well is so huge.
It's everything in this tournament. You need players that are versatile. You need dynamic players, and right now, this is 2 players that are in form. No excuses for either side here. Jorius and Atomic, both players that can step up on their day, be phenomenal ones players. We're underway.
So, Jorius taking down Zen yesterday. Atomic taking down AJ. There'll be some question marks on that AJ win now, knowing what we know about the owners now.
What a flick.
Okay, question marks to exclamation points. Atomic is huge.
He just looked like he was playing it slow, and then out of nowhere, the change-up speed. Look at the flick, bang, gone. Jorius flat-footed, caught napping. Atomic, perhaps we're underestimating his 1v1 ability. You'd have to say that Jorius is the favorite coming into this, particularly off that win over Zen, but Atomic. He's still got it in him. Here's Jorius now, though. Has boost. Goes high. Looks for one more, two more. Tries to block it through Atomic. Great defense. And we'll get two for the measure as well. Great counter attack.
Yeah, taking that to the other side gave Atomic the option not only to get the block, but he could then stop his car on the wall. Makes the recovery so much quicker. And Jorius was about 2 seconds behind in the 100-meter race. G2 looking towards Atomic and thinking, you know what? You've got this, buddy.
Yeah, the other players as well. Every team has talked about the nerves that the players that aren't playing feel, let alone the guy that's got everything going against him. As Jorius just sniped this one. No, Atomic gets back in time. 0 boost still. Jorius has to put it on net before he can pick up any pads. Goes 1, 2, and Atomic's back so far into his net that Jorius can just run that thing in.
Yeah, perfect plays from Jorius here. As soon as you've got that advantage, you need to try and force the play as quickly as possible. The fact that he took it up to that corner where 12 boost, you can do a lot of 12 boost. You can't save that shot though.
Nothing you can do at all there as he just had to try and get out to the ball, but Jorius played it very well and he's got boost again, got control, flick again, over the top. Jorius ties it up.
Trying to look again from what Atomic was expecting. I think he was expecting a slower play. Maybe a challenge on the goal line. It seemed like he was setting himself up for it. And then the moment Jorius took the flick, it was, oh no, I've kind of misread this one here.
The first touch just had so much pace to it, and as you said, it really caught Atomic off guard, and it caught Atomic off guard again. Jorius, kickoff goals galore. They're acceptable in the 1v1, so I'll give you that.
Oh, Atomic actually failed the attempt to flip onto the floor, which would have given the pace increase. I don't think it necessarily would have helped him prevent the goal if he got it. But you want those recoveries on in a series like this, and especially in a game like this. Now Atomic with a chance, takes the early shot. That was so wasteful, and now he's got a scramble back. Atomic, not gonna get there. You can't take shots like that one.
So costly. It's almost a 3-shot for pressure, but Jorius is so quick to get onto it. It's an easy save. He almost put too much on the clear, but was still able to get around it in time. Atomic couldn't get back. Jorius was 2-0 down. All of a sudden, puts 4 unanswered goals on the board.
Oh, and Jorius is starting to run away with this here. Knew it was already in. Jorius has had the better recoveries from the kickoffs.
Great pop. Great pop over the top. Both had low boost, but Jorius knew that Atomic, if he's that low, he's going to have to dive at it, try and get something on the ball. All Jorius needs to do is get it over the top. Does well. 5 goals on the board, 5 unanswered. Could be 6 again. He's won every single kickoff. Goes the insta flick. This time Atomic's ready.
There's Jorius waiting to see what Atomic goes for. Early jump from Jorius meant that the low challenge was available. Side challenge as well. Atomic flips into the floor, gives himself plenty of recovery room. That was perfectly played.
Yeah, you said it perfectly. That flip into the floor, just a fantastic 50. Look at his recovery. He was on the ground before the challenge even happened. Just landed so quick. Jorius couldn't get back in time. Atomic does get one back. So much time on the clock, but Atomic has to start winning these kickoffs.
Oh, delayed kickoff here from Jorius. I'm surprised that he mixed it up, considering he's had probably the better success from the kickoffs.
Definitely.
Probably just trying to keep him on his toes.
Boost grab there from Jorius is being so aggressive. It's working out. You have more momentum, more speed on the ball. He hasn't been caught overcommitting too much just yet, as Atomic has to back off, playing so safe, but getting caught out again. That's going to be another goal. Oh, Jorius should have scored that. Atomic, what can he do now? Is it going to be a 2-goal swing? Here we go. Flip reset. Jorius down there. Atomic just doesn't get anything on it. Could have been a huge punish from Atomic.
Yeah, Atomic had an argument with the ball and the ball won. But Jorius, dearie me, we can't allow that one to settle and probably needs to get the next goal to not allow momentum to stop swinging down the other post. Well, it's jumpers for goalposts at the moment because it seems like the goalposts keep moving.
And they just keep getting smaller or something. What is happening? Atomic now 100 boost. Drops the free jump from a mile away. Does get a touch on it when he's trying to land. Atomic right there, 0 boost. Jorius, everything in his control right now. Atomic manages to get the 100. Jumps up to avoid the early bump. Furia staying around. The early flick, is it caught out? Yes, it has! Glorious can't clear it. It's a 1-goal game.
Just turned in and then, yep. Realized a little bit too late that Atomic had played him for a full. 1 goal between them. And it's the little things in this one. There's not been massive outplays. It is all about the positioning.
Here we go. Under boost for Atomic. Can he tie it up? He was 3 goals down, 2 goals up at the start of the game. He's got a reset. Goes behind. Goes behind. Jorius says good night. We got 5-5.
Oh, Jorius is supposed to be the hot hand. Atomic put him on ice. Froze him to the goal line. And put the ball into the net. 5 each. And G2 Esports, if they get this, will be ecstatic with their position. Joris is going to start this off. He's got the boost. He's got the ball. He's almost got Atomic's car. Can recover from here. We're seeing Chris that he was on the wall. And he's on the post again.
Surely, he's still got boost. He's missed again. Someone give him a radar. The goals are right ahead of him. He's going everywhere. But there, Atomic again with a save. 1:17 left. Can he find the net? There it is. Finally.
Don't touch it. Don't touch it. Oh, okay. Well, I was worried if you touched that, that might go anywhere.
Finally.
Darius was just getting the eye in. He now knows where all of the posts are. He's laser focused. Everything's going to be top corner every single time. See what Atomic's got from the kickoff. Oh, Joris actually went for the fake kickoff. I like it. And he's got the boost.
Big bump from Atomic, though, means he can grab that midfield boost. Or has he been caught out? Yes, he has. Joris saw him go for the mid boost and punished him for it.
Yeah, you saw the little flick of the camera there from Atomic. He knows what he just did was wrong. Definitely frustrated with himself. The task just got an awful lot more difficult.
2-goal game. 1 minute left. Atomic has won the kickoff. Should be able to grab both boosts. Joris has grabbed his corner, however, and ran it back. And this could be just where kills a little bit of time off the clock, Shogun. He knows the situation he's in. He doesn't need a score. He just needs to kill all the time he can.
Yeah, we saw this yesterday. Joris will play the clock. He's not going to go for a big outplay. This is all going to be challenges. And Atomic is going to have to be the one to push the pace. Just trying to get rid of Joris' car. That's not going to work. And instead, I feel like Atomic's put himself in a really bad spot now. He's going to have to just retreat and have so much time off the clock because guess who's not in a rush?
Oh, so smart from Joris. This is game, set, not match, but he will tie up the series. There's the sealer for good measure. And Joris is still undefeated in the ones. He's taken the scalp of Zen. And now he's got Atomic as well under him. As Oxygen, a huge Game 2 win. We've got a series.
Oxygen do need to find a freeze game win. They look good in the last one, but you know, you can look good all you want. That doesn't get you wins against G2 Esports. If they can't do that, then the ones, the twos, they will not matter. See if Oxygen can grab a freeze win up next.
Back to the 3v3. Archie and Ixo just been waiting in the wings, jumping into the free play. Same with JNAPS and Chicago on the other side of things, but the tie game, it's now a best of 3. We're going to have potentially 2 more threes games and the 1v1 in between. Oh, sorry, the 2v2 in between. As the remaining
we are
game
guaranteed the twos game at the very least.
We are.
So that
maybe
should be
2 threes.
Yeah, maybe. We have not gone to game 5 over between the two of us.
We haven't seen Neo Tokyo. What does it look like? I've forgotten what the map looks like. Game 5,
I can't remember
Neo
what the theme
Tokyo.
is.
Oh, for those that are probably switching between streams, over here on the B stream, we've had about 3 game 4s and the rest have been sweeps. So
I mean,
we could...
this is only our second one that we've casted that's even gone to 4.
Yeah, well, it's been a bit, you know, when I say rough, or has it been smooth sailing? You know, it depends which way you want to look at it.
You know, it's been clean. We keep sweeping.
Glass half full, I say, but this could be the series. This could be the series in the upper final here of Group A where we could get our first game 5, at least over on the B stream.
So let's see then. Oxygen Esports That time, I'm curious, when these players say that they're over in free play during the Swans matches, how much is actually achieved in that free play? Because, we're also hearing everyone's just sort of watching the game.
Yeah, that's all you're doing. You're watching the game. Here we go. 3v3 underway. It is 1-1. Whoever wins this will be moving on into the 2v2 game, potentially to take out the series and move on to the playoffs. Everything on the line right now.
So G2 Esports will feel like they've got a distinct advantage in freeze. That advantage is quickly going away.
The bumps coming through early and the pressure off the kickoff. It's Atomic with a poor clearance. He didn't get a follow-up either. Chicago left him. Archie going for bumps. Furious going for bumps. Exo sealing the deal. 1-0 for Oxygen.
I think we're seeing a pattern here, CJ, where the player that is involved in the 1s and 2s games kind of, in the 2nd and 3rd freeze games becomes a much bigger factor. It just seems like playing the games back to back to back allows players to play a better game.
Yeah, it's almost like they've just had more time to be in the heat of battle. We look at football players off a penalty shootout. Those players that have played 120 minutes, they've been in the heat of battle. They're up to the situation where
you had to bring this thing up where we lost the Euros because we brought up players from
whereas
the
when you come in fresh, Shogun, when you come in fresh, you haven't been in the heat of battle, experienced the pressure, you can certainly crumble. This is a similar situation here. That 5 minutes can cool you down. Whereas those 2-1s players, or at least the player that wins, is just ready to go, full of confidence.
Yeah, we'll call that one the England. If there's a Brazil, that one can be the England. Pass play, although that's the wrong player to pass it to. Archie, has he got it? Boost didn't need it. 2-0.
Oxygen out of nowhere. It was G2 in game 1 for the 3v3, but Archie with a huge beat in midfield, one over the top, and just walks that one into the top left corner over Atomic. 2-0 Oxygen. We've only been a minute 20 in the game as well.
I keep getting worried whenever I see the Oxygen kickoff. At least playing them pretty well in this. Okay. Oh, Chicago's redeemed himself.
He almost took that one too casually, thinking he could just wedge it in, but a great save coming through. As you said, G2 just making it work, and this is their best chance yet. Chicago, not the best touch that he wanted. Oxygen able to work it downfield. Exo, a little chain dash off the sidewall. We love that. And Oxygen very in control at this stage.
Best touch, but Atomic couldn't do anything with it. Jorius, a little bit of time. JNAP's realized that could not afford to let the talisman for this series really get on the way with the ball. JNAP's over to an Exo that was very prepared for it and might have wanted a better touch. Chicago tries to pass to Atomic. I like Oxygen trying really hard to just cover the passing lanes, get the interceptions. How they got that second goal. G2, they need to be very careful.
Focusing on positioning over pace as well is huge. Coming through from Oxygen. You see it there again. They're just, as you said, sitting in the holes, using or conserving as much boost as they can. Flip reset blocked out by Atomic. Oxygen still on the attack. Jory is working the way forward. 50 with JNAPs. Atomic's here. Does get the dink, but look at Oxygen sitting so deep. They know it's similar to Joris in the ones game, Shogun. They just know the situation they're in. They don't need to score. Got the 2-goal lead. They're making G2 come forward at them.
We're seeing a lot of teams find success with just getting the early lead and then playing a lot more defensively. Monkeys yesterday were sort of the kings of the 1-0. Not necessarily having the best of times with it right now against Twisted Minds. They're 2-1 down in game number 1 over on the A stream. Over here, G2 Esports would love for it to be 2-1. They'd give anything for it to be 2-1. Oxygen have kept them to the clean sheet.
The interesting thing is on this next game as well, if Oxygen can close this out, who do G2 lean on in the 2v2 format? You think Atomic's going to be there, but it would be Chicago or JNAPs, or perhaps both of them. Do they rest Atomic? Here's another chance, though. The threes game certainly well and truly still alive. Just over a minute left, but G2 need to get their first on the board because they don't want to leave 2 goals too late. Too much to do at the end of the game against Oxygen. We're just looking to close it down.
Going low. Jane Apps with bump attempts coming through from the rest of the team, but everyone's already jumped. There's no one to find to bump over there. And 50 seconds left. Oxygen have taken all of the sting out of this game.
Just so good at saving all their boost, and as you said, just sitting in the hole with the demo. No! Jane Apps has put it wide off the demo, perhaps not expecting that to come through, not trusting it, but that could have been the goal. There's still a chance. He's going low, got the reset, goes low. Atomic's there for the 50. Where is Chicago? Gonna work it in now. Tries to get it over the top of the 50. That's got to be game right here. G2, they just can't find a way through. Oxygen, a professional 2-0 hold. And grabbing the lead after losing the first game of the series.
It's the worst thing in the world is losing a couple of goals against Jorius, because you just see every time he's on the ball, he's kind of just taking 10 seconds off the clock whenever he wants to. You know, the double flip resets, forcing the challenge at the end. There's no real pace to what he's doing, but that's not up to him. It is up to you to go and prevent it. And now we head over to the twos. We've not seen a team, you know, split the roster necessarily. So when we're saying we're expecting Atomic, that's because, well, to this point, nobody has decided to go, all right, designated ones player, and the rest of the team is playing twos.
I'm excited. It was Archie and Ixo. It's now going to be 2v2, Jorius and Archie taking on Atomic and Chicago for G2. Very interesting. Oxygen changing their twos lineup from earlier on in the tournament. Against Ground Zero, it was Archie and Ixo. Jorius deciding to hop in. He's feeling hot right now. This is their first 2v2 lineup with Archie and Jorius. And obviously, Chicago, this is the first twos match for G2 for the tournament. And it's going to be Chicago and Atomic. I thought Jane Apps might be in there, but clearly not the twos main. He's the threes boy.
Yep, so that'll be his duty. And he would love to play one more threes game, but it is not up to him. It is up to his teammates to get him to that point, to send us to Neo Tokyo. Or can Oxygen close this out? I mean, if the two series going on at the moment go Europe's way, everyone that hates hearing about European depth will hate everything, because that would be Oxygen over the top of G2 and Monkeys over the top of Twisted Minds.
Yeah, they're just taking names left, right, and center, collecting bounties almost from other regions. Is it a great pinch from Joris again? It's an interesting strat, as we said. It's the first time that Archie and Jorius have played twos so far. The previous two 2v2 games were with Ixo and Archie and Jane Apps.
It is Jane Apps.
Well, hang on a minute. We've been lied to again. We've been flat out lied to. We've been trolled. And I'm not happy about it. Jane Apps is going to be taking twos, and he is showing up.
Listen, I'm okay with a lot of things, but I'm not okay with being bamboozled. And G2 should not be happy with being bamboozled either, because well, that's kind of what's happened off this kickoff.
Another kickoff goal. Archie just... It's a great strat. You just sort of kill it slightly backwards. And obviously, your man is going to be the first to the ball if it's on your side of the pitch. Keep it on that side. Win the kickoff. They've been rewarded with a goal. I'm Jane Apps harder so they can't get that cheat goal again. Atomic right there. Jane Apps backs off, and now he's in. Joris is in trouble. Has to go. He's got low boost. Does control it onto the wall.
Oh, and they try for the bump play, and it's going to be an awkward recovery. Atomic needed to get some contact that gives Jane Apps time to get back, and you can see it's only just happened. 100 boost. Will be available to them later on in the play, and Jorius' touch has actually left him open. Squeezes the ball over the top. It's hit the crossbar, and it's hit the crossbar again. What is going on?
Jane Apps, his radar, which is usually just a laser designated missile system, is just not on at all. He's missed plenty of shots so far in the 3v3. We're seeing it in the twos. Obviously got the first goal of the game, but that's so far high. It's one that he'd want back.
The last thing G2 need is old demons to resurface, because they are a team that has kind of been known for lots of shots, very few goals off those shots. And this certainly doesn't help, does it? Archie far too quick. And not for the first time. G2 on the transition back to defense in the twos games, they don't look like they've quite got that synced up.
That just shows how locked in Joris is, though. JNabs had actually beaten Joris to the ball, but Joris just went low on him and got the touch, got the dunk in the end. Whereas JNabs just trying to be as fast as possible. This time it's Archie. These guys are just doing whatever they please. Great interception from JNabs, but the demo is open and Joris does not want to put it away.
You know what I said, jumpers for goalposts earlier on? It actually does feel like that, where the person that owns the ball just says, nah, that one hit the crossbar. You can't see it, but it definitely did. What is going on? Just hit the target.
Just put it on the net. It seems so easy, but boy, oh boy, I've missed 8 million open nets in my life, and that's why I'm talking to the camera instead of playing the game.
It feels good, doesn't it, to talk about everyone else hitting the crossbar?
It's so easy to say instead of do when you're playing with everything on the line.
Oh, no!
It's just 50-50 his teammate.
Oh, that's so unfortunate for JNabs. Well, I don't mind a ball side rotation, but when it happens like that...
I hate it.
Yeah, you suddenly hate the ball side rotation. You become Captain Hindsight and go, why on earth are you ball side rotating?
Dear oh dear. There's a miss from Archie though. Joris right there. He's covering each other so well, Oxygen. Ever since that first game, they've just clearly looked the better team. The 1v1 Joris locking it down. That just got so much momentum. And now is JNabs going to be able to do anything? Great touch from Joris. G2. Under 2 minutes. Need 2 goals to stay alive in this upper bracket. Ladies and gentlemen, if you don't know what's on the line, winner makes the playoffs. Loser plays Vitality in the lower bracket to potentially be going home if you lose that one.
And we played the video earlier on of teams saying who they expect to qualify. Everyone pretty much followed the same pattern. Vitality upper bracket, and then themselves in the lower, which means no one expected this. No one would have predicted Oxygen or even really qualify, let alone through the upper bracket.
It's madness. It's absolute madness. Are they the guild esports of this season of Gamers8? We saw what they did last time out of nowhere, a team that wasn't exactly succeeding at the highest level internationally or in Europe, but I mean, Gamers8, and they well and truly stepped up. This could be Oxygen's turn this time. That's a great shot, though, from Atomic. There's a chance for G2. The G2 army. Give them your prayers. 51 seconds left. What can they do? They need to stay alive in the upper bracket. You cannot drop and play Vitality down there in the lowers.
It was a very small mistake there from Archie as well. He just tried to turn aggressively, wanted to turn towards the ball, and he did it before the ball was even played. So when it went against him, no real room to recover from. Oh, that's a huge whip. Who's first to it? Atomic. All right, he's comfortable. He's fine.
Just turned a little bit too tight there for his own good as Joris now fakes it out. Where's Archie? What are they going to do his final 30? Can Archie just fake? Everyone puts a top in. It's gone wide. Joris follow up the bumps. It's absolute chaos. JNabs 50'd out by Joris this time. 20 seconds
missed the boost.
G2 have to push forward. Joris misses boost, goes back for it. The touch will give one last chance. The demos. JNabs trying to will them through. Archie gets the clear. It's straight to Atomic, but he's backed off. JNabs, where are ya?
Pass down. Atomic takes the shots, and it's saved by Archie. G2 keeping the ball alive, but they are beat to the ball, and Oxygen move on through the upper bracket.
My, oh my, Oxygen took down Vitality. And now they take down G2. They've gone 3-0 in the group stage, upper bracket. Sent down ground zero as well for good measure. And they are the first team at Gamers8 to qualify for the playoffs. They'll be first seed coming out of Group A. Phenomenal performance from them. It was a very tough group to go into. And they have passed with flying colors. But that G2 team you see right there will be down in the lower bracket, having to play probably apart from Oxygen, the most informed team of the tournament, at least today, in Team Vitality.
Yeah, Vitality actually might end up being a little bit disappointed by this, but as you can see on your screen, Oxygen, they're up. They get to go and enjoy the rest of their day. G2, they're not getting up because, well, they've got to sit right there and wait as the world champions sit across from them and prepare to take them on for the qualification. Going to be tough for G2, but I really want to give a massive shout out to Jorius because we all know the potential this guy's got. It's been talked about for so long, and it feels like when we get to lands, especially, disappears. We don't really see him. This is the Jorius that was hyped up.
Yeah, he was heavily criticized as well at the World Championships. Obviously, the wildcard stage didn't go their way. He commented on how he just wasn't feeling himself. He was feeling so good going into it, but he stepped up here. He stepped back well and truly in Oxygen with flying colors. I believe we've got an interview as well ready with Oxygen themselves. Who have we got over here?
Oh,
God, guess who? Mr. Snasky. Who else? What's going on?
Hello, guys. How you doing?
I'm doing great now. I'm doing absolutely fantastic. All right, let's jump straight into this, shall we? Upper bracket. Qualifying from that, was this ever expected from you guys, or is this a step beyond what even you could imagine?
No, it was obviously not expected. I mean, after Worlds, it was a struggle bus to say the least, and yeah, going into the same group as Vitality, who has Sen, who's an amazing ones player, twos players, and threes players. So like actually being able to come out on top against those guys, I think it's just given us like the confidence that we needed in order to go, all the way now. So yeah, we'll see how far it takes us.
How has Jorius gone? I know he commented on his World Championship performance. He wasn't feeling good. He said his cable was wrong or his controller was wrong. How has he gone from playing, putting in a pretty poor performance at World, Snasky, to looking like the best player in the world in 2 weeks?
Well, I think it's I think there's like a bit of a underdog story. Like we did so bad at Worlds, so now there's like no pressure on us, and I think everybody feels that. Worlds, everybody want to give it their all and win. Obviously, we want to win here, but it isn't expected of us, right? So we're just like going out there and doing whatever we can to win, and yeah, it seems to be working for him. Whatever he's doing, I'm not quite sure, but he's playing amazing, so we're happy.
Well, you were talking about how it was a little bit of a struggle to come into this off Worlds. Obviously, there's not really been much time for rest and relaxation. So what has the time between Worlds and this look like? What have you got the squad doing?
Well, mostly we've just relaxed, to be honest. I mean, it's hard to prepare for a tournament like this as a team because so much of it is not a team thing. Like twos, they play all the time. Ones is like a solo thing, right? So and threes you do the entire year, so there's not really that much preparation into it. It's more just like this tournament is really about performing on the day or the days. So we're just lucky that we have one of the best 1v1 players in the world, playing really well on the days, and hopefully we can continue.
Did you guys feel any extra pressure this series, knowing that, if you lose, you're potentially having to try and beat Vitality again? Or was it just kind of focus on G2?
We were mainly focused on G2, to be honest. Like, we knew that our matchup was probably favorable. I mean, they're a good 3-3 team, but, all you have to do is just win one, and then we were pretty confident in twos and ones. So we were pretty much focused on this, but if it came down to Vitality again and we had to beat them one more time, that would have been a lot of fun, taking out the reigning world champions and in probably their best format. It would have been great. But no, we mainly focused on G2, to be honest.
And final question for you before we let you go and celebrate a phenomenal day for you and your team. G2 Vitality, who is qualifying through the lower bracket?
I mean, I want G2 to qualify, I think, but I think Vitality is going to do it. I'm rooting for G2, but, again, like, I think that Vitality is huge favorites in ones and twos, so, G2 has to sweep them in threes, which is really hard as well. So probably Vitality, but I'm really hoping G2 is gonna make it through.
Well, thank you very much for your time. And now you get to go and relax. Everyone else has got to try and work to qualify.
Go jump in the pool,
You go and
Smashy.
chill.
Jump in the pool. Get in there.
Oh, dude, you miss it. Yeah, I'll get in there.
I do miss it. Thanks, mate.
So, one team qualified. And if anybody ever said, all right, of the 8 teams qualifying, the very first one that we will see will be Oxygen, you're a liar. And I don't believe you. And I don't trust anything you say to me. But Oxygen, a format that really suits them and with no pressure on their shoulders, stepping up massively.
And look, G2 looked great there in that first game in the 3v3, but it just goes to show, as Snasky said, if you're confident in the 1s and 2s, not only do you obviously get those game wins, but it can bleed into the 3v3. You get that momentum, or you get one player on an absolute heater like Jorius was after this 1v1. He was just dominant in the 3s and 2s as well.
Yeah, well and truly was. I mean, Atomic gave it a good go, but there was just a moment that Jorius figured out the positioning on everything. And it really was down to the fine margins. Obviously, Jorius seeing that one into the back of his own net. But really, Jorius is playing incredible. And if you asked Oxygen, I think they'd want to play playoffs today.
Oh, I reckon. I think they want to keep this thing going. I mean, Snasky said it himself. He's not too sure what's happening. They've just been relaxing. It's hard to prepare, as he said, for this format crew battles. It's hard to scrim. You know, even Rise spoke about it yesterday, how sometimes you're not, you know, you're playing 3s and then you're sort of into the 2s and 1s. You might not be playing for a few games. So it's certainly an interesting format, but Oxygen, as we saw back in that game number 4 with the 2s, really locking it down. Archie and Jorius, they were all over it. G2 tried to launch a late attack, but in the end, a fantastic save from Archie, locked it down. And Oxygen, the first team here, as I said, at Gamers8 to move on to the playoffs. They'll be Group A first seed. And they'll play Group D second seed, which is, that's a long way away because that mainstream, that A-stream Shogun is a long way behind. What are they doing over there?
I mean, you know, they haven't had to cast a whole Game 4 series. You know, we're really having to put in the hours over here. But Team Vitality, they've put in the work now. They've taken down Gladiators. They've taken down Optic. When we come back from this break, we'll see if they can beat G2.
Tonight, I'm gonna show you the wonders of them all.
I need warriors.
Welcome back, everybody, and we are ready for the final match of Group A. It is Vitality taking on G2 Esports. We were just looking over to the left. We're still kind of shocked that SMW is playing the ones over there. So A-Stream's kind of cooking at the same time as we are. And Team Vitality and G2, well, they're just looking for pure survival.
No, I think the A stream's sort of on the entree, but this is the main course right here. I think the B stream has just turned into the mainstream. G2 taking on Vitality. Loser goes home. NA versus EU. Best team in the world in the lower bracket. G2 coming off a tough loss against Oxygen as well. Can they bounce back? This is going to be everything on the line. And I'll tell you what, this is a lovely little B stream matchup for the boys, Shogun.
Yeah, and for G2, I mean, it's the thing I'm going to keep saying. The glass half full of, yes, you're against Vitality, but you've got the same chance everyone else has. Can you be the first team to eliminate this Vitality roster from a tournament? Well, we're going to find out very quickly. We are already in. Predictions real quick, Vitality.
I'll tell you what, the mainstream fluff around a little bit, but we just hop straight in, and I've got Vitality as well.
We're here for the purists.
We are for the pure Rocket League fans. There's no talking. There's no analysis. What is that? We're all about the play-by-play here, and here is Zen with the flip reset. Still got a little bit of boost. Chicago has been that midfield intercept man. Zen misses the redirect. Vitality on the attack early. Gee whiz, there's no rest for the wicket here, Shogun.
This is the stream right here where it's the equivalent of that guy where you don't say GG, you don't wait around after the game is finished. You just, as soon as the ball hits the floor, press start, leave game. Getting into the next one. Gotta go.
Efficiency. Efficiency is king. And right now, Vitality all over the offense. G2 having to play a lot of defense early. JNAP's almost catching it out there, but Dosen with a great beat out with the flip as well. Hands it off to Alpha. One more, two more. Atomic with the clear. Dosen's lurking. Zen has to back all the way to the other end because JNAPS is up. Gets one, gets two. Zen meets him in the air.
Now Radosin trying to put the pressure on early. You can just see he's loitering. He's waiting around. He's forcing the pace. Vitality, though, they have been a little bit vulnerable in the threes game, and now their opportunity is against them. And Alpha, he's gone for the in-and-out save so often. This one has not worked.
Yeah, JNAPS is, as I said, the laser-guided missile has been a bit offline, but this time it works out off the crossbar, forces Alpha to try and respect the shot. And in the end, it means Chicago has an open net. He can go anywhere as long as it's not down the middle. Great shot. G2 get the first. And as Snasky said in the interview after that Oxygen win, G2 need to win all of the threes games just about if they want to win this series. The ones and twos, Vitality have it on lockdown.
It's about the most harsh win condition I think I've heard. Just beat the 3v3 world champions every single time in threes. Also, they get like a 7-minute timeout between every single one of those matches.
It's It's a bit rough, but anything's possible. This G2 lineup, they can move mountains, I'm sure. They'll be ready for this one. Radosin now. Trying to get a goal back for Vitality. JNAP's right there. Zen now up in the air. Chicago's pre-jump. Gets the 50 out. It's right now. Fun. Off the roof. One more. Goes low flip. Fakes it out. Is anyone there? G2 flailing. Atomic's been faked out by Radosin. An impressive display of no one really touching the ball.
My childhood told me that when you play Pokemon and you use Flail, it doesn't do anything. I feel like it just did something.
The fake on the fake on the fake. Everyone on both sides.
The power of doing nothing at all.
The power of doing nothing is so crucial. As JNAB's careful, I saw Zen do that at Worlds. That goal is a little bit closer than you think sometimes, but let's put that one to the sideboard. Another miss. G2's in trouble. It's rolling into their net. Atomic just pitches it off the side post. G2 in trouble now.
That's actually an incredible save from Atomic because it's one that it's difficult to see when you've got it skimming that close to the crossbar. It's very difficult to peer through and make the read as to whether or not that's going to be heading towards you. So he did incredibly well. Would have been a little bit embarrassing if it got through, as now we go back to the ceiling. I'm just waiting. Alpha's going to try it at some point. He's going to take that ball up the ceiling. He's going to try and bounce dribble it. Zen in the upper hand is just going to go for it. And then the follow-up. Alpha didn't need to get fancy.
If Zen didn't hit that, Alpha has a follow, and that's exactly what happened there. Gets one, misses the second, but JNABs is gone. Had to respect the double. Couldn't get a touch on it, couldn't get anything on it. Alpha clean up, Vitality get the lead. Not long left now. G2 have to step up because Vitality is getting better and better as time goes on in this threes game.
Good win there by Radosin. So fast. Now Alpha to himself off the wall. It's just going to trickle across to a defender. Time is running out quickly, and Radosin's kind of scuffed the hit. And got away with it. G2 not in position to take advantage. The infield was caught. Radosin, good touch from him again. Now the drop down pass. Zen saw it coming. Intercepted, and now all up against it. JNAPs will be happy to see Alpha kind of just gave the ball to him.
Yeah, he tried to get a little bit fancy. Didn't work. JNAPs fight. Cross, huge whiff. Got on net. He's wide from Atomic this time. As Alpha just launches it downfield. JNAPs ready. End-to-end Rocket League. It's a little bit of volleyball at the moment, and I don't mind it.
It's certainly something that Vitality will be happy with as well, because it's so much time wasted off the clock. G2 have realized that. Know that they've got to keep the ball under their own possession. Oh, and that's just across the face of goal. 20 seconds. Chicago with Zen waiting, loitering, desperate to get a hold of it, but now gone past, not even off the bump. Zen's continue moving on. 14 seconds. G2 need a play.
They have to go. They don't want to go to the ones and twos. They can't rely on that. Vitality's so good every game mode. JNAPs, what can he do? It's still or die. Where's the follow-up? Is anyone there for G2? Zen is going to try and put this one down. Ball still in the air. Chicago's bottle. G2 have to keep it up. Radosin puts it down. Vitality win game one, win the threes. And G2 have to decide to send Atomic into the ones, or do they play the twos?
It's the impossible choice now. It's so difficult, but they've got to come up with something. And a little bit of breaking news for you here, CJ.
Yes.
Monkeys have eliminated Twisted Minds.
Wow. Wow. That's huge for the club awards as well here at Gamers8, but that is just another story of the European region being pretty good at Rocket League. But over on this side of things, on the main stream, we're going to call this, at least for this series, 2v2 is the game mode selected by G2, and we're going to have JNAPs and Atomic, the same lineup that they went against Oxygen, against Alpha and Zen.
I'm not convinced anymore. Like, it felt like a wild way of saying this is the win condition of winning all the threes, but now that we're here, it feels really truthful, doesn't it? Like, we've seen just how good Alpha and Zen are at the twos. JNAPs and Atomic, they weren't quite to the same level against Oxygen, and now they've got Alpha and Zen to deal with. It's not getting any easier for them.
It's going to be very, very tough, but they have to win a 2s or a 1s if they want to win this series, and I dare say the 2s is going to be easier of a task, but the fakes are coming through from Zen. Gee whiz, if this is an easy task, I don't want to see what a hard one looks like. Alpha gets the first. This might be all over Red Rover.
It's so difficult to take on the French in 2s. And Team Vitality look to prove that to be the case. They've got the opening goal, one of the many that we will add to our pile of opening 10-second goals in a game. Now Alpha taking the first-time shot. And this is where Vitality's ability, and it's something that I feel like they do better than any other team, where they can sell the idea that they're taking the play on all the way up until the last moment where they reveal, actually, we're just leaving the ball. We're faking you out. We're letting it just continue on. And in 2s, that becomes so prevalent because G2 have got to make decisions early.
Oh my goodness.
What a read.
Goodness.
Alpha just ready for the clear from JNabs. This is just positioning at its best. Ready for the touch. Knew Zen was going to fire the shot. In case JNabs gets there, Alpha's ready. I mean, Atomic and JNabs in any other ranked game would look unstoppable. But Vitality showing that there's levels to this game. And the teamwork that they put on display, the mechanics, the individual ability, everything is just absolutely world-class. G2, though, could get one back. Alpha pre-jump the save.
And Alpha is up against... Oh, is Alpha coming in now? But it's one of those things, I feel like for people that are just on to watch this, they're thinking, well, how on earth have Zen and Alpha got this level of chemistry? They've only been teaming, you know, since the start of the split. It's just not the case. Zen and Alpha have been playing together for years at this point. That's all they do over in the French community. But Zen will happily solo if he has to.
I want to go early here, Shogun. It's party time. Zen doing whatever he wants, gets past the ball, gets rid of JNabs. 3-0 G2 yet to trouble the scorer. And Vitality cruising their way to potentially match point back to the 3v3.
This has been very rough, and it's almost something for them. It just feels like G2 need a massive win in order to even get a goal here, but for Team Vitality, they can slice them apart with barely any resistance.
It's getting a little bit... It's getting a little bit scary at this point. It's one-way traffic right now for Vitality. 4 goals on the board. It's minute 40 gone in this game. And just here he is against Zen. Faking it out, leaving it for Alpha, but it's meant that he's now at a one-on-one with JNabs. He has to get to work. Double commit from Vitality. At first, little bit of a mistake, but a double chain dash. Means that Alpha can get to the ball. Zen's going to run it back and try and just control this one. Try and win some possession and get their 5th goal. Or is it going to be the first for G2? Bumps coming through. Great shot from Atomic. There we go. First on the ball.
Hey, let's see if we've seen this one before. Alpha tried the in-and-out save, realized that he was under pressure. And Atomic recognized that so early on. So you can kind of, whenever you see someone go for the in-and-out save, there are areas in the goal that have just become undefendable. And if you can find those spots, there's no way the goalkeeper can get to it. So well played by JNabs. And Vitality... Oh, they're very upset. Okay, they're even more upset now, aren't they?
Alpha just couldn't quite get that one as Zen was almost hitting the double demo. Does fake out JNabs and one more. And once again, playing with his Furia touch here. Atomic gets a good clear downfield though. JNabs is right there. Zen just so fast. Right on the ball. Atomic trying to get one back for G2, but there is Alpha 54 ready to go again. We've got half a game left. G2 need 3.
I really want to highlight here is more than anything else on Vitality, especially in the 2s, how not only are they playing fast, wait a minute, let's see if JNabs can create something. They've got the jump, and that is now the lead cut in half. Right, well, Vitality, I'm going to talk about what you did really good after you score another goal. Until then, compliment rescinded.
Here we go. G2 starting to get to work. starting to sit a little bit closer in my chair now. 2-goal margin. G2 clawing it back. They've got a couple on the board. JNAP's going to win the kickoff as well, but he misses the boost. Has to go back. Alpha gets possession. That's a costly miss there from JNAPS. Alpha now works around one, tries to get the bump. JNAPS is there. Atomic's already up. So he's Zen.
Alpha over to the corner. JNAPS plenty of boost, but he's also not got a willing dance partner to try and challenge him. As they've got another 2v1. JNAPS chasing down Alpha, who's done so well.
Dodges the demo and gets the save. Pinches it off the post. Now gets a chance of his own over the top. But Atomic's there off the ceiling. Trying to dunk Zen. Oh, this is trouble for JNAPS. He goes high, goes for the block, does get it. JNAPS does very well in defense.
Alpha had the read off the backboard, tried to do exactly what Zen did against KC. The ball taken away a little bit too early. Zen on the reset, and there is number 5. All right, the compliment can happen in about 10 seconds, but CJ, break this one down for us.
JNAPS just handed that one to Zen, and he did the rest. Once he had the reset, Atomic had to back up, respect the flip. But the power, the shot was too much, and now Shogun, please pump up Team Vitality.
Okay, can we talk about... No, we can't. No, it's rescinded again.
Maybe next time.
We'll give it a moment. We'll give it a moment. The compliment will happen.
I'll put that on ice. We'll talk about this kickoff goal. JNAPS has just run through Vitality's defense, Vitality's kickoff, walked that one through. The Vitality compliments can wait for another day because we've still got 2-goal margin.
It feels like a joke at this point that, you know, everyone's just like, oh, we'll get to that in a moment, all right? And then I just feel like I'm going to say it and everyone's going to go, oh, that was not worth the wait.
It's, I cannot wait for you to give us a little spiel about Vitality, and this could be it right here. Here we go. JNAPS. Can he call the margin back to 1? Alpha's pre-jump, blocks it out. JNAPS looking for bumps, looking for boost. Does get the boost, doesn't get the bump. JNAPS beats it out. Alpha's in trouble. Sidewall. Zen's recovered as well. Double commit Vitality. Zen launches it downfield. An opportunity for G2 gone begging.
Oh, and Zen's looked for JNAPS. JNAPS leapfrogs him. Now he's up against Alpha. Has to play early because he knows Zen's not back yet. Well, I'm going to throw the compliment out the window. I'm going to send it over to G2. JNAPS could not have played this any better.
Nah, the old boy still got it, baby. Here we go. 32 seconds. G2, 4-0 down, have brought it back to 5-4. And they are a chance. They have to win this game if they want to take Vitality out, send them home in Gamers8.
Zen to Alpha. Touch was a bit wayward. 22 seconds. G2 can work from here. Huge challenge from Alpha. And Zen, oh, he knows he's getting challenged. Had to go early. Did not want to get bumped. 10 seconds. G2 will have possession of the ball. Or do they? Zen's actually just gone first time shot.
Yeah, Tommy's still here, though. This is it. They have to keep the ball up. It's going to bounce. It's still up in the air, but Alpha gets it down. Vitality take the all-important 2v2, meaning that even if G2 win Game 3, stay alive, they have to face Zen in ones. This is Vitality's game to really take this one now. They're in the driver's seat. G2, well, they got close, but that 4-goal lead at the start for Vitality was too much to claw back in the end.
Yeah, absolutely was. And now G2 have got to win 2 freeze games, and they've got to beat Zen in the 1v1. You know, nothing too much to ask from them, as this is going to be difficult. We can't sugarcoat this. This is going to be a very, very difficult task. And as far as Vitality are concerned, they don't even want to see the ones game. It's time to get the job done.
Yeah, they want to just lock this one out in the 3v3, and obviously that's what we're going back to here. G2, as Snasky said in the interview, they would have to really win all of the 3s games. They dropped the first one. They went to the 2s. They almost leveled the ledger there in the 2v2 format. It was a great display. It was for mine a lot better of a performance, a lot stronger than the 2v2 game against Oxygen, against Archie and Jorius there from JNAPS and Atomic. But Chicago, it's his time to shine. Back in the 3s, he's been in free play. Sathu, what has he got? They need to win this game.
Certainly do. G2 Esports staring down at a group stage elimination. Oxygen qualified in the upper bracket. Here we go. It's Zen starting us off. Goes for the ceiling, and I feel like the moment you get Zen over there, you could already see Atomic just go, I'm going on the backboard. You're not having this. It's not going on. You're not scoring that one against me.
Man, they're just so good defensively and offensively. Is Team Vitality. Here we are again, working it forward. JNAP's doing well, and, well, Vitality are so comfortable right now. After their first 2 series wins in the lower bracket, they dismantled the Gladiators, and then, obviously, we saw what they did against Optic Gaming. They're looking to send another North American team home. They're not only the North American Slayers, Team Vitality Shogun, I think they're just the world's Slayers, bar Oxygen.
Yes, and that would be maybe a team that they can have revenge on later on. I think that would have to be in the finals, though. If they want to get that one back.
Oh, Zen.
Oh, Zen! That was double commit, double the chance to stop him. You can see the level of respect Zen is getting every time he's up in the air, and how much boost has now been wasted. G2 are flailing. Radosin decided not to go. That might have actually given G2 a bit of breathing room. They're now out.
Psycho from Zen to potentially win for it. Didn't quite get it. More demos. They are so physical right now. This Team Vitality, it's ridiculous. G2 just look just like statues in net. So stagnant, they can't get anything going. They're losing the boost, they're losing the bumps. Finally, they get it out.
Oh, that's popped out very nicely, and G2 will try and take the chance. We'll commit this time from Zen and Radosin. They both recover. Very nice from Radosin into the midfield. Nobody wants to challenge him. And Radosin's making an awful lot of distance with no real fight back. G2 do at least scramble to get the ball back. Maybe next time need to send somebody. Otherwise, that transition gets a little bit too easy for Vitality.
The positive is, though, still tie ball game. As most of the time, Vitality's just score in 10 seconds. So there's a positive for G2. They've got that level tie game that they wanted. It's what we saw against Oxygen. The scores were level until G2 found that window. Won that game 1-0. See if they can do it here against Vitality.
Oh, and this is the opportunity. Oh, okay. Well, the demo kind of came out of nowhere. Almost got a little bit jump scared by that one, CJ, as we were on Alpha's camera, and then we certainly were not.
It was JNAS walking through. Atomic got demoed as well there, but an opportunity out of nowhere. Half a game left. G2 did score early, though, against Vitality in game number 1, and we saw how that one finished. So there's still a lot of time on the clock. Let's see what Zen can do.
Atomic's got a little bit too antsy when it comes to that Zen play. He tried to pre-jump to make it to the ceiling, and Zen just took it underneath him.
That's what happens. The best players not only get respected so much, but they just expect just anything could possibly happen, and it only plays into their favor. There's Radosin leveling it up. Come on.
Radosin was taking no prisoners with that shot, was he? That was absolutely lethal. Caught it at the perfect spot, slid it between 2 players. We're both rooted to the ground. G2 did not get much time to celebrate their goal lead. It was time to go and claim another. Okay. I would like to think that was called, but there's no way anyone was that confident.
No, that was very, very interesting play there, but midfield game, Zen, space, double commit. Everyone goes. When Zen hits the ball, 3 people from G2, they're up there pre-jumping already. I like it. Clearly, Sathu, bit of a directive from him. We cannot respect him. We have to challenge early, knock him off the ball, not give him space, make him uncomfortable. But so far, Zen's teammates have been helping him out, rallying the troops, and Vitality have the control.
Yeah, they don't want to let him cook. And G2, every single time Zen's on the ball, just turn off the stove. Here is Alpha now. Into the midfield. Plenty of time for Zen to go for. He gets the pass to Alpha, who tries to lay it back over.
Oh.
They played that so early to try and go for the 1-2. Didn't quite work out. You can see how confident Vitality are still feeling.
That would have been the best goal I've ever seen if Zen could get back to that one. It was a great pass up to Alpha, and Alpha almost found him off the backboard, but more attack here from Vitality. Radosin working it up, and this is where they just look for the bumps, look for demos, and just suffocate this G2 defense as more clears come through, but they're losing possession pretty easily here, G2. Chicago needs to land on this one. He does get a good demo. Alpha trying to work the ball around Atomic. Great pass across. Zen just cuts everything off.
Now Zen, first time shot, and Chicago almost got a bit surprised by that one. Double commit yet again. Chicago on the recovery. Does beat Alpha to the ball. Atomic with a little bit of time to work with. I think he was almost kind of surprised by that fact. Ready play for the outplay. Dosin towards the backboard now. Moves the ball out of the way of Alpha, who tries to pinch. And it looks like overtime might be required.
Yeah, Alpha's still going for every goal under the sun. He's trying to get that highlight clip as well as send Vitality through to the playoffs. Obviously, we saw what Oxygen did, getting the #1 seed of Group A's. He's going to be Chicago. Can he steal the game? Here goes low 50. No Alpha's there. Atomic keeping the ball in. G2, this is their best chance. She's out of the way. JNabs has to go, does so. Zen's there. It could be open. Can JNabs get a bump trying to fake Radosin, but Radosin doesn't buy any of it.
Yeah, Radosin was always just going to go for the ball. And now Zen off the backboard. Oh, he's got a second touch that he didn't want. Off the side, Alpha challenged early by Atomic, who has got Chicago coming over to try and help out. Now that whiff, and that might be costly. Alpha eliminates the goalkeeper and eliminate G2 from the tournament.
Team Vitality sweep G2 in stunning fashion. They lost early onto Oxygen, but they move on in fine fashion in the lower bracket. 3 wins on the trot today. Gladiators, Optic, and G2 stood in their way, but they did not drop a single game along the way. Day 2 is all about Team Vitality, and G2 will be going home. They managed to get along in the bracket. They'll be collecting a nice bit of cash along the way, but they'll be disappointed not to make the playoffs with G2. But I mean, you're facing Team Vitality, Shogun. What do you do in this format? What do you, ladies and gentlemen watching at home, what do you do against Vitality in a crew battles format? And how did Oxygen beat them? I still don't understand how Oxygen beat them. It doesn't make sense.
It was one of those ones where the news trickled over to us because we were overdoing this stream and absolutely shocked us. And that does also now mean that Europe is guaranteed at least 3 teams in the playoffs already. Reason being for that is because BDS and Gen G are about to play. Whoever wins that moves on, obviously. Whoever loses it will play Monkeys in the lower. So even if Gen G win there, it will then still be Europe versus Europe to try and claim a 3rd spot over in the playoffs. So yeah, format seems to be suiting certain regions that we were expecting to play well, kind of the way we were seeing it going. But for Vitality, bounce back to where they should be. And not for the first time we've seen sort of a favorite team lose early. And he's just here. Of course he's just here. We already know it's Farah, and he's decided to join us yet again.
Hello again. Hello again. It's been a while, right?
Hello. What's changed with you over the last, I don't know, 30 minutes?
We won.
Fair up.
Certainly did.
I mean, that was... What's happened today? You guys have you haven't dropped a single game. What did you wake up? Did you have a good breakfast? Did you go to the buffet with the team? You know, did you get some food in? Because you guys are locked in. This is a world champs Vitality lineup.
Nah, not enough time to go to breakfast this morning. But yeah, we woke up. We were feeling, really sad about yesterday because I feel like the guys didn't realize how a loss would impact them, but it impacted them quite a lot. So they were really hungry to, come out and play really hard today. And yeah, everything was there today. The motivation, everything, and also the little bit of good luck. Like we could have lost a couple games today. I'm thinking about like one against Optic, but overall I feel like we were the better team today. So we won. We're in quarterfinals, and the loss yesterday is already forgotten. So all good.
And let's talk a little bit about how the team has responded to that loss from yesterday. Does that make you happy from a coach's perspective, where you don't really have to do too much work when this team loses to rally them again? They just want to get back in and they want to right the wrong.
No, I have to do a lot of work because I don't want them to feel too sad or like be too angry. It doesn't seem like it because we keep winning, so it looks easy, right? But we can lose, and we might lose one day again. Hopefully not this weekend, but you know, it will happen, and we have the right to lose, and they have to accept that. But it makes them pretty angry. So you know, when we lose, we know we can bounce back pretty hard. It's already happened. I mean, every time we lost, we bounced back every time. So you know, we were feeling really confident today, and I'm glad you know, today went smoothly.
We've seen other teams, Farah, sort of change up their lineup in 2v2 or 1v1. I want to ask, is there any chance we can see Radosin in a 2v2? Is there any world where he's just feeling it and he's hot and he says, get me in there?
There is definitely chances, and before the event he was gonna play twos, but we changed our mind at the last minute. So there is a chance tomorrow. There is a chance tomorrow. There is a chance on the final day. It will depend on everything. We keep it to day, you know, according to how a player is feeling.
And final question for you. Tomorrow, you are going to be playing against the Group D first place. You've already got one perfect prediction for us on the broadcast. Let's get a second one, shall we? Version 1 or Rule 1, who will you be meeting in the quarterfinals?
I think it's going to be Rule 1.
Okay, awesome. Well, we will let the Oracle move on and go and get everyone ready and enjoy the rest of your day. You can maybe go and meet up with Snasky and just enjoy everyone else fighting to try and make it into the playoffs. But congratulations to you, my friend.
Thank you. And see you tomorrow, hopefully.
He always says hopefully. I like it. He always says that, Barry.
I love this, like, the humbleness of this team. I mean, a little bit of behind the scenes. I mean, I had a chance to speak to Zen at the World Championships, and he was sort of asking, like, oh, who's casting Grand Finals? I was like, yeah, I'm going to be over there, and hopefully, you know, we'll see you guys over. And he was like, oh, you think so? Like, what do you mean you think so? Like, yes, I think you're going to make it to the Grand Finals, dude. So, I mean, it's a team that clearly wants to continue to achieve, and it's nice to see a team win a world championship, and it's not letting them settle. They want to keep adding the accolades.
It's just like a team that is so humble but also so confident. You can just see how confident Farah is, but he just doesn't want to put it out to the world because, you know, he doesn't want the karma bus to hit him. So it's great to see. I mean, Vitality, they lost in groups, but it doesn't matter in the end. Obviously, they will have to play a #1 seed, but it's single elim in the playoffs, so they'll be happy with themselves. And he said they've already forgotten about that oxygen loss, and they can move on, and they're still, for mine, the tournament favourites going into the playoffs.
But that is it now for Group A. When we come back from this break, Group C will get underway.
welcome back to Gamers8 here in Riyadh. I'm Leaf and I'm joined by Atomic in Chicago from G2 Esports, and we're just chilling. We got these comfy chairs. We're hanging out. You guys ready to relax?
Yeah, have a good combo.
That's what this week's about, right? Just relaxing.
Yeah.
Nothing else. No stress.
Yeah, none at all.
Right? Well, let's talk about how's the travel in? How's the everything so far? Doing media day. How you guys feeling about it all?
We actually stayed in Berlin after the World Championship because we thought it'd be a little bit annoying to fly back to the US and have a travel day here.
I feel that.
So it was a little bit tiring because we've been in Europe for basically a month. But the travel day was easier, just a quick little 4-hour flight, then an hour flight here, so not bad at all. And the media day's actually been pretty good, like more, a lot of stuff we're not used to, like the 3D scanning and different,
I saw that.
Yeah, different hero shots. So it's been fun. It's been something new, which is always exciting.
So Atomic, they're putting you in the metaverse now, yeah? With the 3D scan?
Yeah. It's crazy. Like, they did it like 4 times, and then you would see just like a AI generated like version of yourself. And I don't know what they're gonna do. Yeah. They can do whatever they want now.
Add animations. I mean, you know, what'd be cool is if your little avatars were like in the cars while you're driving around.
That'd be interesting. I would like to see that. Yeah.
You just see your face when you get demoed.
Yeah, no.
Oh,
Oh
God.
no.
That'd be scary.
Well, after all this time spent together, then do you guys hate each other now?
We
You don't have to answer
definitely
it if you
no, we're definitely good friends, but like we're not like unrealistic and be like
It's hard.
we don't like have things that we maybe like have pet peeves about each other, and we're like honest about them. Like we ask each other like if there's stuff we don't like, but I think it would be like just unrealistic to be like, yeah, we're talking all the time, 24/7, best friends, never have a problem. So, but over like 95% of the time, we're always laughing, having a good time.
What's one of the Tom? What's one of the things you like realized about yourself that you need? Because like I feel that like I need recharge space alone where no one can contact me and stuff. Is there something you realized about yourself, like having all these events so close together?
I think I really need my sleep. Like whenever I don't sleep, I mean, he knows I wake up pretty late, and sometimes he doesn't like that. But like, if I don't sleep, like I don't know, I'll be grumpy the entire day. So.
Do you notice it like affects your performance
Everything,
as well?
yeah.
It does, yeah. Yeah. Well, that's tough because like I feel like it's a science to try to like lock down everything. Do you have like routines yourself too that like I need to eat this food, get this much sleep?
No, I definitely think like I need like a reset day every once in a while. So we kind of went back after Worlds straight into playing again. And one of the days we kind of scooted around Berlin and went to like a monument called the Brandenburg Gate. So that kind of just going out and not doing like gaming was honestly really nice. And I felt like the rest of the week was a little bit better because I had a little bit of that recharge and like doing something different. So after like a lot of grinding, we need those, or I personally need some of that time off.
Right. I feel like it's a realistic thing. So it's good that you guys, it's really good to hear that team dynamic about that. Well, let's talk Gamers8 then, because this is the second time here for you guys. You know, looking at the performance last year, obviously a bit slightly different roster, but how, you know, was there any lessons learned coming out of that event, coming in this one? Obviously there's a lot of events in between that you've been to, but give me your thoughts on last event coming into this one.
I think like last year we came with Mist, and it was super last second because we were really focused on Worlds last year, and it was like right before Worlds, so we were like, it was a huge discussion, like should we come or should we not come? And like last second, and I really didn't want to, but then I was like, I mean, it's gonna be like fun, and it's like a lot of money, so I was like, let's do it. And like we ended up having to find like a sub for JNAP. He had COVID.
Right.
So we were like, who can we get? We found Mist. We played with Mist last year, and it was just like, you know, like we talked about, it's like, we really weren't like locked at all last year. It was like we were just kind of here, kind of going through the motions a bit. And
but
like,
I assume the mentality is a bit different coming into this one.
Like we talked about it, like we regretted it because we were kind of like, oh, you know, World is coming up, it doesn't matter. But like now we're like actually putting a lot of effort into this tournament.
Right.
And we're excited to play. So.
Well, I think it really helps that you guys now, essentially all the teams have warm-up into this.
Exactly.
Worlds was warm-up, right?
Yeah.
Looking at what we saw at Worlds and now coming into this, and I'm assuming, again, during the boot camps, in between this, you guys are still playing other teams who, I mean, there's obviously one name on everyone's mouth right now, but who's coming into this maybe looking a little different? You feel like anyone's shifted or changed even in that week coming up to it?
No real changes. I mean, if anything, maybe some teams like who had some turmoil after Worlds are just kind of still going down that like trajectory.
Right.
But I think like besides Vitality, obviously, Rule 1 I think is gonna have a better showing because they didn't do great at Worlds, probably for their expectations. But I think Ruas is probably the best 1v1 player in the world. And you got twins who are 15 years old, or yeah, 15. I probably played the game so much together, so they're probably, I would say, I don't know about the underdog, because I don't know who is considered an underdog. I haven't really followed that, but in my eyes, I feel like them winning the tournament wouldn't be a big shocker at all, just because they have all the parts needed for success.
I feel like NA is just overall the underdog. It feels like.
Yeah, for sure.
Well, let's talk about NA then, because obviously, I think a lot of people are questioning. We've heard players like Jack talk about even just the scene below just the top players. What are the thoughts on NA right now? Because it feels like there's a bit of a roadblock or something for the region in terms we've seen, you know, MENA teams popping off, SAM teams popping off, catching up, and now NA's maybe falling behind Europe a lot when it used to be maybe a little bit closer.
I think I still think, I agree with Jack, like every once in a while there's like players who it's like, okay, they're going straight to the top. Like Daniel was that, like he was playing 2s every day, and like you'd play him, and he wasn't a pro, but you knew he'd be like a top pro once he was old enough. But there's not as clear of people right now, but like they can, like improvement in the game happens so fast that like somebody can catch up pretty quick. And I think there's a ton of players that are like good enough. They're just not teamed together.
Okay.
And so it's like they never really cause upsets. Like it feels like it, at least like in NA, they don't really ever like. There used to be teams that it's like there'd be some bubble team and they'd be able to beat like one of the best teams or take them to 5 or something like that. But it feels like the teams have just been weaker. I feel like the right people aren't teaming together, and if they did, like they'd have way better results.
Is there a couple players you could shout out that you think like that's on your radar that would take over if they got together?
I think like Eris is good.
Okay.
I think like Frosty and Fast are both really good.
Right.
If they team together. Well, if there was
Listen up, guys. We got some super teams we gotta put together here.
Like they would be really good if they teamed. I think it's just those are 3 that I like play a lot. There's like, I'm trying to think. I mean, I thought Stealth was good. He might have gone back to EU. I think he was like from Wales, I think.
Okay.
But like, yeah, they're all like, they all have mechanically like good enough skill to be the best. So yeah.
Is that what it is? What's your?
I don't know if I'd agree with the best, but they definitely have skill to be a top pro for sure.
Yeah.
I would say the NA problem, like, obviously talent is like not the greatest, but it's like work ethic. I think us coming to EU realized the work ethic is way below what it should be.
Okay.
Because Vitality, like, all were great players, but I think like their work ethic and like everything they do, whether it's boot camping for every regional, they probably do a lot of replay review, obviously grinding on their own, and just probably every scrim they're locked in and trying to get better. So they're already great players, but when you do that day in and day out, it turns them into the players where they can win as much as they can. And I think NA is definitely lacking that. I know probably every team is. Like, I can't say there's probably a single NA team that has shown that work ethic. So I think a lot of...
I think Gen G, I mean, I guess...
Yeah, they kind of fell off towards the end. But, like, obviously in their first split where they won everything, you saw that work ethic.
Do you think that was a work ethic thing?
Yeah.
Okay.
Because they were like the most hours out of anyone. And it was direct correlation. I think we kind of realized that, but it was a little bit too little too late, so you can't cram all that time in a short amount of time. So I think, I mean, I personally know that the work ethic it takes if you want to actually succeed now, and not just in NA, obviously in NA, but the world as well, to compete.
Right.
I think like, well, I was gonna say like I feel like there's a lot of players in NA that like they can be like actually the best players in the world. Obviously, I'm not saying the best like individual, but like you know, in that tier, yeah. And it's like, I think it's just, because like, I'm not going to say they can win, but like, because winning is like one team wins, you know?
Right.
But like, they can be in that tier, and it's like, in EU, I think it's just, they all like, I feel like all the good bubble players team together, and then they get like picked off, or they just go up together, like Moist, for example.
Right.
And it's also like, I do think in EU, like from playing here for like a month, like, there is more, I think, like competitive players in ranked, like, you could have like 2 insane pros on one team and like 1 good pro, and then like some ranked player that's like can keep up, you know?
Right.
And I feel like in NA sometimes some lobbies are like so skewed that it's like it's a little hard, but like it feels like everything's like winnable here. if you play well.
Calling out all the ranked players in NA right now. What changes that? Will it be this like extended amount of time that you guys have spent here that like do you feel like every North American team's about to bring something back to North America to shift things?
Yeah, I think it definitely like starts at the top. So whichever team probably went to Worlds and didn't do as well, obviously there would probably be like a massive roster shuffle in the offseason. But whatever the rosters turn out to be, it starts off with whatever team is showing that work ethic. It kind of has to trickle down for you to be able to compete with them. So it leaves you no other choice. So if, let's say, just like a random team is at the top of NA and they show that work ethic, everybody else has to catch up to them. So you can't just kind of get there without the same work ethics. You have to put in the time that they are. And then hopefully that happens, and then it just kind of becomes the reality and the norm, because that's like what we need to be able to compete at a higher level.
Yeah. Do you think it's just EU that kind of kicked your butts into gear, or has it been like the fact that we've seen other regions like MENA and that, like what we've seen from Rule 1 Falcons, been kind of being like, uh-oh, the minor regions are catching up to us now?
Yeah, I mean, like, I feel like for us, like specifically, I think we always knew like the ideal state of our team would be like everybody's playing a lot. We're not like going through the motions. We're like actively thinking about what we're doing. And I think you see, especially teams that haven't won like that, they do that very well. And it's like, I think when we saw Rule 1, you know, like for like half the season, they were like the second best team in their region, and they're still like, they were like Worlds contenders. I think that really shows like to us that like, yeah, we got to get it like straight if we want to keep succeeding. So.
Yeah. You guys have been looking good.
Yeah. I would say the French inspire me.
The French, yeah.
Because they kind of own us, like, just being honest.
They own everybody, okay? To be
yeah.
honest.
But, like, the rest of EU, I'm pretty confident against. And then, obviously, Rule 1 and Falcons have the potential to win, but the French is having consistently 3 teams that could win is just, like, I don't want to be going into a LAN thinking about them winning. I want to be, we can beat them and be on a higher tier than them. Or the same or higher, I guess. So we haven't reached their tier yet.
Right, yeah. Okay, I want to talk about what we're going to see at this event here, because obviously it's a little bit different than what we usually see, mixing in 1s and 2s into it. It's not just 3s anymore. Was that taking place during boot camp? Were any other teams working on that?
The after Worlds week, so this last week, post Worlds, going into Riyadh, our scrims were basically crew battles.
So you would do like best of 5s crew battles?
Yeah, so if we'd play 3s game, if we won, the other team would be 1s, 2s, choose. And you basically just cycle through. It's not like you're keeping, I mean, in your head, you're keeping score of the series because you want to win internally.
Right.
But it's definitely, we're trying to get the reps in.
Practice, yeah. Okay, so how confident are you guys with this format right now?
I'm pretty confident. I think 3s is like the hardest mode to, actually, I don't know, like.
All the 1s players about to get angry.
Yeah, I was gonna say. But I think like 1s and 2s, especially 2s, like since so many pros play it, like, a lot of matchups can just go either way. It's just who shows up on the day.
Okay.
And like, I think we're confident. Like him and I have been playing a lot of 2s. I've been playing a lot of 1s.
Okay, I was gonna say I gotta let you guys go now, but who's the 1s? Who's the 1st ones, and for 2s will be
me and Reed.
Yeah, okay.
We'll see. It could be a mix-up, but I think it's still in decision because we want to put out the best we can. So I think I'm honest enough to be like, I think him and JNaps might be a better duo. Then we'll see. But I think that me and Atomic game day will probably be the 2s.
Yeah, probably.
Cool. Well, I'm gonna let you guys go. Thanks for sitting down on these very comfy couches and joining me for a chat.
Appreciate it. Thank you.
And we'll see you guys for the rest of the event.
welcome back to Gamers8. We are going to be completing our next group, and congratulations once again to Oxygen, Vitality, making it through to playoffs. It's Cheese, it's Leben. Hopefully another good day in store.
Always a good day here at Gamers8 on the B stream. A lot of quick matchups again on the first half of the day today. A lot of 3-0s. Vitality woke up and chose violence. They decided to destroy everybody, and unfortunately, a lot of people's North American hopefuls, G2, knocked out via Oxygen and Vitality. Once again, Europe proving too much for them, but that's not what we're here to talk about, Lemon. It's time for Group C.
Group C, we're going to be going through the lower bracket first and saving the match of the day. Your K Corp versus Team Falcons for later on in the day. Up first, we have KCP versus Furia. Really excited for this. Furia, obviously the big favorites coming into this match with their prowess in 3s, but also their strength behind Yan in 1s and Lost Yans in 2s. But Pioneers come in with a different 3rd.
Yes, Pioneers are showing up in this tournament with emphasis from Power. They are not playing with Fever, has some stuff to take care of, so they brought in the Ringer, and they brought in a pretty good one, I will say. Amphis is quite a dangerous player when he's able to find some space, so maybe if we get into the realm of 2v2 and 1v1, maybe they put Amphis out there, see what he can do, because he is quite capable if you give him a little bit of time.
Yeah, and it's all about representing OCE. Well, of course, them and Ground Zero were invited to Gamers8. Yes, I understand. You know, CJ's off the mic right now, so I could say OCE is in shambles when it comes to Worlds, okay? Let's all be realistic. But you've heard it from so many players in this tournament that Gamers8 is about letting different teams shine. This is such a unique format with 2s and 1s. It lets different teams shine, individuals shine. So I'm wondering, especially with that different 3rd, if this maybe looks more winnable than their match against, this is more winnable for KCP versus the match, you know, against FaZe.
Certainly could be, but Furia, definitely their opportunity here, I think, to prove they're on the regain, you know, that Lost was the right choice to go with. They are the previous Gamers8 champions. Of course, they didn't have Lost at that time. They had Kaio, but that's okay. This is their chance to prove that Lost was the right move. We're trying to win on a world stage. And Gamers8, it's a pretty good format for a team like Furia. There's a lot of dangerous tools over there in both 2v2 and 1v1 as well. They are built for a crew format.
Yeah, unless they mentioned it in the interview, which I missed, they haven't had to choose their formats. We don't actually know their preference, but I'm sure a team like Furia come into a tournament like this so confident. I was telling you before we got on camera that Furia was one of the first teams I got to cast in RLCS, and I saw this guy named Yan, and I was like, this guy frags. Like, he is incredible on the field. Only had to compete in one once match, and it was against TRK. Won that 8-7, grueling game, but W's all around for Furia, who 3-0'd Limitless. Also a 3-2 loss to Falcons. That was an exciting series with 2 overtimes. And then they have Yan and Loss for 2s, where they barely lost at the TRK Nuepo. But let's go into game 1.
Good opportunity here for OCE to get back in the saddle a little bit. Generally, OCE tends to put up at least decent results against South America historically, so if not always finding the win, they do tend to make it more difficult than some people sometimes. Looking at you, North America, you kind of ran into the Sam brick wall once or twice in a live event, but what's to say that Fury is not looking locked in and ready to go, because it was a close call versus Falcons, who Falcons absolutely showed up at the World Championship. So if Furia's taken them all the way to Game 5 in the Crew Battles format, where they're also incredibly dangerous in this format, good things in the cards for Furia.
Yeah, like we said, Furia on paper are the better team. Pioneers, though, showed up to Worlds, still won a match. You even said, you know, historically OCE can match up well against South America, but it's Banana ahead with the shot. 2 have to come out for Furia to block that. And how do you make the space? Furia are in for a counterattack, and Scrub's already getting overwhelmed in the corner. 2 jump for the ball, and it kind of collapses to the right side, where Furia are really putting on the pressure.
Good press early for sure. But Pioneers up to the task, so it seemed a welcome clear from Amphis with the demo. Finally gives them a little bit of breathing room. Maybe Pioneers able to find something to work with, but you got to go take the ball off of them for sure because they're storming back the other way. Pioneers just so unsure about when they wanted to go for this ball, and Moss just took all the space for free.
Yeah, and threatened to flip reset too, and just Pioneers didn't know how to react to that, and it was a great pass from Furia to make that all happen. Getting on the board first after, well, Pioneers didn't just sit back. They had an offense of their own, and it's kickoff in their favor that had to keep Furia on their toes.
Yeah, nice fake kickoff from Furia to try and gain possession. Pressed into their own half, but immediately, look how quick Yan was up for that. He's just going out here and saying, I'm here to take the ball. You guys are going to respect me and my approach. Good luck beating me to anything.
Good 50s from Pioneers. That one maybe not so much. That was a little scary. Block pushing through the left side, Amphis making that space, and he's one against now 2 offensive members of Furia, so just a chance for Pioneers to breathe some signs of life, although it wasn't too much of a threatening offense. It's one that they at least had, so getting out of the green half is good for Pioneers, but how do they deal with Furia? They found a crack in the armor already with that first goal. Looks like Pioneers are okay. Just keeping possession away from Furia is always a good start.
Yeah, Pioneers looking to maybe get the person on the ball who's got a little more boost. It can give them a bit more control on their way out of their own half, because right now they're kind of having somebody with, 10 in the tank trying to make a play to get it past that midfield line, and that's never going to be an easy task to accomplish. But once again, a brief respite from the defense for Pioneers. Maybe they can turn this into an extended offensive stint here.
Yeah, it's only Banana Head that had boost. Amphis had the fall full and kind of dwindled that offense a little bit for Pioneers, but they're able to quickly rotate back. It's just the midfield, kind of retaking that midfield was a bit troublesome for the Pioneers. Still forcing their way through. Amphis trying to slow the play down. Banana Head needs that second touch, not letting that getting centered out.
Oh, with the demo.
Seen some good potential, but just nobody there from Pioneers to contest it. Furia 2-0.
Look at Card demoing Amphis. He's the deep third man, and unfortunately, Pioneers, they ended up clearing the ball right at Lost in the midfield. He was waiting on it. I don't think they saw him, otherwise they probably would have put the ball in a different place. Combine that with the demo on the deep third, and everyone from Pioneers is stuck in the corner, and it was an easy goal for Yan to come through.
Just felt like a game of cat and mouse with Furia, just chasing them around until they had that moment to strike. Yan, perfect position there. Here's Scrub. Got at 50. Not early enough, but Pioneers sending that ball all the way down. Furia not getting baited too far forward, and all got sent right back. It almost gave a chance for Furia on that counterattack. But Scrub has generated a lot of opportunities. It's just the follow-up is quicker from Furia to send it away.
Yeah, it definitely feels like Pioneers looking to get the ball into space and not necessarily to a teammate, because that's been quite difficult to achieve for Pioneers when it's come to the boost game. This has been a quite suffocating game one from Furia. They've pressed when they had the chance. They're up early and challenging. And, it's kind of been like that fencing approach of, you see an opening, you go for it, but the important thing is you don't leave yourself open back the other way. And Furia has definitely locked in that part of the game here. And that's the real first opportunity as Scrub tried to really spike one straight into the net, but not quite able to find the angle.
At least Scrub is having that spark plug for Pioneers, is the one sending it down the field, is creating setups. Just finding that teammate, finding that pass, connecting on that front. It's difficult for Pioneers and not so much for Yan, who makes it happen again.
Classic bit of control here from Yan. He had about 60 and used every drop of it to make sure he turned that one into the corner. Great job hopping over a few defenders and just sticking next to the ball and taking what the defense gives him.
Rio for Furia, and I think with that goal from Yan, that's good night for game one. We'll think about the Pioneers can take a second to also think about the format of how they want to start game two. Twos or ones. I would opt for twos. I think putting yourself in a dark room against Yan is
dangerous.
Yeah.
It would be a bold choice to be sure. We saw OSM. Oh, Yan gonna take one for the road there as well. Find number 4 off a nice pass, but There is a world, you know, we saw OSM be brave enough to take on Zen in his match versus Vitality earlier. He kept it respectable, but was a little bit too aggressive. So maybe if you're feeling confident and you feel like you can contain those Yan air dribbles, you don't necessarily have to beat him. You just have to not let him into the net. Maybe you could go for that, but it's a lot to ask for somebody to say, yeah, just go against one of, you know, the top 20, 25 players in the world at 1v1. How hard could it be?
And just speaking of the can't beat him situation, it's just if you can't beat him, join him, which is like a page out of Amphasis book, yeah, from KCP. Amphis book, yeah, like, that could be a good title. But just OCE, I would be really stoked to see kind of the greatest powers of OCE come together on like one quote super team. We kind of heard it in the video just now that some regions may have really good players, but if they could only find themselves on one good team, there'd be a chance to kind of elevate that region.
Yep, good opportunity, and who knows, maybe what they're gonna do over with the off season coming up over in OCE. Maybe they find something to do. But what can you say? Right now, they've elected to go for the 2v2, which is I think the smarter of the choice here versus Furia. Give yourself a good chance. Find a little bit of that extra defensive support that you get in 2v2. See if you can find a way to keep Yan off the boards.
Yeah, when it came to the twos for KCB versus FaZe, it was 5-1. Scrub and Amphis played there, and this is a different third. And from my research, I don't think Amphis teamed with any of these, but as long as your friend's on the field, that's all that matters. As Pioneers already forced to make a defensive save.
Whew, boy. And a lot of early boost control from Furia 2 in the 2v2 world. Can get into some sticky situations defensively. Especially with Yan willing to press you off the ceiling with 30 boost. He will freeze Banana Head in the net.
Interesting for Furia to play Yan and Card, if that is correct on our screen, because thus far in the two matches they've played Yan and lost. So sometimes these tournaments come up to who's feeling themselves, who's feeling really confident in their twos, maybe somebody. If Lost is not feeling confident into this, you bring Card in. We'll see if that helps Furia.
Oh, they just tried to pinch that straight into the corner of the net. But I don't think it's necessarily a bad choice to put King Card out there. He's putting in the work right now. They really are just kind of taking the ball on any air dribble. As Scrub actually totally uncontested. I think all of Furia was caught diving here. And indeed, Scrub just won the race in a great recovery effort to find the net back the other way.
Yeah, just aerial control of his car too to kind of readjust on top of the ball. Yan went flying, but good effort from Furia to defend that pressure. Slipped in a goal for Pioneers, so playing on the board. Now maybe Pioneers can climb back in this series. That's off the back wall, and Card gets demoed. Yan is all by himself and has made the space, bought time for a second to get there. It's a good touch from Banana Head to not let Yan go too free on that moment.
Yeah, and you saw Banana Head kind of miss his corner boost in the corner, so he had to kind of just punt the ball away. A little bit of boomer ball right now, as we like to say. Finally, Card able to try and bring it under some modicum of control as Scrub. Just giving a little bit of respectful distance on defense there. But Furia, every opportunity they get, it's an air dribble to try and break down a defender.
Both these teams are really going toe-to-toe. I'm not seeing Furia just have complete possession of the ball without a 50 immediately meeting them on the pass. So Pioneers playing well so far. Banana Head, though, running out of boosts. Having Scrub maybe by his side would be helpful, and Card and Yan realize this, attack the ball, steal it away. Dangerous cross in front of the net. This Card had to protect Yan. Good coverage from Furia as they move down to the green side, and Scrub protects that back wall, so hasn't been easy for Furia in this twos match.
Yeah, really nice job from Pioneers. They're doing what many teams try to do, especially when they feel like they might be outgunned in 3v3. Oh, his Card just rips one off the crossbar. Banana Head not able to delay. This could be dangerous, but Card only has 20 boost, and Banana Head will just take it away from him. That move is so good from the Pioneers. They know that they're trying to go into a lot of mechanics and air dribbles and stuff like that, so they're just letting the guy rotate back through the midfield, just pop the ball off him and play defense that way.
Yeah, Banana Head and Scrub, though, lost so much momentum on that last push, not having enough boost. Banana Head had 0, he had the fall back. Scrub ran out as he was moving down the field, so just had to give up the ball. As long as you know how to give and take, but Card knows how to take more goals for Furia. It's 1-1.
Really just kind of baited Banana Head in here. You could see him stop and stutter step there on the corner just to draw him in, and as soon as he saw him commit, just popped that ball right into the middle. Great bit of timing manipulation there from Yan to force the defense to come for the ball, open up a little bit of space, and he found Card in the gap.
And that's good patience for Furia, and hey, it's paying off even again, 2-1 right off the kickoff too.
Oh, big 50 from Yan. They went for the hard cheat, both of them, just playing as tight as possible to that initial kickoff, and Yan just smothered that follow-up challenge.
Furious, okay. There's Furia with the kickoff again, and oh my god, almost readjusted that ball right into the net. Yan usually always has so much good control of the ball. Furia went from just a patient kind of fake play for the first goal to just full sending it on the kickoff. Yan with the double tap. Scrub can't save it in time. Furia are on a roll.
There is not many people who hit this shot in the world, and Yan just makes it look so easy all the way up to the top of the backboard and making sure to continue that flight path, knowing you're going to have to turn back the other way and hit it with the nose. Just phenomenal control to extend the lead to 2. Now Furia well and truly in the driver's seat. 90 seconds left. Pioneers, you can't try and buckle down now. You have to go and take the ball off them.
Good presence from Banana Head after Furia threatened the reset. Banana Head just runs out of boost a lot, so it feels like he's out of the play, and Scrub is left to either buy time or defend the net by himself. And if you let Furia complete passes, if you let them just be aggro off the kickoff, it's kind of a reason why Furia have 3 unanswered goals now. Pioneers had that lead that quickly slipped away. But here's Banana Head with boost, 47 left, and Scrub had to fall back for more. Couldn't assist on that, so here's Furia crossing in front of the net. Card just a second too late to tuck that in.
You can see Banana Head just jumping instantly for that ball. Not even necessarily sure if he's under pressure or not, but he doesn't want to take the chance that he is, and they just get slammed into the net and have to make up 3 in 30 seconds.
Doable. Scrub up in the air, drops it, and Furia came in right at the last second.
It's okay, it's okay.
Oh, he couldn't clean it up. Such a good attempt. But that's really what they needed to make this game winnable. There's only 15 seconds left. Pioneers need to win this midfield, and you just can't. Furia missing is possible. Banana Head just running out of time, getting too much coverage on him. And Pioneers just trip up on their laces right at the finish line to make this possible. And Furia will go to match point.
Brutal. There was a world where maybe it could have happened, and I have to say huge credit to Card to make that follow-up save. I did not think there was any way Furia was going to pull that one out, to be honest, after it got through everything initially. But tough break there for Pioneers. Down 0-2, back to another 3v3 game. And right now, it's tough to see what I think they're going to have to do here, because game 1, I mean, it was a perfect display from Furia, at least in terms of containing the Pioneers. Yeah, maybe they could have put up a bit more offensive pressure, but Furia didn't feel like they needed to. And so in game 3, all the onus really is on the Pioneers here to come up with something completely different.
And it's nice in a tournament like this when you have those 1 or 2 matches on day 1, whatever puts you into the lower bracket, you have this day reset to talk with your team, mentally reset. You heard it in the video, maybe get some sleep, eat something to just kind of revitalize yourself and have time to digest how your last matches went. Furia are in this situation from a game 5 loss to Falcons, and Furia lost Pioneers lost 3-1 to FaZe in their very first match. So not a lot of practice, obviously, for Pioneers to figure out what's wrong, but taking a game from FaZe I thought was impressive.
Yeah, and they did win it in that second 3v3, kind of a similar situation here to Furia, where they lose the first one, they lose game 2 in the 2v2 as well. So maybe Pioneers will repeat something and give themselves an opportunity at the 1v1 game, but time will tell here, or if we just get another Furia sort of boa constrictor. See if you can wiggle your way out of this type of game.
Oh, well, first goal for Pioneers right from that corner. Kind of want to see how this happens. So it's Card that just tries to go for the clear, and Banana Head from the right side. I don't know if maybe Pioneers also bumped up that player from Furia.
Yeah, they got him. Amphis totally squared him up.
And we're seeing Pioneers kind of make these improvements from game to game, but we don't actually know Furia's preference in that Game 2 format because they've been so successful kicking off series, always winning Game 1. But like we said in the pre-show, I don't think Furia have a strong preference. They might just be happy with whatever after what we saw from Card and Yan earlier. Pioneers off to a good start, but after the twos, you know, that's the lead that quickly slips away once the chokehold from Furia comes.
Ooh, and a miscommunication lost. Do you make it back in time? It's thankfully wide of the net, so not actually dangerous, but you can see Furia trying to go for some of those passing plays, but if that execution starts to waver in any shape or form, that's when things get really dicey. Banana Head just dodging a demo and finding a clear. Dished out to Amphis, straight to the floor though, and quickly back the other way. Pioneer's gonna have to rally to keep Furia from equalizing.
You can see just having to adjust to that third player and keeping them in mind of how you're communicating around that scrub. Trying to thread the needle. Close call for Pioneers to get an even bigger lead. And it's not like the Furia counterattack has been easy. Scrubble receives this and doesn't want to follow through. Maybe keep running down that lane. At least Banana Head will try, but he's got two Furia members on him, so possession is robbed right back in favor of Furia.
Oh, wow.
Who still are trying to force these 50s, these challenges in their favor. Possession not all the way for Furia. We're still looking to generate that threat.
Yeah, it's a really great job from Pioneers to hang tough with some of these challenges from Furia. They're coming in pretty hot into some of them with a lot of pace behind it. So you got to respect Pioneers, you know, really keeping their head on a swivel and knowing where all three members of Furia are at any given time.
It's just such a small lead for Pioneers, and it's match point for Furia. After wanting to just make up for how Worlds went. How did that go in? Furia tied up.
You can save a lot. You can't save everything, especially this shot from Card. Beauty of a dish by his teammate. Just jumped off the wall, made sure to get the angle inside, cutting it towards the net instead of down. And that's a beautiful piece of shooting from Card to find an equalizer.
Just the angles that Furia are able to cut. Like, think about the Yan double tap from the Game 1 to this one. Now they make the impossible seem believable as Furia tie things up, hoping to make this a sweep. Pioneers shaken up, like I said, want to make this story different for them after not getting out a wild card. They want to prove themselves to be capable, even with this different third, and make their region proud. There's only 2 OCE teams here, and Pioneers, the road can end here. Their year can end here. As Scrub kind of patiently waits this against Card. Boosts above Yan. Has to drop this off to Lost, and you need Pioneers to back up Scrub. He had so many good setups in Game 1, and I feel like there's not quick enough follow-through from Pioneers. And, well, on the opposite side, Yan is always at the right place at the right time.
You just saw it in the initial replay. Lost going straight across and getting the first bump, and then Card following through and getting the second bump. Pioneers, try as they might, you can defend a lot, but if you get pushed out of the way, all of a sudden, that defense was a total illusion.
Oh, that's a pass to Lost, and Pioneers read it just in time. So many threats on Furia. Yan can make the solo plays happen. Their passes have been incredible. And Pioneers are just always a step right in time. Banana Head saving that. He needs a clear, maybe connecting with Amphis here. This could be a goal, but can't center it out. So close.
Just too far. Oh, so close is right. I mean, it was a great lead out to Amphis. It's just out of reach, though, trying to dish it back into the middle. 60 seconds left here, Pioneers. What do you got in the tank? Do you just throw caution to the winds and just start willy-nilly challenging everything and give South America a bit of their own medicine and go for the we go for everything as fast as possible ideas?
Oh, you see Banana Head trying to deny so much of that space by Furia. And Yan just cutting it through on the right, gets demoed. Pioneers bring it right back. The pressure is on. 40 seconds. Furia intercept the pass. Pioneers stop after stop. They've put in so much pressure. You have to be careful of that Furia counterattack. A goal from Furia here would just be the nail in the coffin. Carr tucks it into the left side. Knew that Pioneers had too many cooks in the kitchen in front of that net. Card does it again. 3-1 for Furia.
Pioneers just getting spread a little too thin here. They're trying to contain everything, and Card is just out there lurking. Maybe something will leak through a tiny gap, and indeed it did, extending the lead, putting Pioneers to bed very likely here, barring a great kickoff.
Just the smallest of gaps. Furia will find it. Pioneers had so many good attempts, and you gotta applaud the defense of Furia, as well as their offense. As you can see, everyone from Furia, there's not one star on the in this show. It's just been a galaxy. Furia, with this 4-1, will be moving on to the lower bracket semifinal to face the winner of Limitless and FaZe Clan coming up next. Pioneers want to go out with a bang, of course, after always, even though, just like in game 2, starting off with the lead, but quickly losing it.
Yeah, just
slapping that away.
Swatting his own teammate's potential goal away. But that's okay. That is a beauty of a show from Furia. So close to making that upper bracket final and giving themselves a chance to qualify against K Corp, but they go down into the lowers, and boy, did they get the job done here against KCP. Good effort overall, but that was great from Furia. Love to see the aggressiveness, love to see the control with which they were able to execute on some of those really aggressive challenges in the midfield. The timing felt very good from them. So Pioneers, honestly, if that's how Furia was playing today, it was going to be an uphill battle all the time.
Yeah, for an aggressive team like Furia, you didn't see kind of those weaknesses on the defense. They never really overextended. Yeah, they would give up the first goal in the game, but they're a team that plays so well at a deficit. They stay calm. They even patiently play around the ball, go for fakes when you would think being down a goal would make a team antsy, but not one like Furia, not one that is as confident as them, facing a team that they know that they can beat. So we say goodbye to the Pioneers out of Group C. We maybe say hello to our next match soon, but of course we're going to hear from an interview once we get our players all set up. But it's good to see kind of the good sportsmanship, the good spirit that KCP has, being able to games out of, away from good teams like FaZe. Not against Furia this time, but still a good showing all around.
Yeah, good showing all around. And if you're just tuning in, we'll show you the quick recap of that previous series. Game 1 was so well controlled from Furia. Absolutely lights out. They poked and prodded, didn't overextend themselves, and if Pioneers gave them an inch, they took a mile, and they comfortably won game 1. Honestly, you can kind of say the same thing about game number 2. The 2v2 was a brilliant show from Yan and Lost. They initially started off with a lot of mechanical play, just seeing if they could get some of these cheeky air dribbles through the defenders, but after they realized that maybe that wasn't the way, we're going to have to just go for some passing plays and things will go a lot better. Yan was hitting them with the juicy shots. That's always a tough thing to handle, but game 3, more the same from game 1. Really great control. Pioneers started off well, but just could not hang with the pace from Furia, and a well-deserved win for them.
There was always like presence in the net from Pioneers, minus like maybe 1 or 2 goals, but Furia, the way that they would thread the needle, like we said, the angles that they would hit, you got double taps, you got passing plays, just all around a solid team for Furia, where a team like that is as strong as 3s as they are still can also thrive in 2s and 1s. We even get to see the Furia 1s yet. Yan in an isolated situation can do so well, and now they're starting to put Card in, who's feeling himself and proved himself a lot this series.
Yep, and now we have an interview. Hello, STL. It's good to see you, man. Welcome back to the show. Hope you're happy with your team's performance, obviously, against KCP, but how did you guys try and rally back? Obviously, a tight loss to the Falcons yesterday. How do you get dialed back in to go through the lower bracket run today?
Well, after Falcons, we talked about it a lot, and essentially for us, we lost for ourselves. A lot of the goals were meant to be scored. We were not scoring, so at the end of the day, we're playing well, not like playing bad or anything, like in Boston, for example. And now I think we're finding our pace. We played against Limitless, now played against Pioneers, feeling well. So now it's time to aim for FaZe Clan, or I think it's Limitless. So yeah.
Excited to see who you're going to be facing next. We haven't got to see your preference around 2s or 1s, and I've been kind of saying that I think you guys could swing at any ball that comes at you, but curious about the substitution of Card over Lost in the 2s match today. Was that just a confidence thing?
Well, here we are playing scrims a lot, also choose, and we kind of have like a law here. We play until we lose, so lost and Yan lost yesterday. Well, we say that, so yeah. Now Yan and Card are gonna play until they lose, so let's hope they don't lose.
Don't blame you for putting the big gun Yan out there. Regardless, he was definitely playing incredibly well today. You're thinking about Limitless or FaZe Clan. Obviously, you watched the match. What are your thoughts about FaZe coming in and potentially having to go against the X Factor Chrome, who's playing with FaZe today?
Well, FaZe Clan equals first killer, so you need to be afraid. But when they were with Sipco, we played like 2 times in the spring split. We won both of them. I think we're comfortable, but we can just say it's gonna be GG. So gotta face game by game, and maybe we can win.
And what has competing in Gamers meant for your team in particular, since not qualifying for Worlds, but having such a good end to spring? Did you come into Gamers8 with such a vengeance, and how has that feeling changed now into day 2?
Well, I heard yesterday, like, for some teams, this is like their words. I think for version 1 and Optic and us as well. So it's a great feeling. It's important for myself, for Yan and Card coming back, defending the championship. It was a great experience last year. It's a great experience now. So it's like we're enjoying ourselves here. Also, winning is important, but we're having fun.
And of course, looking through the rest of your group stage, assuming FaZe or Limitless, let's say you beat them, do you want to take down Falcons again, or do you want to go against KC and see if you can get it done that way to wrap it up?
Well, KC is like 3's masterpiece, so it's gonna be hard. I talked to boys like, if you want to win against KC, you have to at least sneak 1-3 games. Now against Falcons, like if they play like they play yesterday, I think we have the advantage since we lost and we learned from our mistakes. So maybe we want to play Falcons, but to be honest, whoever comes, we need to win. So that's it.
Gotta be able to believe you can beat any team on the other side of the pitch. Thank you so much for taking the time for this interview, and best of luck in your next match.
Thank you very much for having me. Hopefully to see you like in 1 hour, maybe.
Okay. Well, that was fun. A lot of sweeps in our group. I know I had to hurry to get ready, and you guys should hurry to get ready for our next match. FaZe Clan versus Limitless is coming up next to determine who's going to go up against Furia. Will it be the Limitless rematch? Will it be FaZe Clan making that lower bracket run? You're going to find out on the other side of this break.
There is a place where you can elevate what's hidden inside, where you can reframe yourself. Sonomi means the new you. The you can step into. Because when we know who we really are, we become unstoppable. Enter new dimensions of you. Sonomi.
Hey everyone, welcome back to Gamers8. We're continuing through Group C. Our second quarterfinal is almost ready to go. Limitless versus FaZe. Please, no more sweeps. Please, let's make this a nice long one.
You want to see something? Well, there may be an opportunity here. The return, the fabled comeback arc of Coach R. Gomez. Coach Chrome is here. We've not seen him take the pitch, I guess, since technically yesterday. But before that, all the way back to 2018, back when he was on Evil Geniuses. But then he moved to another team called the Hosses, but we never got to see him again. This is Chrome's first chance back in the top echelon, you know, to see what he can do. After that, he moved to the coaching role. Stuck up pretty well yesterday. The fact that they're playing Carmine Corps to 1-goal games in 3v3 is a good thing to hear. So maybe if you were thinking that there's an opportunity here for Limitless to capitalize on a lame duck FaZe clan, you might not be so sure of that.
Well, what's not good to hear is, for the Limitless fans anyway, is that they haven't won a game yet. The only South African representation at Gamers8 invited here want to swing for the fences, but this is a tough kid to go up against of FaZe. The bone that we can throw is that, you know, like you said, the FaZe are playing with their coach, who was at least a former pro, but social media was blowing up yesterday. You know when FaZe Clan is playing on stream. You knew it at Worlds, and you knew it yesterday. Chrome actually looked good on the pitch.
Yeah, Coach Chrome was getting it done, even managed to turn in a goal against Carmine Corps. He will not be participating in any 2v2 or 1v1, of course.
Do it, though.
I dig that they put him in the middle. That's crazy to me, but I love that. Chrome is, I think, a perfect person to put in that sort of linking spot between two players. But for Limitless here, keys to success. Obviously, I think they're going to have to lean heavily on To Die For. I think he's always a great midfield challenge player, kind of like how we saw yesterday with KV1. He's a very sure challenge player. You can always trust him to get the job done in that regard. And then there's going to be a lot of pressure on Snowy and Darth to try and find a way to get through. And the biggest issue with that, I think, is probably going to be First Killer. He's got the speed, I think, to come through and take the ball off of Snowy or Darth before they can even really get the ball going. So if To Die For is able to match up against First Killer in the challenge game, at least initially, maybe Snowy and Darth can get something done against Chrome and Mist back the other way. But that's just a daunting task in and of itself, because even if you get through the speed, the breakup potential of First Killer, Mist is just a brick wall on that back line. This is an uphill battle again for Limitless. There's just even without Sipical and the full force behind FaZe Clan, it's a formidable roster.
Can Limitless keep up with this maybe, quote, nerfed, or at least not full version of FaZe Clan? But Limitless, they usually match up well against their own region. Limitless haven't been dethroned in their part of the world for a while. They even went to the World Championship, so they are no strangers to this international LAN environment. Unfortunately for them, couldn't escape the wild card, but for a team like FaZe Clan, they need to stop this season from coming apart at the seams. This has been a quick offense for Limitless. Holy cow.
Oh, some very clever kickoff maneuvering and some dangerous balls early on for FaZe to defend. And they're still pressing. Mist is equal to the task, but even scaring First Killer a little bit there into a little double commit. So you love to see Limitless come out swinging and swinging hard.
For a team like FaZe Clan, who, yes, have been on top for, you know, most of the season, you started to see kind of uncharacteristic losses. And how does he tuck this in? You had FaZe Clan right there. But we talk about these weaknesses being exposed at Worlds, and Gamers8 needed to be a different chapter.
Yeah, okay, so it's a misunderstanding there between Chrome and First Killer. Chrome initially got bumped out, and so him and First Killer are both coming from the same side of the net. And both Chrome and First Killer thought they were the one responsible for defending the left post, and the other player was going to cover the right side, and nobody did either. So To Die For just walked right in.
It's just the fact that FaZe Clan could even slightly clear that after you have this kind of double commit, everyone's stacked in the net, and look how much Limitless are taking all of that real estate, just shoving them into the corner. You love Limitless playing with confidence, playing like they feel like they can beat FaZe Clan.
Absolutely.
I feel like a lot of teams should come in with that attitude when you're starting to see those weaknesses. FaZe Clan are in the lower bracket after a tough loss to K Corp, but here's Snowy trying to guide this out. Chrome is going to keep him trapped in. First Killer first on the ball. But as this crosses from one side to the field to the other, FaZe Clan wasn't positioned to kind of keep that momentum going.
Now, I'm all with you. I think it is good to have that mentality of go out there and get the job done and press as hard as possible, because you know this is a good chance for it. There's the demo, and into the right-hand side. Limitless get the job done for 2 straight now. Mist trying his best to contain this, but how can you? Snowy. Actually, I wonder if Mist accidentally backflipped. I think in any other universe, I think Mist forward dodges there and gets a touch. Maybe a mechanical misinput actually letting that ball in.
Giving him a lot of credit, as you wish you had a few more defensive members on the side of FaZe. I feel like Limitless are getting away with a murder.
And Chrome just got absolutely smashed on that 50. He tried to go and contain it, but Limitless all over him almost immediately, and Chrome not able to adjust in a tight spot. Down 3 early. Here's the real test for the mental of FaZe Clan, because they definitely feel that even with Chrome, they should be winning this. And now down 3, almost half the game gone, and you've rarely been on offense. That's going to be a big question mark in the mental side of things for FaZe.
Yeah, because this should be a team that FaZe can be. Like, thinking about how they matched up against KCP, like right out the gates, they were strong, 5-1 against KCP in the first game. So you're wondering how FaZe Clan are so disjointed this early. The lower bracket pressure really getting to them. Snowy has that pass denied. Chrome, his presence is known here in the midfield, having to seem like the third man back, and is trying to have that push going for FaZe, who, at least in the second half, need to get a lot of work done.
A lot of work done is right. Oh, and that might just be, but it's going to work out perfectly. He slightly mishit the ball, but it actually turned into the perfect back pass. Oh, Limitless are looking locked in right now. It feels like you touch the ball, it turns to gold, it works out however you need it to.
Yeah, FaZe, be careful here.
Soft.
The dangerous touch, yeah, from Chrome, right? Centered out. Darth making sure FaZe don't produce any counterattack from this. Miss slams against the wall. Shots from Chrome. 2 have to come out from Limitless to save. Midfield kind of open there for Limitless to try and clear this out, but FaZe trying to put the pressure on. Limitless, multiple being committed just to force this ball out. FaZe have 90 seconds to kind of generate these opportunities. For FaZe are getting some shots and looking better as every minute goes by. Is Chrome has to get involved in the play. First killer from the left. That was close.
Close, but incredibly difficult. Had to hit that ball on a perfect line, and even the best players in the world, First Killer definitely one of them, couldn't figure it out right there. And Chrome has had a couple of shooting opportunities, but also he himself has not had super high quality looks. They've been defended, required perfect placement, and so maybe the lame duck aspect's gonna work out for their favor. There's 4 for Limitless to die for, capitalizes on another soft touch.
Both teams are supporting each other, but one team has it a lot more coordinated, and it's Limitless, who find themselves having shots with no one in the net to even go for an attempt. 4-0 against FaZe Clan is unheard of with how Limitless haven't won a game yet. Barely only won 1 match and fell apart at Worlds. Limitless know how much this means to them. And against a FaZe Clan who are they boomed? Well, not when Chrome's on the field. He keeps them alive.
Keeps them alive, but is it too little too late? 44 seconds, that's a lot. That's a nice touch from Mist to just squeeze that over 2 defenders to die for. Finally not in time to keep it out, but brutal pill to swallow in game 1 here for FaZe Clan. Very curious to see if they opt for 2v2 or 1v1. I think if they're feeling confident, they pick 2v2, they send First Killer and Mist out there and see what they can get done and keep the 1v1 in the back pocket, because First Killer, I think, should feel pretty confident about winning just about any 1v1 that Limitless could throw at them.
Just like a weird stat for Limitless, that when they win, it's a sweep. When they lose, also a sweep. They don't usually go into these stretched out series, so FaZe to bounce back from this as a team that on paper no one would predict this to go Limitless's way, but like Gamers8 is known to be, any team can show up, and it's Limitless who certainly have in game 1 with the 4-1 victory.
That is a banger for Limitless here. You can feel real happy with this one. They basically went out and said, nope, we respect nothing that any of you are going to do. We're just going to come at you as quick as possible. And FaZe absolutely were like, hang on, what? And I actually really respect that approach from Limitless, because it's like, oh, we're not scared of First Killer and Mist, you know, we can hang with them. And they put all the pressure on Chrome. Chrome was the guy who had to come through and put away some tough shots, contain the ball to keep it playable. And Chrome, he's a solid player. We know he can hang around, but when you get asked to do what is required with precision, you kind of start to see oh yeah, he hasn't been at the top level for, 5 years. So you start to see those cracks appear.
Little smiles from Limitless. It's good that whatever happens here, winning a game against FaZe is so huge for their confidence. If that is, in fact, Noxus, he's changed a lot since the CRL days at last season. That is, in fact, Noxus, who's gotten Glasses gang, what's up? He brings that energy that they really need. I remember interviewing Noxus back in CRL, the hypest guy on the team by far. And the fact that you have this player that can guide you through difficult matches like this, I'm sure is such a boon for Limitless. We go into a 1v1, First Killer versus Snowy.
Yeah, I like to see FaZe feeling like they can win the 2v2 with just as much ease, and they say, let's immediately get ourselves back in the series. As First Killer, he's going to try and pick Snowy apart here. Managing the challenge timing is Snowy. Really curious to see how Snowy handles one of the best 1v1 players in the world in First Killer. He might just opt for that Joreous approach and say, look, I'm just going to defend the net, and I'm going to make you hit some tough shots to beat me, and First Killer will do just that.
Yeah, Snowy slipped up. I think he ran out of boost too, and just barely couldn't achieve this into the corner. And then it went right back to First Killer. And the one thing you can criticize about game 1 was there was a lot of support, like I said, from both sides. It was just how well coordinated it was, how you were communicating. But there is nobody you gotta worry about when it's ones and First Killer. Now that he has his moment to shine, it's gonna help FaZe Clan get back on the board.
A classic 1v1 kickoff. One to the ceiling, one stays in the middle and then goes for the boost, and we all know who's about to score right there. So First Killer, nice job getting himself out to a comfortable early lead. Snowy, you're going to have to get some work done if you want to come back. Now, I am curious, is First Killer the 1v1 player like Daniel, where he says, I'm just going to score 12 on you because I can? Or is he the 1v1 player who says, yeah, I've got 5 and there's still 3.5 minutes to go and I'm just going to drive around a little bit?
Yeah. First Killer is definitely someone you can depend on, though.
For sure.
I mean, you hyped him up so much, but even results-wise so far, 7-4 against Banana Head, won that. When they faced up against KCP, good attempt there by Snowy. And then against K Corp, well, even against Vatira, it was a great effort by First Killer, 7-6. That was a grueling 1v1. Now First Killer with that demo, it's the 3rd one on the board.
Nice job from First Killer. Stopped in his own corner and said, I want some boost, free demo, and even gave a little bit of cheek here by just stopping and saying, oh, you spawned behind me, okay.
At least he's gonna just shove you into the net. Remember, I'm still here. See how this next kickoff goes, though, because First Killer has been more lucky so far. Even the recovery off of that one
and the
forces his ball into the green half. Yeah. 100-0.
Ooh, he should score that. Don't, okay.
Snowy.
I was about to say, don't tell me he doesn't have enough boost to get there, because he worked real hard for this. He had to play that whole sequence with about 12 and any small pad he picked up. So really nice job from Snowy, just going full bore as hard as he could into some of those challenges.
Yeah, after First Killer won the kickoff, took the corner boost, 100-0, Snowy still scores off of that? Sure. Now this 50 starts going in that orange net. First Killer putting in reverse and guiding it to the opposite side of the field. Snowy putting it on the chase. Has to be worried with these challenges. If he loses it, it's centered out in front of the net. First Killer being careful with it, making sure to collect some boost. Snowy, while he was just watching the ball, didn't get any of his own, so an advantage for First Killer.
Oh boy. Don't let First Killer cook. And now he's just going to enter the keep away. He says, I kind of dropped that approach, so I'm just going to let it hit the floor, make you clear it to the corner, and I'm going to steal your boost. And First Killer opting for the map control approach of eventual boost starvation will lead to an opportunity for success for him, is the idea.
Snowy has had really good awareness and
he's got
going toe-to-toe with First Killer. It's just making him look a little bit silly.
But that's the map control, right?
Got a chance to get boost, and First Killer sailing away. Good stop by Snowy. Hasn't been a complete roll by First Killer yet. The challenge win, he comes running towards the net, and Snowy whips it, and 4-1 now for First Killer.
I gotta say, the fact that whole sequence even played out for like as long as it did, Snowy had to play a lot of tough defense with limited boost. He even managed to squeak by, and if he even had 12, he might have scored against First Killer there, but you can see why the boost grabs are so important in the 1v1. Snowy's not even going to play that. Oh, he's going to turn right here. That's crazy. You are insane, my guy.
Oh, God. First Killer, 5-1. Now, hopefully, the rest of FaZe during this little, at least the other two during this break, hopefully getting on the same page. This would be a monumental flop if First Killer were to just choke this once.
That would be amazing.
So
that's content right there.
That's some really good content. Content build even. So going into threes, I'm not that I'm thinking about it too soon, but how does the rest of the series look when First Killer looks this good by himself? You bring in 2 other players. Can FaZe Clan climb their way back? Snowy's not done yet. He's got plenty of time, but how does this bode for FaZe?
Well, see, it is a question. Oh, he's going to score that. Yep, perfect execution from First Killer. So how does it look for FaZe heading back into the 3v3? Because, yeah, this one should likely be washed. I know I was giving Snowy a little bit of flack for challenging with 12 boost, but he was trying to be a pirate. Just try and steal a goal out of a bad spot and try and get himself back into it. You can't really fault the approach there, even if it did lead to getting scored on again. So how's it look for FaZe heading back into 3v3? First Killer, it's always the tough thing about 3v3. You can kind of see it, how teams are already adapting to a player like Zen. They know he's got the mechanical ability to score from just about anywhere, and so you're kind of seeing players start to just give a lot of respect to players like that when they find themselves in high mechanically demanding situations, like air dribbles off the sidewall, or, you know, double flip resets into the top corner. A lot more teams believe a lot more people. So even if First Killer is looking good, all of Limitless knows that he's kind of in that same realm of capability of, look, if First Killer's got the ball, there's a kind of a world where you just let him approach the net and you force him to beat you with a small window of error, right? And that's kind of exactly what they did in game 1. They just went, geez, First Killer's just, he's just beating him into the ground.
I'm gonna let you talk through that.
It's just another 50, a raw win for First Killer. What can you say? But honestly, Limitless, if I'm them, I go out there with the exact same approach as game 1. I say, nope, we're up, we're challenging, we all have boost, we're diving at everything, and we're going to make you get the ball through us with some crazy mechanical outplay and trust that the last person in the net will make the stop. Because that's exactly what got the job done in game 1, and it does force somebody on FaZe Clan to make a big play to beat multiple defenders. And FaZe Clan knows that really they can do that with First Killer to beat multiple people, but Mist is generally playing so deep back that who can say what's about to happen? You know, they're going to force Mist to play a tighter support, and Mist likely will just be able to keep the ball playable and say, all right, Chrome, good luck, right?
Yeah. With how much possession First Killer has had, Snowy has had a good amount of denials and has tried to have these responses. He's threatened the flip resets where First Killer has stopped everything. 2 of First Killer's goals have come up from kickoff wins, and Snowy had 1. And it ends 8-1 in favor of First Killer, allowing FaZe Clan to tie the series 1-1. So First Killer better be getting dinner tonight if he can salvage the series for them.
Yeah, really, really nice show in the 1v1 from First Killer. Ran away from Snowy a little bit. Honestly, I don't think Limitless should feel too down about that. They knew that, okay, maybe 1v1 and 2v2 is maybe not where we're going to get the bread here in this series, but there was always a chance. You never know, because as we've heard in a couple of different interviews now, anybody can win a 1v1, even if, you know, they're outclassed, right? So, good opportunity, good effort from Snowy, but what can you do? Sometimes you just get map pressured and boost starved out, and you kind of just get hamstrung a little bit. Back to the 3v3. Dial right back in, Limitless. Let's see it again. Come out there, hot, heavy, swinging as hard as you can, and forcing FaZe Clan to respect your approach.
I have to. I think FaZe Clan owe them a lot of respect. Of course, it's a slow start, but we've casted slow starts in other groups, and almost what was it, that almost reverse sweep by Team Liquid, thinking of a team that starts series off a bit wobbly but gets back on their feet. This is, I know FaZe are capable of doing that, and that's such an unexpected scoreline. So I know FaZe. I thought K Corp was going to be enough of a wake-up call, but I'm sure that game 1 really shook them up. Now that First Killer helps them forgive that, we go back to 3s. FaZe Clan with the ball.
And they are indeed coming out swinging again, just like they did in game 1. So do you have an answer, FaZe Clan, now that you know that you're getting the exact same playbook?
Yeah, Snowy pressuring. I'm liking that he's playing with the same confidence he did in game 1, you know, kind of saw Limitless talk to each other, especially when you have your other 2 teammates watching you, and you know, you are part of contributing to that series, and in a negative way, that must hurt. But I know that Limitless come up and say, we're a team, we're gonna win and lose as a team no matter what happens in the 1v1. So the fact that Limitless won a game is incredible to see. Mist and Chrome not able to put that on target.
The open net, it slips away from Chrome. He was right there. It was not an easy position. He did have to cut back into the rotation to try and score it, but probably will be quite frustrated he didn't just bury that, to be sure. First Killer with a flip reset, and Darth right there to meet him. Mist pressing hard, and I kind of like the idea that FaZe are going for. Look, if we can let Chrome be first on the ball and let First Killer and Mist be the follow-throughs, maybe things will work out a little bit better.
FaZe have looked, at least at the start of this game 3, a bit better offensively. Not a lot of time has gone by. FaZe Clan denying a lot of these clears from Limitless. We're just obviously pushing the same lane where FaZe Clan are camped out. You gotta see Limitless maybe try to cross this, but it's so dangerous when you have such a good midfield presence by FaZe. Finally some space now for Limitless, and still challenged there by Chrome, who wins that, gives FaZe Clan a chance to catch Limitless off guard. And there's a shot towards the FaZe net. What an for Limitless.
Where did First Killer go? There's Mist. Oh, First Killer thought Mist was gonna delay and get that challenge off the sidewall. Mist never got a hand on it. First Killer, that looked a lot worse from him than it was. He just had full trust that his teammate was gonna make a play and they were gonna start a counterattack, and unfortunately, that's just not what happened. So he did not misplay, he just had faith.
Yeah, another missed coordination though from FaZe, where you see the thought process, but how open that net looks when those dots don't connect. Missed off the back wall. Touch is not able to set up, but at least keeping that position to the corner.
Oh, it's in.
And how? FaZe Clan cut the angle.
Chrome just able to squeeze this one from the sidewall. Not even sure he's really trying to shoot it. He's kind of just attacking the ball to kind of keep it jammed in the corner and buy time for Mist and First Killer to recover. But every now and again, you know, that 1 in 100 touches into that corner just takes that perfect skip right towards the middle of the net, and no one was ready for it.
I do get nervous when I see all 3 FaZe names holding hands in a corner.
It's not good.
After the goal I just saw from Limitless, taking advantage of FaZe Clan overextending. But FaZe Clan needing to all be involved in the play to make goals happen. Whatever it takes to win, FaZe will do it. Now, how can he slow down Limitless here? Ez just gets a hand up. This goes to Snowy and to Die For, helping each other. The support that you see from Limitless is what really allowed them to win that game 1. Not too much threat generated from FaZe, besides making sure that Limitless can't cross easily, not without paying a toll. It's FaZe looking for the advantage in this game. And yes, challenging, but possession shaky. First Killer not getting the redirect, but also not letting Limitless have the ball for free.
And I am liking the approach from First Killer. Chrome should cut into the rotation here, as actually First Killer will go, and Chrome's going to play defense here. Can't afford a soft touch, because here they come. Darth, a little shimmy shake into the top of the net, and that's why you have First Killer back there. He can adjust. Snowy with a chance, 1-on-2, and he will find a gap in the left side.
Chrome just lurking too. I wasn't sure how this play was gonna go because Darth was heading back, and maybe FaZe Clan thought they were safe too. Snowy steps up, great placement, and I thought that the player off the cross for FaZe was gonna be able to save that. Still bounces in.
Yeah, Chrome, he didn't want to just dive across net too early, so you saw him turn up the backboard to kind of stay up there and maybe give him a chance to go all the way across the net, but unfortunately all that did was open up that left-hand side and almost got back to it, but always a tough one. And Limitless now on the cusp of winning their second straight 3v3 game, and Snowy's gonna jam in an insurance goal.
Oh God. If you would have told me that Limitless would win the 3s games against FaZe Clan, I would have said you gotta put me in a rubber room. 1 with rats, because that's just crazy. 3-1 now is insane. FaZe Clan, 52 seconds. These next plays need to be locked in. And First Killer starts the drive.
I've liked the approach from FaZe here too. I felt like it gives them a good couple of chances. There's a bump. Chrome's not gonna miss that one. FaZe right back into it. Only down 1. 40 seconds to work. Can you make it happen?
Again, all 3 FaZe Clan members just full sending it. It worries me. But again, whatever it takes to win, whatever it takes to score. 39 seconds with Limitless, the smallest lead. Everyone
they got
him. That's not the kickoff. Limitless does it.
Chrome got aggressive here, thinking First Killer could maybe get the ball to him off the subsequent challenge, and it just sticks right in the middle. Chrome knew he was diving, but he did not want to sit there and give away the space. He would much rather play aggressive, try and get his team going back the other way. And unfortunately, the timing not right for him. Huge 4th goal from Limitless.
Match point on the line. if we go to game 5, let's say you favor FaZe in the 2s match, game 5 ends in 3s. FaZe Clan have to figure this out no matter how this next game goes. 4-2, Limitless just have to buy time. Wasted. This goes right to Mist. Just gifting this almost. But too many cooks in the kitchen in front of this net. Save after save. Limitless continue to live. And we'll go to match point against FaZe as we go to 2s next. And there's still a chance for it's not unwinnable for Limitless, but it will be the most difficult chance. As this will go for FaZe, I guess, for the 3rd goal. I don't know if it really matters.
You know, the worst part now, you're thinking, man, maybe if Chrome had nailed that open net, we're in OT, right? That's the brutal
what
part.
If, man?
That's brutal. We'll never know if that would have actually happened as we see who they're deciding on who will play the 2v2 for Limitless. We do know that almost 100% for sure it will be First Killer and Mist. I as I said earlier, there is no way that FaZe Clan puts Chrome out there for the 2v2. That would be insane. But Limitless.
Wow.
Hats off to you, man. They looked good against Carmine Core in the 3v3 yesterday, or at least passable. But maybe Carmine Core was just giving FaZe too much respect. And Limitless was out here saying, no, man, good luck.
So I'm very entertained. I don't care how the series ends. Not that I ever do care. I'm not biased in any way, but the narratives, the script that this would create, the buzz that I can already hear going. But we had already mentioned, we gave a bone to Limitless. This is not FaZe playing with their typical 3 roster. But I'm not gonna say Chrome is the problem. He's the one scoring. He's the one who scored in the first game 1 in the last 40 seconds. He's the one who scored in that last. No, I don't know how valuable that is, but he's the one scoring. That's all I gotta say.
Yeah, again, we saw Chrome kind of keeping up, but there were a few times where he really needed to make a better decision or at least execute a little better, and it's been difficult for him. He hasn't been playing poorly by any stretch of the imagination, but Limitless spreading the defense early here, a First Killer and Mist. This could be a surprisingly difficult matchup for FaZe Clan because To Die For and Snowy, they're both mechanically solid, and you have a really strong approach game from both of them on how they like to take the ball off of attackers. But look at this flip reset from First Killer. He never gave Limitless an opportunity to even take this ball off him. He got on the outside of the ball, caught it with the flip reset, and then extended the range out to the right side of the net. That was just gross.
Well, you know how that the 1v1 went, and Mist is like, let me kind of create that. Let me go for the demo, sit back and watch my buddy shine. And that's what First Killer does. And FaZe Clan, though, can't depend on 1s and 2s to win a series. Not if they can't win 3s. They'll have one final chance if this does go their way, but this isn't unwinnable for Limitless. Good attempt to just shove that in, FaZe Clan. Slap that down.
Nice.
Oh, this goes back. Who's there first? It is FaZe. Limitless couldn't salvage that.
You like to see the quick, snappy, decisive challenges, though, from Limitless. Again, keeping that 3v3 mentality in the 2v2 arena and say, look, just cut, force them to beat us. If we've got good timing, they're going to have to work incredibly hard to actually find a type of opening.
FaZe looking for those openings. Snowy, good touch. Kind of FaZe back passing, making sure that they go in with a game plan. Like to see that happen in the 1s and 2s. First Killer, this is specialty. Now with Mist. Less possible mistakes you would think, but also less layers if you do make one. Now Limitless, shoving FaZe around. Shot from Limitless. First Killer was ready. And he sends it for the counterattack with boost.
Ooh, he just missed it. It's going to get picked off. Does he score it? To Die For is just a step late. He's going to be kicking himself. He didn't put it straight on target. That was the only way he was going to beat a defender like Mist. And unfortunately, going for the double tap bought Mist just enough time to get back and make the stop. That was a good chance for Limitless.
Only 1-0, not a comfortable lead. Not insurmountable. Now Mist starts the drive. A lot more opportunities have happened for FaZe. Threat levels, you know, we could talk about that another time, but Limitless, just like in the ones, you know, the different scenario, but stemming the bleeding is what Limitless is good at, but they need to strike back and cause injury on the other side too. First killer, control of the ball, looking for Mist or a shot of his own, and Limitless blocked the first attempt. But what can they do of their own?
And what you're really looking for when Limitless gets a chance, if he had more boost, he probably would have tried to dribble that, but you really want to see Limitless bring the ball down, because that's exactly what FaZe Clan are doing. You're seeing it here with First Killer, this nice air dribble out of his own half, and that's what Snowy's trying to recreate back the other way. It's all about who can find a way to change the pace of play first. If you're punting the ball in 2v2, you're probably losing. If you're controlling the ball in 2v2, you're likely pressuring, and that is a good attempt, but First Killer locked down defense in the net.
First Killer took some really good shots too from Snowy in the ones, and no matter if you have a flip reset, how good you look mechanically against a guy like that, he's barely let anything slip by.
Yikes.
And that's 2 on the board now for FaZe.
Yes, the unfortunate reality of playing a 2v2 like this, you can't miss the ball. Snowy, oh so close. He ran out of boost up at the top as well, so maybe with a little extra in the tank, he would have been a bit more conservative with his approach and timed it a little better, but unforced error right at the end of the game. And it could cost them big time and force them to have to play a game 5.
Limitless not being able to score is kind of the same struggle that Snowy had on his own accord. Just only having 1 goal. FaZe defensively, let's say maybe less pillars to coordinate. Maybe it's easier for FaZe. Well, not like I said, an unwinnable lead, but Limitless, the counterattacks have been so stifled, have been so slowed down that how do you take advantage of FaZe? Yeah, like playing boom ball, but what can Limitless do of their own? They've just been surviving, but you need to do more than that.
What?
Okay.
It just goes in. Snowy, the straight air dribble from his own half. 1 touch, First Killer misses. Misses. What did we say earlier, Lemon? You can't miss the ball.
Somehow they can, though. Limitless. The limited opportunities they do have, they know how to execute, apparently. Having to go from one side of the field to the other with all that boost against 2 defenders who were ready. Limitless, the last opportunity presenting itself in the last 7 seconds. FaZe just need to not choke, and Mist sends it right back. Limitless not quick enough, and Mist will put him 6 feet under, giving FaZe Clan game 4 and sending themselves to game 5, where we revisit the threes horror. FaZe Clan have been unable to win thus far.
Crazy. There is a world where FaZe plays an event and they do not win a single 3v3 game, but they refined the approach a little bit there in game 3, excuse me, and it didn't look, you know, like the worst ideas. It was just a matter of, okay, a couple of touches got away from us in some bad spots, but I liked the FaZe look. It's just Limitless able to break through on a couple of key opportunities, and you have to give a ton of credit to Limitless. I mean, they were actually getting pressured pretty hard there in that game 3. And the fact that they're able to just keep batting away some of these extra opportunities that First Killer and Mist are trying to throw out there and contain their own side of the field with the boost canisters and prevent FaZe from really starving them out. I mean, it's a tough thing to do because everyone knows that FaZe is playing, you know, with half credit, right?
Yeah.
Like they know there's a lot of pressure to execute, because if they're gonna win, this is definitely a good shot to do it. And they're doing everything that they can to make sure they take them down and give themselves the best look at advancing in the tournament.
Yeah, but this isn't First Killer Clan. This isn't FaZe individuals. This has to be a team that comes together one last time in threes, or potentially one last time in threes. This is not how you want your year to end. After booming Worlds, this is coming apart at the seams. I didn't know, ripped apart. But this is doable, like I said, many chances given. Limitless having one-on-ones or twos, but the coordination is what sets them apart, and even then, quick shot from FaZe. Limitless react in time.
It's that trust that Limitless has in their own defense. It says, yeah, we know you guys are going to be putting pressure on us. It's all about the awareness, the marking of the FaZe players, but they miss a midfield boost. They could get put in a tough spot here, and they are forced just to go right back into the teeth of the FaZe attack here.
Limitless are just having unlimited clears, sure. This is kind of the situation right now, where in the last race match, FaZe were dominating on the offense for the first 90 seconds, but all it took was one offense for Limitless to get first on the board. It just turned into this avalanche. It's FaZe protecting their net. First Killer sneaks it through, and Limitless couldn't defend that time.
Nice job from Chrome picking his moment. See everyone a little discombobulated there on the Limitless side. They couldn't tell who was going to hit the ball. Mist came at it. First Killer jumped and backflipped at it, landed and got a little bump. And Chrome, blazing shot into the net with authority.
You're seeing more trust being built in FaZe Clan, where it's like, thought you were going for that. I thought you were doing this. Was the thing I kept hearing you mention in Game 1 and Game 3. And now that the fact that First Killer is committing to maybe locking up these defensive members and opening up the gap for his front line, that's what FaZe Clan need to do and are doing better of in this Game 5 when it matters the most. But Snowy the shot missed. Saved at the goal line, and Chrome with the clear, the counterattack, the bounce, the 2-4 doesn't get. Missed over to First Killer, and FaZe Clan up 2-0.
Everyone kind of just staring here at Mist's air dribble. They know where he's going, but they're not sure how he's going to get there, and Darth, recognizing it's a pass just a split second too late, couldn't cover up in time. First Killer, strong shot, top left corner. FaZe up 2. They may have found the answer here.
The answer, the secret sauce. It took them enough time to talk, but at least they provided a very entertaining series. If this is going to continue on this trend. Limitless saving, blocking these very dangerous quick shots. First Killer is tipping it in. Snowy not bumped, able to save. And Darth with the clear follows through to die for, just too far away from the ball to maybe make that pass, generate something as FaZe Clan respond even harder.
I think to die for and Darth ran into each other just a little bit there on that transition. I can't be sure, but it felt like the timing got thrown off with an accidental team bump there, because they were in position to try and counterattack that, and then all of a sudden the ball was just falling to the floor without anybody having touched it.
To die for, trying to contest that. Finally, Limitless attempting to make FaZe Clan uncomfortable. Haven't really seen FaZe Clan look disjointed the way that they looked in Game 1 and Game 3. It's Limitless who are feeling like their backs are against the wall. If the series would have started this way, it would have been a lot quicker. As FaZe now with a commanding lead.
See, and this is the pressure the First Killer puts on you. Now, we know from his camera, he can't actually score this. This gets own goal. That shot is wide. But Snowy, as he's racing back to defense, he 100% believes that First Killer's putting that into the net. And he is trying to get back as fast as possible to make the save, and ends up smashing it into his own goal. But that's what being a mechanically proficient and dangerous attacker does for you. You get the reputation that kind of forces people to make some less than optimal decisions.
Yeah. Just to re-mention that Limitless are not used to a series being extended this long. They either win in a sweep or lose in a sweep. I'm sure they're just all the stamina is being thrown into this Game 5, 90 seconds, and this is do or die for Limitless. And their tournament lives on the line with Furia waiting on the other side of this match. And FaZe Clan still throwing everything at this net offensively, never giving up and always pressuring Limitless, but not full sending all 3 members the way that we noticed in Game 1 and Game 3. A lot more split, and there's Mist. Shot on net, Snowy saves. How does Darth get Limitless out of this situation? This next play for Limitless has to produce a goal, or you're just gonna get shut out.
And now you probably see FaZe send the 2 deep back on defense. They'll play a very conservative approach in the midfield now that they have a very comfortable lead, and they just want to make sure not to allow anything. And it's going to be 1 into the attack and 2 just sitting and waiting to contain.
FaZe Clan containing this opportunity from Limitless quite well. Limitless dart back, not allow anything else to go through, but with 30 seconds, you would just have to hammer FaZe Clan. They'd have to be dead in the water. Even Chrome is coming back late, and this advantage from Limitless doesn't happen. Even when they had boost, they were worried, they were scared, and maybe starting to give up. After how well Limitless played in the first 3 matches, it's FaZe that end the series the way that they should have in the first place. But even if you're a FaZe Clan, you might have thought that this was going to be the case in the first place. But I'm sure there's a lot of doubt that's been created for FaZe after a team like Limitless makes them sweat this hard. Still a big congratulations for FaZe winning in Game 5.
Yep, nice job to close it down. They knew they were on to something there with Game 3. It just slipped between their fingers, and disappointment here for Limitless. They say, they figured it out. They found a way to get things going back in their favor, and at that point, First Killer and Mist, they were cooking. It helped that Chrome was absolutely blasting balls into the net. The guy had a couple of shooting chances where earlier on in the series he wasn't able to convert them. Absolutely was there in Game 5, and well done to FaZe Clan. They will find at least 1 3v3 victory here at Gamers8.
That's good to see. And 1 against, a 3s against KCP, but different beast when, they put up a respectable fight. FaZe Clan put up a respectable fight against K Corp, but this wasn't a team I was expecting to make them struggle this much. Highlights of the series, well, I was entertained. I hope y'all enjoyed the content. We had a lot of sweeps today. I prayed for no sweeps. I wasn't expecting this to not be a sweep, I'm not gonna lie.
You gotta say, I was hugely impressed with the Limitless approach in the first part of the series. It was aggressive. It was saying, look, you have to defend some of the shots. FaZe starting off a little bit slow, to be sure, some mechanical misinputs, some bad approaches, maybe a little bit too much faith in some scenarios, and Limitless was able to capitalize on some of those more dangerous opportunities, but FaZe Clan kept themselves in it. The value of crew battles coming to their defense here. It was very comfortable for First Killer in the 1v1 limit.
Yeah, and if, like I said, the series like this still depend on your prowess in 3s. So the teams that looked amazing at Worlds, or at least previously before Worlds, you would think would be the ones who have to step ahead. But even the teams you gotta watch out for in 2s and 1s, how much that really matters, and that's what saved FaZe, at least kept them alive. Just took maybe 1 slip up, but this ended up being kind of First Killer Clan to salvage this series. I gotta say, the First Killer put in so much work on his own to make this winnable for FaZe, and at least give them enough time to figure out what was wrong.
Yeah, bold stuff. Also, if we remember that interview from STL on Furia saying, FaZe Clan equals First Killer. Bold choice, Nick. Mist may have something to say about that. I think FaZe might be in a lot worse spots if they didn't have that guy back there. So that'll be an interesting matchup later on in the day. But well done to FaZe Clan to lock it down here against Limitless. You had to come out to play. You had to get the job done in a very tough mental situation going down in both 3v3s early. You never knew what was going to happen there in Game 5, so very well done.
Yeah, up next we'll have Furia versus FaZe Clan. That's exciting. The rest of this group is just, it better produce bangers. If Limitless FaZe is gonna go to 5, the rest better too. Furia versus FaZe, K Corp versus Team Falcons is what we have on the menu next. We hope you'll stick around, and we'll see you on the other side of this break.
الحياة لحن، ولأننا جزء من مقطوعة عظيمة تحركنا، تلمسنا، تصنع من لحظاتنا ذكريات بديعة. لأن الوجبة، التجربة، المغامرة، حياتك بعد جديد في هيلتون الرياض.
Hey everyone, welcome back to Gamers8. We're still going through Group C. And guess what's next? I told you before the break, if you listen, Furia versus FaZe Clan, our lower bracket semifinals. See who goes to the lower finals to face the loser of K Corp and Team Falcons. Ooh, I'm ready for this one, Chiefs.
Yeah, this is a much larger step up back to the plate here for FaZe against a team like Furia. There's going to be a lot of mechs coming at them, so a lot of questions to be asked about that FaZe defense. Can you hang with the Furia approach? Because we saw a little bit in Furia's first match, and boy, were they looking speedy. So I would definitely expect to see FaZe get boxed in at least a little bit here in this semifinal.
Yeah, Furia just at the start of the day, looking flawless. Only gave up 2 goals total the whole series against KCP, which not obviously the same opponent as a FaZe Clan may be. But doubt, I'm sure, has to set in any FaZe fan, maybe within FaZe themselves, after just how awkward they looked in threes against K Corp, only scoring 1 goal in those 2 games, to giving up 2 out of the 3 threes match games against Limitless. You're playing more threes than you are any other format at the end of the day. At the end of the day in these series, so FaZe Clan, they got to step up there.
Yeah, it's going to be a tough one, so let's go ahead and take a look at FaZe's opponents. We have a video from Furia.
Card smashes a headset. They go absolutely nuts, and I personally identify with that passion a lot, and it's easy to root for a team like that. Plus, they're super mechanical. They're so fun to watch. You have other mechanical teams out there, but having a team that came from the South American region and expansion region and playing this well, these players are some of the best players in the game. Like, how could you not root for them?
A nossa ida para a América do Norte mudou muitas coisas. Mudou a rotina do time, que geralmente no Brasil a gente acordava tarde, não acordava tão cedo. Comida principalmente também. Lá, tipo, a gente podia comer umas besteiras que a gente gosta nos Estados Unidos já, porque a rotina já não podia, porque a rotina era diferente também. Acho que isso foi uma das mudanças mais drásticas, assim, dentro do jogo também. Que o potencial DNA também é muito mais forte do que as outras regiões.
Yeah, Furia definitely not looking as good. They've had their struggles since moving to NA. They tried to make a roster move early. They switched out for Lost and Winter, which is also difficult. Not only did you move to North America, but now you're moving another player to North America. He's got to get adjusted. So it's been a tumultuous season for them. I think that they're still built for this format. I think they're even better built for this format with Lost. Their 2v2 is even stronger now, and I think that they have figured out their 3v3 woes. I still believe that this is their format. It's a little more stacked this year. The group's a little tougher. They have K Corp and Falcons, both in their group.
Para essa Gamers8, eu individualmente acho que eu tenho que treinar mais X1, que eu não venho jogando há tanto tempo. E pro time em si, eu acho que a gente tem que melhorar nosso entrosamento fora do jogo, que não estava dos melhores nos últimos campeonatos.
I think what would make Furia a great team is if they just became more consistent. I think they're a little bit too inconsistent right now. They took a while to start doing good during the season. So I think as long as if they just become more consistent, they'll be way better.
Eu acredito que a chance da Fúria de ganhar esse campeonato é muito grande. Esse formato eu acredito que favoreça muito eles. Como o Yankees é muito bom no X1 e ele realmente é diferente, eu acho que ele é um dos melhores jogadores do mundo. E ele e o Card têm uma química muito boa. E o Lost também é muito bom jogando todos os modos. Eu acredito que todos os jogadores podem jogar todos os modos e jogarem bem. Então eu acho que eles são um dos favoritos para ganhar.
Nesse campeonato eu tô muito confiante. Se Deus quiser vai dar tudo certo aí e a gente vai conseguir o bicampeonato.
Well, you heard what everyone had to say, especially FaZe about Furia. Was it First Killer said Furia would be better if they were more consistent?
Yeah,
funny.
they're a good team, but they could be better. So it's unfortunate. First Killer probably kind of feels like he has to limp into this one. He knows he can't really give it the gas here because it will be an uphill battle here for FaZe against Furia. So good luck to them, but. First Killer, everybody, Team Secret, they were all willing to give their opinion about the former Gamers8. Or not the former, the previous Gamers8 champions, I should say.
You were telling me during the video, I'm learning all kinds of Rocket League superstitions. I guess something about Furia bling. That was something I very much appreciated from their video. I wonder if they're wearing it now.
If Fury gets on the stage and they're wearing the chains, they're feeling good, man. They get scared real quick. So we'll see what FaZe is able to do here against Fury. This will be quite difficult. Mist is an excellent defender in his own right, but there may be a little bit extra to cover up. First Killer, you're hoping to see a lot of that speed and pace come through defensively and try and prevent Furia from going on extended counterattacks and maybe that type of slashing rotation that First Killer is capable of can really break apart that counterattack relatively quickly. But if things ever end up where Furia's got a little bit of space to work with in the midfield and they just start air dribbling and twisting and twirling and things start getting wacky, I'm not sure what's about to happen. It's either going to be really, really bad or really, really good.
Yeah. And we're close to crowning our qualifiers for the end of Group C. Just an update on how everything is going so far. Of course, yesterday we had Oxygen Vitality qualifying from Group A. Group B just finished up with Team BDS and Genji moving forward to playoffs. And we're rounding out Group C, and Group D is taking place on the A stream, if you're curious about that. Team Secret up against at the moment.
Man, it's disappointing for all the Monkeys fans at home, of course. You know, they were on quite the run, putting on some really fun shows against some good teams, but it looks like Matane, Smokes, and Raziers are going to have to find another way forward. But congratulations, Gen G, you qualify onward. So that means that, yeah, we're the only ones left. And Rule 1, Version 1 going to happen today. A lot of big questions there. A lot of people, I'm sure, will be hoping to see the Daniel versus Roas 1v1 if that becomes an option. And that could be a lot of fireworks over there.
Yeah, and over on the B stream, there is no crazy screaming crowd. I was popping into the A stream yesterday to watch the rallying behind Team Falcons, and once we see them again later today in the upper bracket final, they won't have that crazy hype support. So I'm excited to see. That'll be the match going, I believe, up next will be K Corp versus Team Falcons. If you guys are fans of those teams, stick around for that. We're waiting for Furia versus FaZe Clan to get all set up. We have a few delays going on there. But excited to see how FaZe Clan can also take this time to just relax, although you would like them to ride off that momentum.
I'll tell you what, while we get this one ready, take a look at what we've put together here.
My favorite Rocket League moment of all time would have to be Justin's 0-second goal.
I'd say Fnatic 2018 shot at Leipzig.
Yeah, I would say the goal against Common Cub in New Tokyo.
Mon play favori, c'est contre K Corp sur Neo Tokyo au World. Mon but pour mettre le break.
I mean, you got to say like the Justin 0-second goal, right? It's probably the greatest goal in Rocket League history.
Vitality. They never lose in threes. That's it. It's just so hard to beat them.
Cloud9, back then with Torment, Gimmick and Squishy.
I think it's still Violent Panda, K-Dop and Turbo Pulsar.
Je pense que le meilleur roster maintenant c'est moi, Alpha et Radoza.
K-Dop, Turbo and Violent Panda.
Cloud9 probably had the most potential. Squishy, Gimmick, Torment. I think they were a really incredible team, so I'll just say them, yeah.
Best player in the world is Zen. Yeah, Zen. That's an easy one, to be honest. Turbo Pulsar. He's won 4 World Championships. Still Turbo Pulsar. Next season, I think Zen.
I'd definitely say Turbo.
There's only one simple answer to that. It's K-Dop.
I think 2s is my best mode.
3v3. I'll go 3v3 personally. I prefer FaZe. 3v3, but I like 2v2 as well.
I personally enjoy 3v3 the most because it's way more organized and there's a lot of team plays, and I think that's super fun.
1v1, it's all about you. You know, you can't blame your teammates.
To play professionally, 3v3. To play in ranked, 2v2.
A unique game that's changed my life.
Car soccer video game.
Rocket League is the game that is the most stressful to watch.
This is Rocket League.
Rocket League is life.
Rocket League is high octane and completely chaotic.
Soccer with cars, that's my go-to.
A boost over ball.
Not the boost over ball shout right at the end. Do not put that bad habit into people's brains, please, sir.
I love this trend in gaming in general to just give like wrong advice to casual fans to just kind of trick them into that.
You've single-handedly tanked the rating of easily half the player base with the boost over ball shout, but that's okay. It's such a tough psychological hurdle to get over. But we are slowly but surely trucking forwards towards the beginning of Furia versus FaZe. And as you can see, the guy I think going to have the biggest impact, very likely right there in the middle. He should be going to work. Let the guy cook. Yan's here to play. And I would like to see him continue to just dunk on people.
Yeah. He didn't even get a fist bump, though. I wish people will...
Oh, no.
Guy on the right. I'm sorry I don't know faces. I wish players wore name tags. But guy on the right got a fist bump. Yan didn't. So we'll see if the bling, I think the bling, hopefully it's tucked under those shirts too, because you said there was some weird superstition about that, but just like there's maybe a superstition about FaZe Clan and 3s, this will be their chance to prove that they still got it. It was a dominant shutout against Limitless, but going all the way to game 5 was not what you expected, especially when Furia should be on paper head and shoulders above a team like Limitless. So how will FaZe Clan fare? Good shot and redirected right into the net.
And this actually plays into exactly what I thought was going to be happening. Look at Chrome cut all the way across the field just to try and cover up. Yeah, he could try and rotate back and defend the net, but he wants to make the play as one-dimensional as possible for First Killer behind him to figure out where the save is going to go. He was close, but Furia was all over it. Great press.
Oh, touch there. Fake card. The guy you can rely on. Even we heard from them earlier how, well, I guess Yan and Card are going to be playing 2s. Miss crashes to the bottom right. Can't slip through. Furia looking for clears and see if Card and Yan will do well in the 2s until they lose, and then they'll switch it up back to loss. But once you're in the lower bracket, though, will be the last chance anyway. So
now the real question, because we heard in that interview, you know, they have the law: you play until you lose. So if they lose with the setup of Yan and Lost, right? Does Yan finally have to sit out? Do you not put him in on the next 2v2? Because now he's lost twice. You know, you got to spread the love, right?
No shot. No shot. They don't put Yan in.
It's only fair.
It's like not putting Rojas in for Rule 1. But I would like the confidence. I would like to see it. Just like how you would like to see Chrome be thrown into a 1s or 2s, even though that's unlikely to happen. Threatening shot there from FaZe. He wanted to keep that momentum going, but Card forces his way through, passes it to Lost, who still it's saved by First Killer.
Now, unfortunate for Furia, not able to really connect on that deep pass plays. Chrome parrying a nice thrust, and once more just forcing Furia to respect his approach. I gotta say, Chrome's been put into some dicey defensive situations, and he's doing the best game theory optimal approach he's got for his position. And it has been, I am going to force you to do something with the ball, and that is really all FaZe has to do, and missed. Will just get up there in time to poke that to the safety of the sidewall. Chrome tasked with finding a clear, and unfortunately needs a little extra help from the teammates behind him.
Furia's offense looks so scary. How is this only a 1-0 game? The mechanics that they brought out already, FaZe have somehow been able to read that like a book. Going into the second half with a small lead. Car tucking that into the corner, trying to draw at FaZe. Capri jump, and Furia, even strike 2. Didn't pierce the hearts of FaZe, not yet. Both challenges 51 by FaZe. How can Mist carry this into a fast push? His first killer stopped in his tracks. Furia slow the play down. They don't follow through with the ball though. They're already on the back wall for whatever comes out of FaZe. Finally a chance for Furia to extend this lead, but maintaining possession of the ball has been difficult for them against FaZe.
Difficult for FaZe as well to actually get the offense started. It's been hard for Furia to stay on extended offensive pushes, but they have in general been the team driving pace of play, lost with a little bit of space to work with, and look at him pull the string on 2 defenders.
Scooping that one up as a defender of FaZe. Kind of threading the musty there and just FaZe jumping. 2-0 for Furia. The mechanics that Furia have to put on display to put goals on this board has been so impressive, but Furia are known, at least today, look at the start of game 1. They don't need a warm-up. They don't need to ramp up. They just start the peak already so high. And it's FaZe. They're the ones that have to shut the doubters up. Here's FaZe just following through and sending it back.
Locked in and ready to go. Furia continuing what is not been an effortless press against the FaZe Clan defense so far, but has looked relatively comfortable. You're waiting to see if FaZe is able to muster any type of extra offensive output here. Loose ball collected by First Killer and saved by Yan. First Killer's trying to dance and bob in the box, but unfortunately Furia finally able to get their wits settled and find it clear.
First Killer brought his driver out. The speed doesn't get past Furia, brings the putter out, still on the second touch. Get through the defense of Furia. 30 seconds left before FaZe gets shut out, and this has been kind of the trend in their threes matches. They don't score a lot, they don't score often. We're only able to put up 1 goal in total in both threes match against K Corp.
Oh, that's in.
And that's still somehow with all the collision goes through.
Yeah, I actually thought that was really well defended by Furia. Forced First Killer all the way up to the ceiling. Card was defending the backside of the net, and they even had somebody on the backboard, but what can you say? A perfectly placed ball from, I believe it was Mist who got credit for that goal there, to just cut the defense down to size. Final 10 seconds and a breakaway for FaZe.
It's not over yet. Furia didn't get the 3rd insurance goal they needed, so FaZe in the green half have to make this next play happen. 1 second left. Card away. No one there in time, and Furia take game 1.
Nice win from Furia. Comfortable. It took one heck of a shot. some very lackluster fist bumps. Yeah, we know we won. So.
It's whatever.
Furia might have been a lot more disappointed if they had lost that 3v3, but that's okay. It was a good showing from FaZe overall defensively. They were able to at least keep Furia at arm's length and force them to hit some excellent shots to actually go ahead and win that game. So now we come to the decision point. Do you take on Yan as First Killer in the 1v1 off the rip, or do you go for 2v2? And it looks like FaZe has elected for 2v2 in the first go around.
That makes a lot more sense for them. I thought either way could have worked. I think Furia are down for whatever. Furia are just an all-around solid team, and that's why they were big favorites out of this group. FaZe might have called them inconsistent, but what they presented today and yesterday has been nothing but consistency. And what sent Furia into the lower bracket was a tough and close game 5 against Falcons, which they obviously want that revenge, have the potential to if they can climb out of this series. But FaZe, this has been their bread and butter, has been 2s and 1s, at least from what we saw against Limitless, and this kickoff almost went awry.
Now this could be one of the best 2v2 games of the day, easily. A lot of opportunity for sparks and dangerous attacks. And I think there's going to be a lot of opportunities for Mist or Card to be big put-away type shooters here, and they may have to do it with some tough defense from the opposition, and it's going to be all about placement here.
Oh, First Killer into the upper 90. Mist has been such a good enabler of First Killer that you have no doubts that they were going to opt to want to play with each other just after how well they coordinated in the twos against Limitless. Great attempt again by First Killer, puts FaZe Clan on the board. A successful format for them.
See how long First Killer delayed actually going for that flip reset? That was crazy. Nice pass to Card, and he will bury it in the net. Nice, quick go get him from Furia here. They just go and steal all the boost in the corner and just pop it back across. Card waiting right there for it. Oh, and Mist smashed First Killer out of the way. I didn't even see that. I don't know if First Killer would have made that save anyway, but it certainly doesn't help.
The fact that Yan had time to grab a corner boost and set up the ball hard. But you heard it from Furia. It doesn't matter if it's Card or Lock. Yan can play twos, threes, whoever, his teammates. And that coordination just right out the gates looks good. Mist has to buy some time here. Here's the 2-on-1 approach by Furia. First Killer late there, but able to contest and buy time for FaZe to hopefully stabilize out of the situation. As Mist sends it away, but Furia will recover.
Now, there might be a lot of extra value produced by Mist's defensive prowess. He is an incredibly strong defender and chance to beat one away over Yan, but couldn't get enough on it.
Tie game. First Killer contesting, trying to shake up that possession from Card. He's touched above to the left side. Furia not going to challenge needlessly. They'll respect that space against FaZe, head back for a safer approach. Now the counterattack from Furia, almost on target there for Furia. This Card looking for a setup, goes up high, gets bumped out of the way by First Killer. Mist sees the Yan approach, clears it quickly before Furia can put their backs against the wall. Still good stops on both sides.
You can see First Killer trying to get a demo as actually Mist will find one as well. Yan in a 1-on-2 for a brief moment. And he will control the ball beautifully, and he's gonna score!
I look away for 1 second, and Yan scores. Is that all it takes?
Oh,
first miss. Open time, but Yan just reaches the ball wide enough that Mist couldn't get there.
Mist got greedy too. He went for the midfield boost, and you know what? It wasn't there. So he gave up a lane to the net, and there wasn't even a way to cover back up. That's tough.
Small lead for Furia, just knowing how to find those gaps. FaZe Clan setting up First Killer for success as usual. Even mid demos in the last match they played against Limitless.
Oh, he got that!
Almost went in. How?
He got bumped. He got people driving under his wheels and trying to throw off the balance. I have no idea how First Killer kept that out of the net. That was crazy.
Aim is salvageable once again by First Killer. Card with good control, tips it above. First Killer pinches it off the back wall, keeps it again. Is trying to get into the net. And doesn't even put it on target. Card wasn't really ready to maintain that possession there for Furia. Furia kind of back past this, keep the ball away from FaZe. Furia just forced their way through. Everyone just jumping on this ball, and FaZe buy themselves some desperate real estate. First Killer driving right into Card, so good stops again by Furia.
This is looking more and more dire as it continues. Furia definitely starting to establish control of the game here more often than not. That's a miss from First Killer, and look at that tight support. Huge 50 from Mist to at least buy time for FaZe to get set. But Furia, this 1-goal lead, you have to respect how aggressively they're playing it. They're trying to take everything away from FaZe Clan.
Furia with a bunch of boost. Checking what Mist is doing, going up in the air, cutting through the right lane. FaZe haven't generated a whole lot of threat. I don't know where
you can see Card.
Was.
It was just funny because Card was about to rip that ball up the field, and then he looked and he saw nobody from FaZe around. He's like, oh, I guess I'll just wait then.
Yeah, I wasn't sure if that was a player mic that I heard too, but I'm just imagining things. 2-1, 38 seconds left. With Furia not too challenged on the defense. It's Furia putting on the pressure. FaZe Clan put up save after save, though.
Good chance here.
As Furia stop, at least slow the momentum there. Waits for Mist. lands right on Yan's lap. First killer passing it to himself, trying to bait out Furia, who read it like a book. This is dangerous in front of the net here. FaZe just need one to tie it up. As Card goes down the field, he's bumped around by First Killer. The control shook from Furia. As missed, this has to be the last play. It goes to First Killer. On top of one last chance. The ball's in the air. Yan has control though, sends it all the way down to the orange half. And FaZe Clan living through this somehow. There's only 2 players though. And the backflip gives Furia game 2.
Huge win from Furia in the 2v2, and especially because FaZe chose that format first, feeling more confident perhaps, and leaving the dice roll of the 1v1 till later in the series, and you lost? Oh dear. Now we get into dicey territory, another 3v3 to stay alive here. And you saw how game 1 went. It was a lot of pressure. They were kind of equal to it, but it felt difficult for them to find good spaces to actually counterattack. Furia in a great position here.
Match point, I believe. Oh man, this series has been so wacky. But...
You're correct.
Okay. I don't know. You're either the doubters, you're part of the doubters, you're part of the believers when it comes to FaZe. That's just what makes them such a fun team to watch. Both personality, both on the field. Furia, they come in with so much hunger though, especially as the former champions. And this lower bracket semifinal, last chance. And FaZe Clan, I mean, they've been put in more dire situations before. You go back to 3s, which is not what FaZe would be known for in this tournament, playing with a different third, but they're able to clean up series, usually.
There is still a world. I mean, FaZe, they looked okay in game 1. It's not like they got, completely steamrolled in that first one. It was a 1-goal game, so they kept themselves in it, and as we mentioned yesterday, they got own gold! Mist is gonna score, but if you're within 1 at any time, good things can happen for you, and look at this. Yan blocking Card's clear there.
Hey, you scared me for a second. We just woke up to this game and you said miss own goal. I was like, no shot. This is our 3s. But scores for his team. Makes the other team own goal. I'm catching on. FaZe, the lead. Lost. Has the boost to kind of guide this out. Goes to Card. Chrome hot on his tail. Miss turns it around. Only Yan is back. But right in front of the net. There's enough space to dive for the ball. I'll make this easy for FaZe. Here's the counterattack for Furia though. FaZe, good challenges. Losses goes to the right. Yan will be late to this. First killer. Hoping to transition this out for FaZe, and it's been so back and forth so far.
And FaZe opting to go for a bit more map control here, taking away corner and side boosts if they have the opportunity, trying to blunt that Furia counterattack and limit the amount of mechs they'll have available to them. And Chrome, respect that. Just go hard at the net and make them save it. And again, Furia get in the way of their own clear.
Look at this placement, the bottom left. Couldn't be any more perfect than that. Lost and Yan were there too. Talk about threading the needle. Miss does it again for FaZe, 2-0. And you need to just do so much to hustle your way back through in this series. Here's First Killer off the kickoff too. Pinches off. First Killer bumping around in the net too. FaZe still looking to either create the gap or find it.
You can't ask for a better start than this to a game mode that everyone knows you've got a handicap in if you're FaZe. 2-0, 3.5 to play. It's a long time, but you can afford to play a lot more conservative now if you're FaZe Clan. Chrome, that's all you have to do. Just make sure the timing is there on your approaches out of the midfield, and FaZe should be able to walk away with a win here and go to the 1v1.
FaZe have been on top of Furia, forcing Furia, especially Card, to have to cross from one side of the net to the other just to go somewhere where FaZe isn't to clear, and First Killer almost gets that second touch in. Not the bounce he was looking for. Here's Lost trying to create some hope for Furia thanks to Yan. He gets it in.
That one stings pretty bad if you're FaZe. First Killer, it was an open net, but he didn't have the cleanest control of the ball. And what makes it worse is that as soon as he missed that open net, Furia immediately counterattack back the other way and score. So essentially the 2-point swinger there, right, for Furia, because they avoid going down 2, they cut the lead by 1 with the counterattack and the flip reset trying to equalize. So FaZe would have loved to see 3 on the board there from First Killer, and instead now they got to fight a lot harder to keep this game in check.
Yeah, after 2 unanswered goals by FaZe, Furia generated response. Card making sure gets boost, making sure First Killer isn't being passed to. Furia get it out of their own end. Crashes right into FaZe's lap. The Furia have been kind of waiting in the midfield for FaZe to send it back to them. That's a missed touch there by Carter. Missed challenges. First Killer gets ready to set up his team for success. Over to Chrome. Challenge from Furia. The 50 forced to the corner. FaZe will try their hand again. Missed down in front of the net. First Killer doesn't think it's possible. Not with Lost and Card there, but with Lost missing, FaZe create their 3rd opportunity.
Ooh, and yeah, and that speed, he gets bumped off. Mist cannot turn it in. Chrome has to contain out of the midfield out of nowhere. He's just able to get the nose on it. And a ripper from Yan will tie the game. First Killer in position, but you're not saving this.
Yan, beautiful placement. First Killer got a hand up, but not enough to save it. And this after FaZe Clan thought they had this rally. Like I said, 3 shots coming into the Furia net, all saved. 1 counterattack. The execution from Furia. 2 unanswered goals to tie it up.
Oh my days!
It's finished off by Mist.
Oh my gosh, First Killer, how do you get this one into a playable spot? What car control to get that one back across the net? Nobody from Furia saw that coming. And Mist right there to collect.
FaZe clutching up. Situations looking so dire. When the other team seems to have match point, that's when FaZe seem to turn up, and that's not when you want FaZe to turn up. Not if you don't want to be stressed out, but this is a stressful tournament.
Yeah, that's what they
FaZe,
said, right? Rocket League, the most stressful game to watch.
Yeah, if you're watching FaZe, that's for sure. It's off the back wall. It's a little too high. First Killer there first. Furia, we're down low, ready to receive. And demoed as FaZe want this 3-on-2 advantage, but they don't have the ball, so Lost buys time for Yan to get back into the play. Curves it to the right. Furia, well, the offense has been just stuffed. FaZe have been so good at just stopping them, challenging them before Furia can even get a thought going. Oh, Chrome. The touch off the back wall missed as the bounce went
Here's that
really
counterattack.
And there's Furia,
Ooh.
yeah, having a chance, but they got so disrupted on their journey to the orange half. 35 seconds. 1 goal lead for FaZe. Yan gets bumped off the ball. Lost, ready to receive, and goes up against Mist. Goes right in front of the net. He's such good midfield control that Furia just can't recover when they get challenged like that, but keep the offense going.
Keep the offense. Oh, that's a huge 50 from First Killer. Just swatting that one down to the other end. Chrome will keep the defense honest. It doesn't have to be on target. It just has to scare them enough. Last chance here for Furia.
First Killer just putting the insurance goal down, but Lost catches it, barely keeping it on top of his car. Yan, Card, sending it. They have boost. Lost, using it all. Yan, trying to pinch it down low. Lost has to dive all the way back. It's still riding the corner.
Gosh.
Lost thanks the field for that. First Killer, though, charges at him, and FaZe live on to win a 3s.
Oh, goodness me. That was... That was stressful, man. Well done from FaZe Clan. Furia definitely a little frustrated, to be sure. They will be playing the 1v1 now, but man, those 2 goals where Furia just got in their own way, put themselves in a hole. FaZe Clan able to stay alive. That could have gone any direction, but big credit to FaZe Clan for coming through with a very tough dub there.
It's just match point buff for FaZe Clan, I guess, when they're on the last possible game, it seems, when they're about to get sent out of a series. They just know how to turn up, but it's such a huge win for FaZe to win a 3s, because that was what sort of held them back against Limitless Now you go into ones. First Killer versus Yan will be coming up. Just a quick update from the A stream. Team Secret win in Game 5 against Suh. Denying the reverse sweep 2 by Suh. So that was a back and forth series.
Well done, Team Secret, another team from South America. Sad Knight and KV1 had a lot of fun watching them, but this one could be the best 1v1 in this bracket, potentially, if you want to count out First Killer versus Vatira yesterday. This should be another good one here.
Ooh.
Oh my gosh.
This is going to be a good 1v1. Wow. Yeah, that's on target. I thought maybe it was a little too high, but I am so wrong, and First Killer is so right.
Yanks went for the boldest, most aggressive 1v1 challenge in the world I have ever seen. First Killer says, I'm starting an air dribble. And he's like, cool, I'm going to go off the ceiling and try and take it from you. That's wild.
The second one, too. First Killer is so good at receiving those bounces and self-passing to himself off the sidewall. And he was really good at those kickoffs, too, in his 1v1s against Limitless. He wins that again, too. Solid lead.
Solid early start for sure for First Killer. Yan is not to be underestimated, though. First Killer is well aware of that, and this one could immediately turn into a positional battle.
Just can't let First Killer get away with everything. He's just been controlling this game way too much. First Killer has no boost, and Yan has it all, but First Killer's the one with the ball, and no, the post got in the way. This is not safe, though, for Yan. First Killer heads back for boost, and Yan has some space to work with. What a fake, what a dangle.
Oh, the dangle's right. He says, look, I'm going to flick this so hard. And First Killer absolutely bid on it. Great recognition from Yan. He got away with it, though, a little bit. Yan earlier is so focused on denying boost, he let First Killer take a shot on target. Got very fortunate that he missed. And Yan glad to turn in the counterattack with a great mind game.
Oh, man. First Killer. It's the First Killer show. I'm glad to be in attendance. And I've buy tickets. Look at him cut through the right side, second touch too.
And that's just First Killer understanding kickoff timings, right? Because in any other scenario in this 1v1, First Killer probably doesn't try that because the defense is already in position. Yan will finally win a kickoff and get the goal right back, so everything wiped clean. And you really hope this one doesn't devolve into kickoff goal, kickoff goal, kickoff goal.
Yeah. Yeah, just looking back at the ones that Furia did in TRK, just narrowly inched forward 8-7. Yan will always put up a good fight when it comes to that, if not win it all. And this is proving to be another close one. Still the 50 goes. Favorite First Killer.
This was just the raw battle of who has more boost. First Killer has the option to pick up all the small pads in the box. And Yan, you're right, trying for that 50, but he just didn't have enough boost to get the nose on it. First Killer just tapped it in over his head.
Ooh, thought maybe Yan just an inch more higher. Could have popped it up. Going for the 50, unsuccessful. 2-goal lead. First Killer coming in with a lot of speed, making Yan run around for it. First Killer collects some boosts, a little bit at a deficit, so it's backing away. Yan carrying it, threatening the flick, goes for the bump of the First Killer and drives it home.
This is such smooth control from Yan. Look at this dribble. First Killer gave him a little bit of space just to go grab boost, and Yan made him pay for it. That was so well timed and so perfectly played from Yan. Excellent goal 3 to get himself right back within 1.
FaZe are gonna do it to us again, aren't they? Not that I'm calling the match this early, but First Killer, I'm not a doubter of First Killer whatsoever. This is reverse sweep territory. Just saying, if FaZe win their 1s and their 2s and somehow clutch it up in Game 5 like they did against Limitless. But we'll see if Yan can keep up against First Killer's been able to maintain that lead thus far. Yan always is able to keep it within 1. Yan with control, kind of being slippery with it. Seeing if he can make First Killer be antsy, make a first move. Now Now First Killer just drives back, makes sure that Furia or Yan doesn't get a free shot on net.
Boost advantage, First Killer. Yan with 2, able to make a stop, but he has to lose the corner. First Killer will just play keep away here and make sure Yan can't actually counterattack.
Yeah, when I thought First Killer had a shot there, just the ball had so much speed too. Maintaining
Again.
possession, Yan bumps him out of the way. Hey, if it works, if it ain't broke, don't fix it.
So we saw Yan show you how to do the air dribble bump right from a dribble, and now you see him how to do it with a pop forward. Just chips it forward to the far side, forces First Killer to dive at it, and he just dials in the challenge line and says, "Excuse me, I am tying this game up."
Yeah, first time we've seen a tie, I believe, this game, and yeah, looking for the advantage. Barely saved. Still has possession of the ball, 96 boost too. First Killer going up to the ceiling, trying to read what Yan is cooking up. As now they're playing patty cake, but First Killer, they're both playing mind games. That's what makes this one game so interesting. Yan now playing keep away, as you said, has to be careful of the challenge coming up. Demo for First Killer, but we'll give Yan time to recover too.
Yeah, and First Killer more focused on making sure to take away all the boost in the midfield. Oh, Yan's gonna try. He actually got that on target, and First Killer believed him, but he wins the race and it's off the wall. Can he make it back? Yes, he will. Yan finally takes the lead. First Killer's been working hard this game, but it all slips away right there.
Post almost working harder too. There's been a few of those hit by Yan. Takes the lead for the first time in this ones match. Match point for Furia. Don't come at me if I curse FaZe, okay? I don't want to hear it. They can curse themselves, okay? I'm just trying to produce hype. That's my job. 5-4, but this is not over yet. 90 seconds. First Killer has kept up with every solo player. This First Killer waits for his moment. Yan turns it around. First Killer flicks it. Yan pops it up. Still saves.
He knows Yan has 0 boost here. That 50 from Yan is huge to release all the pressure, and he will definitely want that side boost there. It allows him to play defense, and he's just able to keep that one away.
First Killer off to the ceiling as a reset. Will go off the cross. Yan forced to still go for the save. First Killer on the ball first, tucks it to the right corner. But it's First Killer who can't afford to waste time. He's the one at a deficit. Yan hugs the wall. Sends it away. First Killer still maintaining
all the boost.
possession through all of this and draining Yan's resources, but now both lack. Yan will have some breathing room, but not the ball. And First Killer demos through the smoke, the fire, and the flames. First Killer ties it up.
First Killer giving Yan a piece of his own medicine. You have hit me out of the air enough times, sir. Excuse me, it is my turn to tie it up. Great play from First Killer. On such a great role of control there, taking away all the boost. Yan working really hard on defense, but finally not able to keep pace.
Feels like First Killer hasn't had to be that physical player in ones or twos. Like, you bring Mist out with the boxing gloves, sure, in the twos match, but First Killer's been able to rely on his mechanics thus far. Yan flicks it into the upper 90. He takes the lead.
Huge late lead here for Yan. Only 17 seconds. And again, First Killer thinking he can get away with giving a little bit of space and finding an aggressive clear line. That is the 3rd time he has been proven wrong in that regard.
Stressful. 17 seconds. Kickoff 50 popped up. First Killer just back passing it. Not letting Yan get a free shot. First Killer has to be careful here. Drives it all the way down. Yan behind, but keeps up. Yan just gets ready to save, and he sends it to the orange half. Yan just has to land this on the ground to give Furia the series lead, or the series win, and send FaZe home, and Yan has done it.
What a show from Yan. That was a battle. Back and forth, and you gotta give credit to him. He called First Killer's bluff there at the end, said, nope, you're faking it. I'm punting it right back up the middle, and that is unfortunately the end of the run here for FaZe Clan. First Killer with 2 marvelous 1v1s against 2 phenomenal players in Yan and Vati, and comes up just shy in both of them, but what a show it was by him.
Just what a group of death this has felt like. K Corp, FaZe, Falcons, Furia, all clumped up together. And now FaZe are the first to fall out of the big four, leaving K Corp, Falcons, and Furia. Furia moves on to the lower bracket final. Congratulations to them to await the loser of K Corp and Team Falcons, which is coming up next. Which I'm glad that the second half of the day is proving to be so much more exciting for Group C, and FaZe were able to bounce back from just kind of the shakiness that presented from the Limitless match and able to put up a good fight against Furia. I honestly thought it was Game 5 territory for sure.
There was definitely a world there. First Killer was cooking in the 1v1 at first, but you gotta give credit to Yan. Showed why he's one of the best 1v1 players in the world. Such great car control and pace management there to really put the defenders in a blender. A well-deserved win. The reigning Gamers8 champions advance one more round, awaiting K Corp and Falcons. That should be another phenomenal 2v2 or 1v1 series, should it actually go to both of those in them. But great job from Furia. This is regrettably the end of the road for Coach Chrome's playing days. He'll have to go back into retirement and back into where he has settled into the coaching role. So gave it a pretty good show. Honestly, pretty happy with how he played considering the incredibly tough competition he was up against. So way to get back out there and show you still got it.
Yeah, he still got it. And maybe this will inspire him to come out of retirement and say, I can do it better on this team or another team. I don't know. But FaZe Clan to just pull out a different third and get as far as they did is commendable. You knew that the threes were not going to just on paper look as good as everyone else. And Furia were really tested. And speaking of that, let's look through the highlights of how this series went. I thought it was going to be another fiver. Not that I didn't doubt Yan, but it's just First Killers look so good in these formats.
Yeah, really good show from Furia to kick off this whole series. Showed a lot of great command. They forced that FaZe Clan defense to really adapt a lot, and adapt they did. It took them a few games. The 2v2 was close as well, but FaZe Clan finally settled in a little bit there, but it was is off-brand the word I want? Not non-standard. The 2v2. It was the 2v2 and the 1v1 that unfortunately let them down. They made a bold strategic choice, went for the 2v2 first, and ended up losing. But game 3, they absolutely came to play and said, hang on, you're not just going to sweep through us. We're FaZe Clan. We don't just get stomped out of any tournament that we play in, and they made Furia work for it.
And Furia, just like I said, have this passion, this hunger of just weren't given that chance to perform at Worlds and want to blossom in Gamers8 like they did before. And we're going to be grabbing actually someone from Furia again for an interview just to see how this tournament has been for them, taking win after win. Day 2 has been superb from them.
Yeah, excellent show from Furia. Very curious to get in their headspace, how they manage a team like FaZe. Again, it was always a matter of, do they feel confident? We asked them before this series started, and they said, we play our game, we get the job done, and that is exactly what they came out here and did. So we have went back to the well. We've brought STL back to the desk. You were correct. You have found your way into another winner interview. You await the winner, or the loser, sorry, of K Corp and Team Falcons. Did you get what you were expecting out of FaZe Clan?
I think I got exactly what I was expecting. I mean, even with Chrome, they were still playing like defensive mind. Like, if they score one goal, it's gonna be tough. So, game 2 from 3v3. We considered like a bunch of silly goals, communication issues, some mechanical issues that led us to the defeat. But you got Yan. So Yan playing that 1v1 against First Killer, he was not like enjoying that much. It was really, really hard. Not easy to play against FK. It did 2v2 as well, even with Card and Mist. Like not easy at all. But the main issue was, like I said to the boys, even with From, even not with Sipco, it's still FaZe Clan, it's still First Killer and Mist. They are still capable, and they show it.
And Card and Yan haven't got the chance to play 2, so I guess their reign moves on in 2s. Curious to what words do you have for FaZe after the series? We saw a bit of content where FaZe had some choice things to say about their opponents.
Yeah,
you being
about
one
consistency.
Of them. Yeah. Just curious what you have as an answer now that the series is all done with.
Well, I gotta be honest, I don't know what they said about us. but I hope it's great things. But like I think if they manage to get like a complete roster, even if it's not like typical, I don't know, any NA player, they would be like way better. They would probably beat K Corp. I don't know, probably beat us as well. So who knows? But they're still capable. I think next season they're gonna perform really well. Maybe they get the win they deserve.
Very possible, but you look forward into potential upcoming matchups. K Corp, Team Falcons. You think about strategy behind going for 2v2 or 1v1. If you have that choice, of course, you never want to plan for the game one loss, right? But do you think you would stand a better edge in the 2v2 or the 1v1 era? Because I know Yan beat TRK yesterday in the 1v1. It was tight. Vatira also very capable in the 1v1. Do you feel you're going to be looking for your wins in 3s or in the 2v2s and 1v1s?
Well, I think 3 is gonna be the main goal, because if you win all 3s, you win the series. But at 2v2, I think we're really capable. Even with Yan and Card or Yan and Lost against TRK, Nupa wasn't that good, but against I think Vatira and Itachi is the KC duo. I think they can win. But I think mainly in 1v1, like it's gonna be hard. TRK or even Napo or Vatira, doesn't matter. It's gonna be hard. But if we focus on our 3s game, we can only need like maybe one game from Yan, and that's it. And I think our main strategy is like, even if we lose the game one, we're gonna always pick once. I talk to the boys, it's like way better to play once first, and if you need, play 2s later, because can you imagine like Yan yesterday having to win 1v1 against TRK to like leave the series, otherwise he'll be gone. So that's like really pressure. If it's choose, he has like a buddy with him, so it's gonna be nice.
And what's going to be nice is who you're going to be facing next. At least we're going to be entertained. We first had to determine K Corp versus Falcons, and you're facing the loser of that. So do you want a rematch against Falcons, or do you want to face K Corp?
To be honest, I want to see how Falcons is gonna play against K Corp. They play the same as they played yesterday against us. I think I want to play Falcons.
Well, STL, thank you so much, man. We'll let you go ahead and get ready for that match. It is upcoming. Congratulations on your win, and good luck, man. Well, we'll see if we see you again. Nice guy.
At least he called it. Nice guy. At least we called it of just, hey, I'll see you guys in a bit. I mean, he kind of called it. He's like, get ready for our next interview.
He would have been terribly disappointed, I think, had they lost the phase. So he's probably feels some amount of relief. I think you're right.
Yeah, and we'll see if we'll get a third interview with Furia. They're waiting for the loser of K Corp and Falcons, as I've said. Speaking of that, that's coming up next. That's on the dock. You guys won't want to miss that. See you after this.
Vitality are absolutely unequivocally the best team in Rocket League, and the debate isn't even close. The why is because
they won everything. They are unbeaten in events so far. It's ridiculous. In the RLCS, they lost a single meaningful series. That's insane. You just don't do that, and yet they have.
They've only lost 2 series in total in 5 events. Every single regional they win, World Championship they won, the major they won. And that's the thing with them, right? They've won so much now that you're like, oh, I forgot that they won that. But they've won everything in a row.
Vitality in 2022 were basically a team that were an okay team.
They had some success, but they also had moments where they didn't even qualify for regionals.
And then Zen happened. And they changed.
Big challenge, 2v1 now. Zen, the last line back, gets the stop, and gets the clear out. Wide open Zen! Zen does it all for Vitality, and they sweep Moist. Just as you thought Moist had an opportunity, the Magician in Zen.
The current Vitality roster is a hard one to place because they're so new. They're so explosive.
Je pense que le meilleur roster maintenant, c'est moi, Alpha et Radoza.
It has to be now. It's going in. It's surely going in. What? Wow! The final 30 ticks down. It's a runaway goal. It's a counter-attack. It's reducing.
So the important thing is for a team like Vitality is to stay critical on what they're doing in game. And that's why Farah, their coach, is so great.
But Farah has got one of the best brains in Rocket League, and the fact that he was able to manage that team, make sure that everyone was happy, they work around each other, and that also bringing Zen onto the stage and having him confidently in the middle of Boston during a grand finals, he's just scored a goal and he waves around a USA flag and he's like, let's go, like, and they're standing up and like cheering and literally looking at the crowd and going, and he's like, bro, you're 16, Zed, what are you doing? But Farah inspires that. When it comes to Gamers8, they are the favourites to win. They are the team to beat. They've got potentially the best ones player in Zen. You've then got the best 2v2 team probably in Zen and Alpha, and they are absolutely the best 3v3 team with the 3 of them.
We've seen this before. We've seen good teams come through in Rocket League, but if you go and you look at the past, you can learn that eventually teams from around the world, not just your domestic teams, are going to catch up.
But if anyone can take them down, fair, you deserve it. You've done it. Well done. You've beaten the gods. Like, you've proven that they can bleed. But it's going to be a very, very, very hard task.
Bah, je pense qu'on est à 100% confiance parce que bah, on est quand même champion du monde, donc on va arriver ici pour tout défoncer.
Welcome everyone, I'm Chamaco09 and I'm here joined by Lost and Cart from Furia, and we're gonna be playing a little game of Guess the Player. So I'm gonna show them some achievements by the players and they're trying to guess who the player is.
Tem que chutar dos dois, porque eles estão dupla mocota.
We are ready. Who is it? JNAPS? Close, very close.
Chicago?
You're Chicago, you got it. Okay, let's do another one. Okay, they're good. They got it.
Alpha 54.
Alpha 54, the first one, right on. Yeah. What gave it away? What was it? The championships? All of them?
Yeah. The Season X.
Oh, yeah, gotcha. Okay. You're on a roll. Number 3. Let's see if you got it.
Batira from the first one. Okay. No hints or anything. They're just going at it. That's it.
Okay. You guys are good. Let's see the fourth one. You're too fast. You're too good.
It's me, bro.
It's you. Excellent.
O Inter em segundo foi o First. Não, pô, o Inter. Mist?
5 out of 5, no hints or anything.
Easy, man.
That was impressive.
So
that
easy.
was very, very impressive. Okay, I thought I was gonna give you like a few hints, but you got them all. Okay, guys, you got it. Lost and Cart. Know their trivia. They got them all.
Hi everybody.
everybody, and welcome back. My name is Hercules, and we have some really special guests today. We've got Itachi and Exotic, and how ready are you guys? We're gonna be doing a Rocket League pop quiz here at Gamers8. Scale of 1 to 10. How nervous are you?
Not nervous, I'm confident. It's going to be a good quiz. So.
Okay, and what about you?
Same.
Same?
I'm confident.
All right, well, we're just gonna hop right into this one. What year and month was Rocket League released?
I think it was July 2015, I think.
2015.
Yeah.
Okay.
It's right.
Y'all were the first ones to get it right.
Perfect.
Okay. How many seconds are there between power-ups in Rumble mode?
10 seconds. I think.
Yeah, 10 seconds.
I think 10.
Y'all
Perfect.
were
Let's go.
a little bit more quick with it than the
Yeah.
rest of them.
Oh, we need to be slower? Or?
No, you're just like on. Everybody else had to think a lot.
Oh, okay. No, we know our game.
No, you guys know everything.
Yeah.
At the end of a match, what title is given to the player that won but didn't do much?
I know. Bench warmer, I think. Yeah.
How do you know everything?
'Cause I think-
Okay, how many hours do you have in Rocket League?
I think 10,000, I think.
10,000?
Yeah, around.
Roughly? And what about you?
9,000.
9,000?
Could be higher,
Could
to
be
be honest.
higher.
We could play more.
Yeah. No, they're just world-renowned players.
Exactly.
Nothing crazy. Because you guys are so good at this, let's do a buzzer version. So first person to smack the table. Don't smack it too hard. How many 1v1 matches did Zen win in a row before being beaten by RW9?
12.
Final answer?
Yeah.
Do you want to try?
I have no idea.
You have no idea. You're close. 11.
11 or 12.
What is the longest overtime in Rocket League LAN history?
12. Vitality versus Wolverine.
Do you want to put a guess out?
12, 45 maybe?
45.
I don't know, thing.
12:02.
Okay.
Well, that's everything I've got for you guys.
Thank you.
Thank you all so much for watching with us here at Gamers8, and we'll see you on the next one.
It's time for the match of the day. When it comes to Group C, our upper bracket final, Falcons versus K Corp. Ooh, this better be a banger because I'm hyping it up to be one. They better deliver.
Yeah, it absolutely should. You know, I gave Falcons a lot of grief before the World Championship doing some tape review, but they came out and they performed in a big way, performing the best that I have seen them look all year. K Corp, of course, no slouch in their own right. Probably the best team outside of Vitality in Europe. So this, when you say is the match of this group, you are bang on the money, Lemon.
Yeah, I got the honor of casting Falcons during the wild card, and they were just incredible. It's tough to say who is the best team in MENA when they're all just so competitive. Even Twisted Minds had a good showing in wildcard, but at the end of the day, it was Falcons that got further than Rule 1 and really made their region proud, but against K Corp. I mean, the accolades that this team has, top team from Europe, favorite obviously to clear out of this group no matter what happens here. You got Vatira, world's defensive MVP, European RLCS MVP, Winter Major MVP, offensive MVP. Like, he's
you
got
don't want to
MVPs
mess with the guy.
He's scary.
He is scary and very likely will be the choice in the 1v1 again, as he was yesterday, versus First Killer. So the world is your proverbial oyster here to pick from when you're KC. So they're a very tough nut to crack, to be honest, on the attack. But the good news is Falcons showed that they 100% have the tools to break down some of the best teams in the world defensively. And they're going to have to bring all that firepower to bear against a team like K Corp.
Yeah, K Corp may look better on paper, results-wise too. Amazing performance at Worlds, finishing top 4, been dominating Winter split, won the Winter Major, still good in Spring. It's Falcons that have to prove that home turf advantage, or just how hard they fought, bringing on this new coach, signing this new blood, Nuepo, how much this can transform this team. Is this going to be the key to their victory? Nuepo has been used in those 2s matches too, and solid ones player too, but you know, not what TRK has been able to put on. Vatira, though, was the one with the ball.
Tira is the one, and unfortunately immediately had it requisitioned from his possession. Falcons poking and prodding. Early on, this is very much just the, okay, what can we do? What are you guys up there and challenging with? And I expect to see a lot of aggressive first touches with aggressive follow-ups just to see if anyone's going to blink first. But I believe there was a demo that opened the door wide here for the Falcons.
I gotta watch this. Oh yeah, that opened up. I thought it was a defensive.
Yeah, it was Itachi hitting TRK, not the other way around. And Itachi just lost all the momentum with that demo.
Good opportunity for Falcons, namely Nuepo, that 16-year-old prodigy. It's crazy they make gamers that young. They're just this good. And what a player to pick up. What a player to pick up for this format too. Good kind of pop up there by Vatira. Like I said, good ones, but also was on the team that kept going to finals against Falcons. So kind of a funny, like, if you can't beat them, join them situation from Nuepo. And a lot of people were hyped for this match, or just for this player too. And that'll be exotic, redirecting and 2 cross from Falcons, but it still goes in.
Surprised to see this one slip through. Vatira doesn't really do too much with it, just puts it into space, and Exotic doesn't exactly square it up, but what can you do if it slips by the first line? The back line has to try and cover up and just couldn't get there in time.
Oh yeah. At least it makes it for an exciting game. 1-1. Oh, there's Vatira threading that back wall, and bounce almost getting found there by K Corp. As Falcons managed to get out of their own half and quickly react after saving that. K Corp is just such a threatening team. It's Falcons that keep the drive going. Ahmad is the first one all the way up there. It goes down to TRK because of that double commit of K Corp. Falcons with the lead.
Double commit is right. Both Exotic and Itachi jump at this one, and Ahmad just dominating that contest up in the air. Able to keep it playable, nice and easy. Rare to see a miscommunication like that from K Corp. Generally, the structure is a lot more intact, but Falcons just apply that level of pressure. You can feel that speed coming off of all 3 players, so you just feel like you got to get up there and fight for the ball.
What Itachi's trying to do right now, guiding it through the left side. Everyone's heads are just butting. And Yan just a little baby clear, but Itachi follows through and doesn't let that be an opportunity for Falcons to strike. A lot of 50s that both teams, just 50 after 50. Both teams just reading each other so well, almost at the same second. But it's K Corp now with the touch off the back wall. Good save by Nuepo, and oh my god, demoed. So Falcons won't let that trap them.
Tough sequence here for K Corp. Falcons really not allowing anything defensively, and you can see K Corp trying to get physical and open up gaps that way. A missed net here for Itachi. It was not an easy shot to make, didn't have a lot of boost to adjust. But K Corp slowly but surely pressing forward, boxing the Falcons into their own half.
Yeah, TRK is trying his best. The type of support that Falcons give each other. It's amazing to see Nuepo, though, read like a book, exotic control of the ball, and it's layer after layer that you have to peel back for Falcons. Been able to keep this only out of 1 goal deficit as they charge back. Shot right side. It's quick and it's deadly.
Quick and deadly is right. Nuepo just pressing forward in the midfield, knows he can't actually beat anybody, so he just manages the 50, keeps it playable. And Ahmad just coming right through the middle of the field. Nice and easy shot to the back post. You like to see that consistency in that put away. Clinical.
Ooh, Nuepo just demoed momentum from K Corp right off the kickoff. As Ahmad's 50 kind of stifles that ball right down. Not in front of the net, but K Corp really putting the pressure on. Falcons challenges, they're just popping up the ball. Not good enough clears. Vitira with the deny on that clear too keeps the rally going for K Corp. Just trying to generate this into a shot has been a little bit difficult. Itachi, kind of the pop-up, baits Falcons forward. Vitira almost with the shot with the bounce off the wall. Falcons stop after stop, but how do you get out of this? K Corp, it's just a matter of time before they find the gap, before Falcons get antsy. Shot from Exotic, saved by Ahmad.
About to say, I thought you had the crystal ball, Lemon. You can only last for so long, but a last-second ditch save there from Falcons. But how do you keep them out? The answer is make sure you're always picking up your corner boost. You never want to get starved. Somebody has to have the ability to go out there and fight for the ball. That's a nice pop into the middle, and K Corp likely to be stymied here at the end of game 1 despite some phenomenal presses. Matira's not done looking for answers yet. There's a demo and a score, so 40 seconds left. K Corp finally cracked the nut open, and can they do it once more?
It achieves curse it, or bless, depending on what side of the pitch you're on. Either way. This would be the first game loss that K Corp have had in this group. They 3-0'd FaZe. They've been chilling. It's Falcons that had to go to game 5, and is it 37 seconds? I gotta wait for 0 to hit.
You're
know,
right.
man.
You're much more disciplined than I am, Lemon. 37 seconds is enough time to score 2. It's plenty of time to score 2 goals, but especially if K Corp keep getting these kickoffs and putting dangerous pressure on.
Kickoff needs to be good for K Corp. They can't waste any time. But Nuepo with a good clear and the follow through from TRK. It's a lot of just meters that K Corp have to make up for to cross all the way down. There's a chance here. Itachi starts the drive, tries to go and cut under Ahmad, who pinches it down, goes to the corner. Momentum not in favor of K Corp. Now it's in front of the net, but it's so high up that it's not an opportunity for K Corp to strike, as you would have hoped that they could. That could have made this winnable for them. But Falcons have been able to conserve this game and even put away one for the road as this game 1 ends 5-2.
Tough game for K Corp. Really thought they were going to be able to find something back the other way. There were some good presses, but that Falcons defense, man, they were all over it, and they were able to find consistent control of the ball, looking for those air dribbles out of their own half. Really nice start to the series for Falcons there. And if you're K
I
Corp,
thought they were starting to cheer there.
that's the most epic hero shot ever, is just them popping off after the win. But really nice show for Falcons. A strong start, of course. I was kind of wondering how a team, after you pick up Nuepo here for this roster swap, what can you do against one of Europe's best? And the answer is look relatively comfortable, even when you're getting pressed on defense.
And first game loss for K Corp, so we'll finally find out their biggest secret. Do they prefer ones or twos?
Yes, this was the closely guarded secret.
Best kept
I'm
secret.
sure. They actually may opt, I think, to go here for the 1v1 first. I would be kind of scared about facing Falcons in the 2v2 just because they've got such an aggressive playstyle and they all control the pitch so well that you might just get outspeeded and outmeched. And indeed, they do go for the 1v1. TRK versus Vatira is the projected matchup.
Oh, that's a scary 1v1 to go for. See, everyone is locked in. Coach is behind them, getting them ready. I'd be so nervous in a 1v1. I don't know how these people handle it.
It's
the
a
other two
lot of
teammates
pressure.
watching.
1v1 is very difficult. I mean, it's one thing to say, you know, you don't have any help. It's another thing to have to admit to yourself that, you know what, I'm just bad at this game, and that's why I lost.
Yeah. The arcade. He's the one you can trust. He's the one you can depend on. It was a little high. Good save. Vatira. A lot of boost to make the magic happen. Trying to collide though. Good 50s from TRK. Gets him the ball back. He's up in the sky. He's burning the plane. He's got the reset. And to the right. TRK first.
And you see the value of getting flip resets. It totally freezes Vatira to commit to saving the shot to the back of the net. And as TRK lets that ball go further and further towards the floor, he starts to wonder maybe this shot's coming towards the left-hand side, and that's when he finally hits up that nice shot to the back post. Great play from TRK.
All right, TRK to the sky again. Vatira having nightmares about this. Oh, he does it again before Vatira can react. Oh, TRK, the mind games.
Really nice play from TRK. Vatira, again, not quite able to cover up. Vatira's a stingy defender, and he may get a lot more value out of just trying to force TRK to beat him on the immediate challenge and see if he can score the half chance. A great kickoff, though, to get himself right back into this one.
Okay, don't let this get out of hand. No avalanche today. Left and right swing, and Vatira has his presence known. Great shot there from the midfield, too. TRK has always been a great ones player for Falcons, but Vatira has all these accolades for a reason. I only named some of them on the long list.
There's a lot.
So, TRK, though, he doesn't care.
TRK, what a great kickoff for him, and more importantly, can you score the half chance? Yeah, just look at, see, you get that flip reset again, and Vatira just gets so worried. He's like, oh, he could do terrible things with that ball and that flip reset. And TRK just uses all of that advantage.
TRK with control. Goes back for corner boost. Bit awkward there. Vatira just looming for that chance. And off the corner. Vatira almost read the bounce better. And TRK just puts his body, or I guess his car, in the way, technically. TRK, when he has the ball, he's so scary with it. The backflip only slows down the inevitable. 4-1 for TRK.
Vatira frustrated here that there's no boost and realizing he doesn't have time to get the corner either. And so he gets as much of the ball as he can on the clear, but unfortunately got an extra little push from TRK to help him out of the way. And man, I'm just saying, we've seen a couple MENA players play 1v1s in this event already, Lemon. And all I know is I do not want to play 1v1 against any of them.
They're just built differently. Whole host of MENA talent that can play ones and twos, and it's actually multiple of them on the Falcons roster. Either way, Vatira just trying to keep up. Shot flicked up, easy save, popped up. TRK control that sends it all the way to the corner. TRK patrols. Vatira waits. Here gets a pass here through the right side. TRK just gonna put a lid on this. Even just playing keep away wouldn't be too bad of a strat too. We've seen that many times from TRK and others.
Oh, that actually ended up coming off that challenge a little bit slower than I thought it would. I thought it might outpace Vatira here, but he set that angle for that challenge so early. He was never trying to actually beat TRK to that 50. He just wanted TRK to hit it into him. And it paid off big time. Very risky, though, from Vatira, because if TRK hit that to space, it was about to be 5-1.
Always winnable for Vatira. It's not getting too out of hand. Has to figure out how to get boost and got a good chunk of it, but...
Picked off again, man. It's not fair. He's so good. Knows Vatira's greedy for the boost. TRK's playing the ball, says 50 is good enough for me. Just goes right back over his head, man. It's such good field awareness from TRK. Reading where the play is headed, and man, if you're Vatira, this is tough. You realize you can't get away with a whole lot versus TRK now.
Bump attempt by Vatira just to try to make the space and recovers better off the bounce, and again, always within 2. Vatira alive and well.
Yeah, keeping himself in it, that's really the most important part. You've given up a lot of goals early, but you're only halfway through the game. You're well within 2. It's going back and forth, so Vatira just knows, okay, let's tighten up, let's be a little less aggressive, maybe make sure that we're always challenging the ball in the air with extreme care. But apart from that, he might be able to bring this one back for sure.
Oh, the jump from TRK! And Vatira just sandwiches him and gets the 4th one in. So close.
As I affectionately like to say, he stuck him to the dartboard here. Just went right at him, pinned him to the backboard, and didn't let him off in time to go and make that save. Nice play from Vati. Back within 1 now, and he's recognizing what's required to find a way through that TRK defense.
TRK from the right. Vatira just gets hand on it. From the left to the right. Looks both ways before crossing the road. TRK. Easy second touch. The lead continues in his favor.
Look at TRK roll off this challenge, and then he rolls the car backwards. Just completely makes it, sells the fact that he's going towards the net or the backboard or something, and then just pulls off at the last instant, and Vatira just goes flying by the play. Such great deception from TRK.
Vatira just needs to find a way to keep up. Still plenty of time to do so, but if he can't, it'll give Falcons match point. Put K Corp on the line here in the next 3's match. Whatever happens here. TRK coming in with a lot of speed. Heavy touch though. TRK couldn't kind of readjust that. Gives Vatira control. Running out of boost though. We'll take the corner one. That gives the chance for TRK to almost flick it above. Vatira now can fight for this. Can't get the reset. Just wants to slam and maybe bump it in. TRK will not get bullied.
Not get bullied is, I think, the most accurate descriptor of what he's doing. He never seems particularly worried about what Vatira is going to do mechanically. He feels confident enough on defense to let Vati approach on an air dribble save. Like, he's just waiting here, and he'll close the gap and he will pay the price. Finally, you see what happens. He wasn't too worried. He tried to posture like he could get there, but you look at the reality. He's got 12 boosts in these backwards. Vatira's going to cook him in every instance.
Thought it was kind of funny to just reverse into it. Bad guys walk away from explosions moment, but it's just net that got exploded.
It would have been epic. Oh, and the kickoff equalizer. Oh my goodness gracious. You can't write it, man. That's another great kickoff from Vatira. Just flipping out to the left side, neutralizing all the pressure from the kickoff. And it, in the most poetic of ways, just fell gently at his feet and he just smashed it into the net.
Another kickoff. It's barely kind of pulled off by TRK, and Vatira can get there in time. Revenge is sweet.
Revenge is sweet in like the exact same way, right? Like yeah. TRK neutralizes momentum, the ball falls right at his feet, Vatira is in a terrible spot, and the lead is back in his favor.
Oh, this is so back and forth. Vatira just got back to tying it. TRK, the lead in his hands.
Oops.
But for how long? Oh, this touch goes to Vatira, but TRK has the boost to get back in time. Plus, it was to the corner. Vatira waits. A little bit behind on this. TRK in the air, has the reset. Vatira pitches it down, but it's too late. It's in the back of the net.
And again, you see the fake flip reset from TRK. He gets it, and Vatira, he actually is finally able to adjust to it, but TRK has adjusted to the adjustment. He just goes to the floor. and just takes it around him. Vatir is trying everything to keep TRK from clipping on him. And unfortunately, TRK's just got the whole challenge played in his head already.
TRK was easily like my wildcard MVP when I was casting him. What an incredible player. I know you guys have known this for a while, but it was my fresh set of eyes that I was like, wow, they're not kidding.
Yeah.
This guy's got it in him. Not capping. TRK, though, under fire. Vatira finally gets above.
He will not go quietly into the night. A lot of posturing there in the corner and finally deciding to take his best chance with a high flick in the net. Again, TRK, limited boost, backwards, unable to make the play. 18 seconds, do you get the heroics?
Not a lot of time. Vatira has the ball, though. To the left. TRK jumps. Vatira goes for the bump. Just barely made the space. Now TRK can have this insurance one home to give Falcons
dirty.
match points. Doesn't even let him try to save. Either way, Falcons match point.
Vatira so committed. You could see a little wry smile on some people on Falcons. They thought that was funny just because it was so cleverly played. TRK gearing up like he was going to shoot that ball, and as soon as he saw Vatira jump to save it, he just instantly put it off the wall and said, yeah, you don't even get a chance to try and equalize. So really great 1v1 from Vati and TRK. One goal game, but did feel like TRK in general in the driver's seat, and it was just a matter of Vati trying to keep himself in it, but not enough. Now you go back to the land of 3v3, and oh boy, K Corp's good, but it did not feel like they had an answer in that game one in any capacity.
Yeah, kind of an uncharacteristic wobbly start from K Corp. Not that they did necessarily anything super wrong. It's just the way that Falcons are just looking so strong in Gamers8. And this is the first time we've seen even K Corp slip up at all, considering, how well they 3-0'd FaZe. But, that is a different kind of FaZe with the new third. And this is finally the biggest challenger for K Corp. And now they have time to reverse sweep, although it is the upper side of the bracket. So how they will match up against Furia is a different story. We'll see how the threes goes.
Yeah, extra life and looking ahead to Furia potentially, but not out of it yet. You know you're still Carmine Core. You know you always play a good threes game, and yeah, game one ran away from you a little bit, but who knows? All the players sitting there letting things digest in their minds while Vatir is playing that 1v1. And hopefully Itachi and Exotic came up with a few answers for how to contain this Falcons attack in game 3.
I think if you're K Corp, you definitely have a lot of hope after what Vatira did and what Itachi can do for K Corp.
Great opening for KC. You can't ask for much more than that. Crushing TRK on a 50. And Itachi just taking the small open side of the net that he could shoot at, delivering a perfect ball. 7 seconds. Doesn't come much quicker than that.
A swing that strikes true for K Corp. Now with the demo, I think. Here comes Ahmad with the reset, looking for the bump, and just to the back of the net. Vatira saves, counterattack from Exotic. Nupo just denies the double tap. Ahmad with the clear, the pass to Nupo, back to TRK. The quick flick to Ahmad. Are you serious? That's clinical.
A gorgeous passing play from Falcons, dicing up all the open space that KC was giving them on the rotation back. Beautiful execution. Put that in a portrait and hang it on a wall.
Show it to mom later. She'd be proud. Puts us in a tie game. Exotic being careful of Ahmad looming, lurking around for a challenge for a dunk. But it's a pressure from K Corp. TRK to the left side. Vatir ready. Reads the bounce. Down low well. K Corp wanting to fight through that right side. Falcons hitting their heads against the wall. Itachi to Exotic. No, denied by Nupo as Vatira starts to fall back. Exotic pulling down the counterattack of Falcons. Here comes TRK, shot saved by Vatira. And K Corp not gonna let the second one get a chance.
Ooh, great stall here from Nupo. Pushing Exotic off the ball. Not a lot of boost here to work with on this KC attack. And Falcons will just take what's given to them and reset on the defensive side of things. Quick punt back to open space, covering up. Vatira just able to get a hand in the face of Ahmad. and keep the counterattack from slipping by.
Oh, it wasn't on target, I think. Not very good with angles and past geometry, but I'm sure they did. That's why they played this game, at least I would hope. Nupo just will soft clear it, then has to follow through with it, has the boost to do so. Now out of it, Itachi demoed 3-on-2 as Falcons keep up that advantage, that pressure. Exotic keeps it from centering it out in the net. Still no lead through back-to-back offenses, quick counterattacks, the mind games that continue outside the ones as Vatira leads that charge to Exotic. The redirect, and it's in.
A display of precision here from Exotic. This one required a delicate hand to fit this one in. Opposite side of the ball, and still able to put the pace on it as it rolls over the undercarriage. Great shot.
A lead for K Corp. When it's match point for Falcons with a qualification spot on the line. The second chance no matter what happens. Ahmad, the corner attempt, but quickly recover their bike. K Corp, the quick counterattack that collapses into the defenders of Falcons. Back and forth we go. TRK threads it and ties it up.
Who did he score on? I didn't see. Yeah, Exotic gets pushed back, and Exotic gets a little taste of what Vatira was handling in the 1v1 right there. How do you stop that? He's just got you tied up in such an awkward position where your timing is never going to be good, and he just waits for you to make a misstep, and he just goes right past you.
Hey, Ahmad. To the right. Nupo with the long drive. To the back wall. Vatira wants to deny it. This bounces in front of the net. TRK goes for the pass, not the shot. Denied either way. Ahmad wants to slow it down, but now K Corp, it's their chance to get revenge. Exotic to Itachi, the bump in the net. Doesn't get the gap. Salvages into the corner. The Falcons live on.
Tough counterattack as well for K Corp. Not a whole lot of boost, and again, Falcons always looking for that open space on the pitch. Where can we put it to spread that KC defense out?
Itachi dodges that challenge from Ahmad. Goes to take corner boosts. TRK, he's been so incredible so far. 2 defenders have to stop the guy. And you're not even done yet. Nupo, the young blood, wanting the pass, but quickly interrupted. K Corp don't want to let Falcons rally and get any kind of momentum. With 90 seconds, CRK shot. Ahmad, wait, he's on his team. That's not what he wanted to do, but either way. Still weird not seeing Falcons on the green side. The fourth imposter as Falcons generate another offense. Nupo dodges that challenge for Vatira in the net too. Stop after stop. K Corp's defense known for a reason.
Now, working hard there for sure to keep Falcons out of the net, and finally a chance to breathe here and get onto the offensive side of things. But for how long? Because here they come again, and Vatira just forced to smack one up the sidewall to his teammate. Maybe it's enough to score! I think that went off a Falcons player. Let's see if it's got an orange trail off this challenge here. There's one touch, there's 2, and right off the nose of Ahmad. So close to being able to get there in time.
Oh man, 3-2 for K Corp. And they live on to go to, I guess, 2s, I should say, in game 4. Nupo to the midfield, right to Vatira's hands. K Corp looking for the insurance goal. Vatira bump wall. Ahmad knows he has to get how quick. K Corp start to overwhelm them.
Oops, overextension.
Pitching it out. But Vatira there has the last layer of protection. K Corp been able to save most of what Falcons have thrown at them. Now with the demo onto Vatira, K Corp's offense is sent back again.
Half chance. Oh my goodness, he saved that. Vatira, you absolute legend.
It happens once, happens in these. Now Falcons would have to go all the way down to the green end. And it's maybe possible. Ahmad's in the air. The back wall, second touch to TRK, who could have redirected in. And it's K Corp who take game 3.
Such a difficult 0-second opportunity to try and convert. TRK having to anticipate how that ball would bounce off the backboard, and gave himself a look at 2 different options and had to try and adjust on the option that came his way. And not quite able to hit a beauty of a shot. Vatira, huge defensive heroics. I thought for sure they equalized that one with that disgusting double tap from close to the ceiling. But no, Vatira's just that good, I guess. And they will hold on to the 1-goal lead, get themselves back in this one, go into the 2v2 looking to force game 5.
Yeah, 2's coming up. Vatira Exotic versus TRK Nupo. So nothing different on the Falcons side. First time we're going to see K Corp in 2s in this tournament, at least. And, well, Falcons, I believe, were successful against Furia. Yeah, 3-1 against Yan and lost, which that's an incredibly tough duo to go up against. And that's what allowed Falcons to kind of tie up the series there. So, but K Corp proved that they make improvements, adaptations quickly. I believe that this could be a long series.
Very well could be, and I'm very curious to see Nupo here in this 2v2. I've not actually got to see a lot of tape of him playing, so getting to see him on the pitch with a game mode where there's a lot of extra space to work with, really curious to see what all the hype was about for my own eyes. And unfortunately, K Corp not going to give us a chance to observe. It's just a straight kickoff goal. Little offline kickoff from Exotic lets it go straight to Vatira, who just goes right off the sidewall back to his teammate, and they score the open net.
And a long pass too. Like K Corp just like feels like in the last threes match, maybe it feels like K Corp strike, and they strike quickly. Now Vatira kind of spots the approach there. TRK dodges that. TRK trying to keep up with them. It's a tough into the corner, not letting K Corp just get away with too much, especially not the breakaway. Vatira starts the drive yet again after stealing that ball, and Nupo collides with him, and the pinch favors Falcons as they salvage that.
Curious to see if K Corp tries to bring the ball down and start dribbles more often, or if they like to try and fight in the air. I would generally say the ground game might be the safer choice, considering what we've seen out of TRK already, and they are so good at disguising the approach. So anything up in the air, I think I'll take the Falcons. And anything on the ground, I think I'll take K Corp.
Yeah, I can agree with that for sure. Nupo, that back wall now, well protected by Exotic, sent all the way back, exactly where TRK is waiting. Quick shot that, well, it came in quick, but it's enough time for Vatira to turn that around. It's 1-0 for K Corp, and feels like a chess match of two duos that are just so incredible. A lot of pressure on Falcons too, having that new player who wants to prove himself. Save though against K Corp. Good attempt from Nupo, and he's able to quick recover, threatens the resets off Vatira. And to the right side, where Nupo, I believe, took the quarter boost too, so K Corp don't have the resources to get out of this, it seems.
Oh, nice cover up from Exotic there. Nupo trying to get tricky with the challenge timing there. Can he turn this one in? It's off the bar. Here's TRK. He will let Exotic out. He knew he was never going to make it in time, and K Corp's 2v2 defense, just like in 3v3, having to do a lot of hard work to keep some of these Falcons approaches out, but seeming up to the task.
Falcons, long clear, but see if they can take that from Vatira. Nupo waits for his moment, and it happens.
It happens in the form of Vatira really not containing this ball. He was trying to get a pass to Exotic, but didn't really consider the fact that Nupo's kind of already lurking in the passing lane. Was not able to adjust the plan on the fly in his head and just got picked off.
Yeah, these passes, Exotic and Vatira have gotten away with it off of kickoffs, but I think Nupo has learned a thing or two. It's Vatira just all over TRK. At least Nupo has great support. Didn't get that touch, but last line of defense, TRK. Right in the net. Exotic, Vatira trying to lock up somebody on the right side, and the bump goes through, and it's K Corp with the lead.
You see the difference in flip reset approaches here. Exotic gets the flip reset, and it's not the greatest, but he will use that momentum to go and bump the next supporting player on Team Falcons. Whereas you see, like Nupo and TRK, they use that flip reset as a tool to force a defender to respect a potential shot. Both are equally valid, and in that instance, physicality got the job done.
And a good challenge from Nupo. Cross in front of the net. These bounces are dangerous off the back wall, a little heavy, but something that Falcons can work towards off the ceiling.
Oh,
trying
my
to center
days.
it out, and TRK almost cleans it up, but Tira looms on the cross, but locked up in the net, tried to save it and jump, but Nupo ties it up.
Yeah, you wonder why we gave that guy defensive MVP. It's because he makes stops like that. Unfortunately, he gets a little tongue-tied on that post after his initial save. He can't quite recorrect cleanly to get all the way back out to the opposite post again with no boost. Falcons really placing the ball wonderfully in the net right now.
Oh, it's all on the line. Falcons for a qualification spot, or K Corp with the game 5 back to 3s. Both teams, I believe, winning that each. This is Falcons now generating an offense. TRK has to readjust behind the ball. Ko is buying time. Falcons just kind of analyze what offense they can produce. Now it's a pass to a Ghost, giving a chance for K Corp to get into that orange half. But hanging off the wall is Nupo with the reset. Just kind of flicks it, and K Corp get back in time.
Oh, he might score this, though. He's pressing, and there it is. The flip reset, not actually achieved until quite close to the ground, but before imminent disaster, turns it into a beauty of a goal. Great shot from Nupo.
And a hat trick for the Prodigy. Falcons better give him a pat on the back if they pull this off. Minute 9 seconds, though. Plenty of time to kick off that favors Falcons. TRK first in the air. Exotic and Vitir there in time, goes right to the ground. Falcons didn't have enough boost to carry that through. He said he favored K Corp on the ground, and how do they put a stop to Falcons once they dribble it up? And TRK, the receive, and Vitir, a good clear to stop that chance.
Oh, just trying to contain the ball, and KC struggling to find clean control. And again, the precision, the control that every player I've seen out of the MENA region off of flip reset is just disgusting.
His mechanics are insane. Nupo won, actually, a Johnny Boy show match, ones against Vitir and TRK on separate occasions. So Nupo has proved himself as an individual and finally gets his chance to star on such a big team for his region, and clearly a big team that's thriving in Gamers8. Exotic just trying to guide this through, and Falcons have good reads though. Shot from Nupo, Vatira saves at the goal line, now trying to follow this through. Nupo all over him. 10 more seconds and K Corp just ran out of time. And Falcons flourish and really made one of the best European teams sweat and be the most challenged. Falcons will take the win in the series and will qualify for playoffs.
Beautiful 2v2, beautiful series from Team Falcons. Well-deserved upper bracket final win. Looking forward to seeing them in the playoffs. Incredible show. And unfortunately, KC got to go and get the job done against Furia now in a tough lower bracket final. And if you're K Corp, man, you're kind of thinking maybe we'll get something done here. I thought they might have the job done on the ground if they can really trap the ball, but K Corp was struggling to get out of their own half in that last 2v2 game. So you got to give a lot of credit to Team Falcons for the control of the pitch, and some well-deserved fist bumps from Falcons as they walk over. Tell them good luck, and what a show it was from the New Blood Nupo in the 2v2 arena there. That was a lot of fun.
Mm-hmm. What a show. And speaking of MENA, version 1 and Rule 1 will be facing off soon in Group D, not before Team Secret and Liquid will be facing off in the lower bracket semifinal after Team Liquid took out Koi from the lower bracket. But let's zoom back in on this series, because this really showed the peaks that Falcons can get, especially bouncing back just from kind of a grueling game 5 against Furia. Not having to do that rematch is probably nice for them.
Yeah, for sure. Great show overall from Falcons to come in here, set the tone early, force K Corp to respect a lot of the approach, and 2 3v3 wins for Falcons in this series. So not to be taken lightly when the majority of this tournament is played in that manner. And if you're K Corp, you're thinking, well, Not sure what we're gonna do to to get this one back in our favor, but you love to see the display from Falcons here in terms of capability. And if you're Karmine Corp, kind of scratching your head a little bit, saying, "Man, Europe's the best, but this mini region's coming up real quick, and there's gonna be some things to figure out going into the next season of RLCS." That's for sure.
Yeah. Falcons have been that MENA team to watch, you know, alongside Rule 1. Even Twisted Minds had some surprising showings in the wild card, even going up to Game 7 against Falcons. Like, MENA region just produces so much good talent. We even pointed out good talent in ones too. It was so entertaining to watch TRK versus Vatira, and the fact that Falcons have just been that good at integrating a new third in a tournament and looking like he's been playing for the team all along. I don't know how long I've been scrimming for, but we've seen in other teams it's not easy to bring in that new third when threes matter so much in a series.
Yeah, and I believe I misspoke. They split the 1v1s and then they won the 1v1 and the 2v2. I was just that in love with what I saw from Falcons that I believe they just won the whole dang series. You know what I mean? So great show. Overall, very much looking forward to seeing them in the playoffs. Karmine Corp, got to figure out what you're going to do to get ready for Furia, who's looking locked in. And I'm just saying, if they were struggling to contain some of these flip resets and stuff out of them, they're going to get a lot more of that from Furia.
Well, sounds like we'll have a break ready to go. No interview. We want Falcons to just be fully warmed up and ready to go for their next match. And speaking of what's next, Furia versus K Corp. Another banger. They're all bangers. I would not lie to you. You'll want to stay tuned for this. Don't go anywhere. It's the last match of the day to crown our second and final qualifier from Group C. K Corp versus Furia to settle the score to see who will join Falcons in the playoffs. This is gonna be good.
And a lot of tension here for KC. Like we mentioned, there was a lot of issues trying to contain Falcons in terms of when it came to the air game. So going into this one versus Furia, probably going to get a lot of the same stuff. So perhaps some extra care to be taken here going into this one if you're Karmine Corp.
That was the first time we've seen K Corp lose to Falcons, though, in the last two matchups that they had. Usually that would be a good matchup for K Corp, who 3-0'd Falcons at the Winter Major, 4-2 them at last year's Worlds. Kind of uncharacteristic for them that K Corp even lost games. Like, they 3-0'd FaZe Clan. You thought K Corp were a shoo-in for that first qualification spot, but this will be their last chance. And you can tell that they don't look too shook. They, you know, GG go next. You think about the next series, and Furia are a tough team.
Furia are a tough team, and unfortunately, the last time they met, Furia got the better of them in the 21-22 World Championship. So it's been about a year since Furia has got a look at K Corp. A lot can happen in 365 days, and we'll see if Furia can repeat that performance of the World Championship 2 years ago at this point, I guess. Well, 1 year ago, but 2 seasons. That's more accurate.
Yeah, and we talked to the coach there, and 2 interviews now. We'll see if we can make it a 3-peat. I'm sure is looking forward to talking to us again, hopefully. I'm sure looking forward to winning more than talking to us. But yeah, they've been on a Furia are on a roll today. 3-0 Pioneers, 3-1 FaZe. Only dropped 1 game to FaZe, and it was the threes match, which was close, 3-2 for FaZe in that game 3. So Furia are on a win streak. K Corp, they're the ones that are kind of down bad now.
Yeah, and they're cooking in the 1v1 and 2v2 side of things for Furia as well. Karmine Corp obviously struggled in both of those aspects versus Falcons. Not sure how it's going to look here versus K Corp per se, but one never knows. I like to favor I think it'll be a lot less of the air dribble, you know, mind games that we were seeing out of Nupo and TRK and stuff like that, and you're probably going to get a lot more of what we saw Yan doing, where he gets that ball on the dribble, forces the defender to respect him, and then he adjusts as the play goes on. So back to that ground game, and K Corp probably favored in that, as I mentioned, versus Falcons, so who knows.
And K Corp, we found their super secrets preference around this format, where they chose ones against Falcons and ended up losing that. But man, that was such a good series, or a good game between TRK and Vatira. I wonder if Vatira is gonna want to go to ones against someone like Yan. I guess we'll find out who gets the choice in game 2. But no matter what, Falcons 2s, 1s, I feel like there's just another person to set up Yan at that point.
Yeah, it's lethal stuff across the board here, and there's a reason Furia was so powerful in the previous Gamers8. This format, they are a pretty strong team when it comes to this type of gameplay, but Karmine Corp, the majority is in 3v3, so if you can dominate that aspect of it, you'll be in good shape.
Now it was a quick offense for K Corp, but look how quicker this counterattack is for Furia. That's what you have to worry about with this team. They're so scary and lethal. And look off the back wall, you couldn't clear that out, so Furia won't let you make that mistake again.
And I think Yan was even surprised that he was going to be able to shoot that one. K Corp just barely missing the timing of that clear, and so he kind of just fell into the line of the ball, and a nice 50 from Itachi denied by Yan. And Karmine Corp woke up seemingly ready to go after allowing a goal that they should be quite disappointed to allow. And again, just missing that clear timing. A little bit of a rocky start defensively for KC.
See, at least maybe offenses win games, but just can't seem to power their way through the midfield. K Corp now have to await what Lost is cooked up. Won't connect on the pass or the shot. Vatira comes out early enough. Just these clears need to be followed through, and Itachi reads my mind. This Furia don't seem too worried. The ball was just kind of dumped in the corner, left for Furia unattended. So Furia generate more chances for themselves to get more goals on the board. Art and Itachi at least collide, and K Corp at least more alive on the defense as time goes on.
More alive and starting to see if they can counterattack, but this one gets ripped right back up the middle, and it will be dunked home. Card just goes right through the last man. Not even sure that anyone got a hand on it here. Itachi trying his best. He didn't have a whole lot of boost to work with, and you're right, couldn't even get there.
Tried his best. Tripped over the laces. 2-0 for Furia. The win streak momentum, the lower bracket run from the first match. Can they do it? Can they make it all the way? Card to the left side. Somehow Vatira dives time. And Furia, they want to keep the rally going. Someone has to reach up to this, and Yan is behind. Card is in the midfield. Can't really slow down K Corp too much. But Vatira is just adding layers to this defense of Furia that make it so grueling for K Corp to get anything done.
And Furia, again, taking a little bit out of that Falcons playbook. If they can go into the air, they are doing it. Dish back to Lost. Trap on the floor, and look at him capitalize. Oh, they thought the shot was coming instantly. Changes up the timing of the attack, and they catch the defense diving.
Oh yeah, a little bit of a dive from Vatira on the left, and someone from K Corp had to adjust and just drive this in right in the middle of the net. 3-0 from Furious. K Corp are left scratching their heads, hoping they can stimulate these follicles to get themselves goal. Vatira's the one who at least gets them on the board.
Oh boy, he just full sent that one as hard as he could, just able to dodge the demo. That's kind of why you saw Furia look a little bit lost there in that corner as they were grabbing boost. Generally, most teams are able to find contact on that initial cheat up challenge, and Vatira just able to slip through untouched.
All the way down, K Corp race after the ball. Exotic kind of just getting stuffed, and so much coverage on K Corp. As soon as they even think about having an offense, Furia are just all over them. The K Corp defensively are okay. There's Itachi, gets denied from Yan off the back wall. Loss, be tough for him to clear. The second touch works out as Card puts it to the corner just to see if he can draw out the defense first. Look for gaps, look for a better shot, a quality one, and Yan thinks he has it. Itachi can't get there. Furia 4-1.
They handed this one to him on a platter. Exotic misses the corner boost, and so he has to play this ball. He has plenty in the tank, but he never gets clean control. And Yan, he just goes up the wall and says, you can't misplay the ball, man. I'm right here ready to take it off you.
Well, everyone diving, challenging that kickoff. It's going all a little bit aggressive there for Furia, but that's what they're known for. All that energy they put on the field. With 2 minutes left, it's not insurmountable for K Corp. But how do they just kind of patrol this? Itachi's always harassing Furia. That's maybe got to be someone who can generate these opportunities. Exotic can't get the pass. It's back to the corner. Yan bumped off the ball, so that clear won't be possible for Furia. Itachi, though, runs out of boost, and it falls right to Vatira. 2 cross from Furia, and that'll rob possession away from K Corp.
Ooh, and again, miscommunication from K Corp as well. They double commit in the midfield. They let Furia out of the cage. Nasty couple of pinches that Furia will have to respect and give a little bit of space for. Room to breathe for KC, but you're down 3 with 1:14 on the clock. Not looking good.
The redirect attempt there from K Corp looked good. It's just too low. If only you could position that higher cross in front of the net. Scary. Lost had a good setup. K Corp chase him around. Here's Itachi. Vatira try to support. Lost wins the challenge. But it's still Furia that find themselves on the defense, but all they gotta do is waste time. There's only 45 seconds for K Corp to find 3 goals just to tie it up. It doesn't seem possible. Exotic will start the drive and will need some support to get through the midfield. And they lose the ball so quickly against Furia, who have a chance to go for the 5th one. It is saved. Defensively, K Corp look cool, but yeah.
He just I'm amazed that Vitira somehow was able to just muscle this one through the midfield, especially Lost getting right in his face here. He wins the challenge versus two people. Yeah, just stopped. He's like, dude.
This goes around him.
Yeah, it's like, come on, man. Let me hit the ball. Get out of my way. Let me challenge Vitira. I'll just take it off him next time. But 20 seconds left, up by 2, barring complete collapse. Furia should collect the win here.
K Corp just needed to do something. That's something being not let another one in. So now I believe you achieves 5-2. That's a lock for Furia in game 1.
Dagger to the heart for real. It's like K Corp. Honestly, they feel a little rattled after kind of getting steamrolled a little bit by Falcons. And then you go back up here against Furia and you get more mechanical approaches that are tough to contain, and they might be getting in their own head a little bit and everyone trying to do a little bit too much. So they'll score to round out game 1, but it never felt close.
K Corp tried to keep up, and Furia, you gotta applaud the stamina that they have. The fact that they lost so early in day 1 that they got to do this lower bracket run from against Pioneers, FaZe, and now against K Corp. Those are difficult teams to go up against. And at least they start the series off strong, and Furia don't falter. It's K Corp that have to just do such a quick bounce back. As you said, just losing, have this, 10-minute-ish break. Now we go to the choice of K Corp. Where they want to go next, 1s or 2s? They opt for 2s.
Chosen 2v2 indeed. A bold strategy, not a bad one though. Vitira probably uncertain if he'd be able to contain Yan in the 1v1. I think it would be a fairly close matchup, but I can't really fault them for going for 2v2 first. KC should feel pretty confident that they've got a solid enough 2v2 team that could fight just about everybody in this tournament on that arena, and they'll stake the fact that, look, if we lose this, we still got to play 3v3, and we'll go to 1v1 if we have to.
Well, Yan and Lost were starting the 2s, and ever since Card is doing 2s, they've been undefeated in both 2s they've played. We'll see if that streak continues, not only for the 2s, but Furia in general. The win streak through the lower bracket. What a run they could be making. K Corp wanting to put a stop to that and get out of their own heads. We go to 2s, Exotic Vitira versus Yan and Card.
I think a lot of pressure here on Exotic to really perform and make sure he's getting a hand in delaying these Furia attacks. Oh my goodness, you can see why. Because Exotic doesn't get this first challenge, and now Vitira has to play 1-on-2, and try as he might. 1-on-2 is just difficult, man.
Furia, they don't let you have time to even settle into the game. They're scoring within like the first 10 seconds. Yan backflips after that cheeky kickoff from Exotic. But Vitira doesn't want to leave him alone. The pressure is on. Exotic, back pass, I guess, attempt there. Vitira will collect. He's Card up the wall. Passes it to Exotic. Chance to take a shot. Bounces it up. Wanted control. Saw the challenge from Yan. This goes all the way down, and Vitira saves it at the goal line.
Vitira saves it, but you can see the idea here from K Corp. It's find a pass, hit the bump in front of it, and score the open. No, he has no boost. He can't score the open net.
Oof. You need that. What did we say? Boost over ball?
Boost over, but he was onto something. I take it all back.
Furia, though, getting shoved back. Yan with the shot too high, but fights for it. Well, you just pass it to the enemy. Here's Vitira, look for the second touch. Card kind of misplaces it, and it just rolls on in.
That's all you need from Exotic here in the midfield. Don't get demoed, don't do anything crazy, just contain the clear. And this time around, they catch Furia sleeping. I think they totally lost track of where he was in the middle there, actually. Otherwise, they might have tried a little bit harder to challenge that ball.
Back and forth we go with a kickoff for Yan. Double tap styling on them. Oops, indeed.
K Corp went for a bold strategy. They said, let's fake kickoff. And Yan says, I am just scoring. Do not fake kickoff. that was an absolute refutation if I have ever seen one.
You gonna learn today. All these cards there on the kickoff. Vatira with support, driving forward, bumped around by card. Vatira recovers control there for K Corp and want the equalizer, reset. Yan just gets a touch on the ball. Shake up possession for Vatira, quick to get it back. Card in the air, has a ton of boost to keep up with this, but can't. So at the last second, Yan makes the save. Again, no clears have come out of Furia. It's been K Corp taking shot after shot. Now a chance for Yan to be loud. After the last 30 seconds haven't gone his way. Good shot, really threatening towards K Corp.
Ooh, what do you do here? 19 boost for Vatira, just sticks it on a dribble. Really the best play he could make. Tries to contain that Furia clear, steals the boost. Army Corp having to do a lot with a little in multiple games in a row in their past couple series.
K Corp, if they can keep that pressure on, surely something will happen eventually, right? Goes all the way down, and Card and Vatira are gonna fight for this. They bump each other off. Exotic has to cut the angle. Multiple touches to stop the cross. Vatira saves in, and we're tied.
Crazy bit of pinball right outside of the orange net here. Exotic gets everybody trying to save it, and all he does is bounce it off the wall a couple times and let Vatira come back through. Great control there from Exotic.
It's a way that the K Corp can also harass Furia on the ball all the way down the field like that, racing to get it. Great move by Vatira. Now Yan, seeing if he can cut below Vatira, lands in time. Can't sneak it past them. It's gonna take a lot of hustle out of Furia. The pass is almost on target. As Furia fight for control one last time, but it's a long pass and it goes to Vatira. Pops it up before the card challenge. Exotic down low, card lands in time. Great save again from Furia.
But here goes Yan back the other way, holds the flip reset, and tries to do what the Falcons did to K Corp. He tried to hold on to the option. Vatira trying to stay tight to the ball, and a great defensive stand from KC right there.
What a counterattack too from Furia.
Oh, get their card.
3 shots and card down, pinches. Exotic reads. Vatira quick to just clear this good flick above Furia there. Vatira in the 1v1, 50 that just slips in, and 3-2 for K Corp.
Vatira does the idea of the flip reset, but this time he just holds the touch on the ball, forces Yan to do something. Vatira sits outside the line of the clear and forces it right back into frame. Great bit of challenge timing from Vatira.
Lead for K Corp with hopes of tying the series. All left unattended, where last time that happened, K Corp just harassed the ball, attacked it, and got a goal done, making Furia panic for it. Card seems okay though, grabbing the corner to boost, didn't get the second touch though, prioritizing that, giving a chance for Vatira to shake things up. Exotic just lobbing shots towards Yan, who doesn't seem to be too worried, but K Corp with control. Now Yan steals it away. You can't let K Corp just throw shot after shot, especially with only a 1-goal lead. With how much time is left, this could seal the deal for K Corp if they can make it happen. Exotic is left, just sending Furia back where they came from.
Real tester moment here. Oh, huge demo, but the shot's wide of the net. KC, oh, another one coming through. Card, how do you defend it? You can't. Vatira puts him on skates. Up 2 with 41.
What a dribble do, and you get the demo. Card off the wall, wanted to bounce out of it. Either hit the player, hit the ball. Too little too late, 4-2. K Corp, 1 second. Furia started off so well. Start to slip away from them. That's such a formidable twos duo. If Card doesn't win here, Lost is back on the roster. He's better put the work in. Either way, 26 seconds. Exotic and K Corp just have to play defensively, not make any mistakes. You see just them staying on their side of the field, playing keep away, just clearing it back on their half, and Vatira even goes for the play. Exotic hustle against Yan and Furia. Even if this last offense works, it's just not enough time, so will be K Corp winning the twos game and tying up the series 1-1.
And that was a big game, I think, for the mental of KC, just because you kind of go out there against Falcons. You really don't feel like you're getting anything done in any of the game modes. You come out here against Furia, you lose your first 3v3, This is a big steadying of the ship there. They tie the series up and say, okay, let's go play another 3v3 now that we know what we're up against. And you give yourselves a chance to close it out in the 1v1, whoever wins here. And KC may have just righted the ship there.
Speaking of tie games, from my bracket update anyway, Team Secret and Team Liquid are tied up after Team Liquid win the 2s match against Team Secret. And it was Team Secret that won the 3s, so that's been an exciting series going on in Group D. They're a little bit behind, so we'll see how long we can extend this series.
Yeah, Liquid on LAN continuing some of those struggles. See if they are able to make it to that lower bracket final. Team Secret, no pushovers for sure. As we see Furia trying to rally from the 2v2 loss. A little disappointing to see them not be able to flex the mechanics in the way that they think is best. Great defense from K Corp. Fist bumps all around. Go ahead, lock back in here for another 3v3. Make sure you get the job done this time if you're KC.
Yeah, that's all KC had to do, right? Is get out of their own heads, win the 2s, and especially with how scary Furia look in any of those formats, gonna be most winnable for K Corp. On the 3s, of course, they're just an all-around solid team, and you see K Corp's creativity on display. Everyone jumping up for the ball. Can't even tell if there was a touch there. Either way, it's Furia with the clear towards the net. Lost. Just rolled his way in.
Nasty challenge here in the midfield line from Yan. Look at the chain dashes to keep up with the play, and it skims off of Vatira's hood, and Lost somehow has kept pace with that transition and is in position to throw it home.
It's just such a trend with Furia to score early in a game, to start with a lead. Like I said before, it's not how you start, it's how you end. It's not how many times you fall, it's how you get up. And K Corp saw the fist bumps. They always think it's winnable. You've done it before, and K Corp tested here on the defense. Yan pops it up, maybe setting up someone like Card behind him. Too slow to recover, but hey, it's a shot in the direction. Furia, see if they can keep it going. Yan to Lost. K Corp have to find the clear. This was pressure that was getting scary.
Nice bit of misdirection there from Furia, you're right, to give them a lot of dangerous pressure, Lemon. And maybe an open. No, he's missed!
How could you? On LAN, of all places? Oh, but this is gonna bounce in front of the net, and K Corp were first to jump on it. Are just trying to center this out. Exotic with the long clear. Oh, but Vatira is already in position to almost get a double tap off the right. Itachi too with the demo. This 3-on-2 advantage that K Corp have is kind of already been sent back. You would think that they could develop something more from that. It's good effort from K Corp nonetheless. They're gonna try for attempt number 2. Tachi ready in the corner. Yan brings it up high, and this was a team, Furia, that you favor in the aerials, and it's working out for how they go above and beyond K Corp.
Oh, Vatira trying to close the gap in short order. Lost trying to freeze defenders on the backboard. KC doing a great job, and a little bit of bully tactics out in front of the Furia net here from K Corp to see if they can actually get the offense started and stuck in here on the orange side.
Like the mind games from Itachi, threatening the ground pinch to pop it. You didn't know what he was going to do, but Furia saved it either way. Now no boost for Yan. It's at the Lost and Card, and Tira's always been a person who kicks up a good offense for K Corp, and a fast one at that, but Furia are a fast team too. They've been able to keep up the pace. We go into the second half, only one. Oh, wow. And never mind, it's 2-0.
Yan able to turn a difficult situation where he doesn't get the cleanest touch into a bump, and Vatira had a hand up. He recognized what was coming, and he still couldn't get there. Great bit of misdirection from Yan, with an awkward touch turned into a bump, and huge follow through from Furia. We do have a pause here. Unsure exactly what the issue was, but never sure what becomes of a goal that was just scored when you have a pause immediately after. So perhaps a little bit of review pending. Not certain though, depending on what this is for.
I was so sure in that last goal that Vatira had just like a touch on it. I thought for sure he did. So 2-0 for Furia, and we'll find out in a second what the pause is. And awkward moment too. I mean, Yan is first on the ball too. Should be a fine enough clear unless Tier's got something cool cooked up. But
well, it'll restart from a kickoff regardless. So
okay, good.
That would be amazing. Just
we don't get
3, 2, 1, go!
Too often.
And you just hold all the momentum and go straight back into it. That'd be crazy.
It's such a heart attack in other games when you get pauses because it's just unpauses right as where you're at in the action. I don't think we've had too many pauses, so lucky us.
Yeah,
well, unlucky them, but lucky us.
Yeah, unlucky them, but lucky us. And again, not entirely sure what the issue is, but right now, Furia, they're making Karmine Corp work for it, and that's really all you can ask out of anybody over on the Furia side of things. And Vatira, Exotic, Itachi, and them, they are trying their best, as we will back it up a little bit. It appears that the goal will stay on the board, but we will add 10 seconds to the clock, so whatever the issue was, did not impact Furia's scoring.
Oh, Exotic just goes for the demo. Vatira goes for the pass 2 on Itachi. The shot gave enough time for Lost to figure out the play. I thought the shot was going to come in right off the demo. K Corp, they're staying on their toes after that pause.
It was a beauty of an attempt, too, from K Corp. Very disappointing to have that ball not tick in off the post. And now they go for the changeup. They shoot the ball slow and just to the left of 3 K Corp defenders. Nobody expecting the shot right there, and no one can cover it up.
Yeah, Exotic cleared it right to the opponent, giving Furia an even better lead, 3-0. Looking for match point after this. Going into the second half with K Corp looking to make something happen. Exotic crashes and burns. He gets nothing out of it.
Oh, he's got a flip.
1, 2. How many touches can he get? Vatira just needs 1 to get a goal.
How many touches can he get? Enough to keep it playable for his team. 1, 2, 3. 3 touches, it looks like. An Exotic, look at him screen the defenders. He doesn't allow them through to come and challenge that ball. Keeps a nice open lane for Vatira to get through. A real 3-man effort to get them on the board there for KC.
There's some signs of life. So you don't just get mentally boomed in game, let alone what the fans think. Good attempt from Exotic too. Furious save, and you're gonna continue saving unless they get this ball out. Yan, oh, don't let him dribble this. Exotic bumped him off. Hitachi has his back. Here's the drive from K Corp.
Nice.
Yan following behind. K Corp to the corner, wide. Yan with the pump up, tees it up for Hitachi, and continues to not let this go on target there for K Corp.
And K Corp had a beautiful passing play right there. And again, the finishing just a little substandard. It was just off the corner of the net. It was so pretty. You hate to see those not go into the net.
Oh, you just feels like you have to play flawlessly, perfectly if you're going up against a team like Furia, especially on land. Lost. Well, got some assistance there, but this looks like a luck at 4-1. They look untouchable.
Oh, Itachi just did not think that Lost could get back to that ball at all. Just driving straight for the challenge, and he paid dearly for it. A late 3-goal lead should be the death knell for game 3 here. So it looks like Furia will have the chance. Yan can close out K Corp in a 1v1 to secure their spot in the playoff bracket.
Tachi needs to make some magic happen off the ceiling too, and so slow that card is time to at least intercept it as K Corp put on the pressure. Shot there from Vatira, saved. Furia need to not choke at this point and at least waste time, and K Corp are even bumping in the net, and Furia's clears have just been that good. K Corp, they had moments where they could keep the rally, find the rebounds, have Furia scrambling, but never scrambling enough to allow anything more than 1 goal. It's just so uncharacteristic to see K Corp, I mean, not make this any closer, especially offensively. And this will be landing on the ground, leaving Furia on match point after a 4-1 victory.
2 3v3 games in a row now for Furia in their favor versus Karmine Corp. Clearly there is something to Furia's formula That is a lot to handle. Because Karmine Corp against just about any other team in the world, I would probably pick them as favorites with a few minor exceptions. And to see them come out here, win 2 straight 3v3 games, and you can see Vatira trying to lock in. He's like, oh boy, I gotta go take down Yan to stay in this tournament. And it's not gonna be easy.
Someone give him a fist bump. Give him
wake him up, let's go.
Some jewelry or something. I heard bling helps you win games or something. We'll take a page out of Furia's book.
All of them opting to say we don't even need the ice to win this series. That's brutal.
So stressful. It all comes down to one player on both teams to let the series carry on or not.
This is kind of what Reddles was talking about in an interview he gave yesterday. He's like, there's nothing worse than having to sit there and watch a series be decided by a 1v1 that you are not playing in. It is not a lot of fun. And so we shall see Vatira and Yanks here. This is going to be quite the 1v1, and it starts off with a disaster for Vati.
Things that are certain, death taxes and Furia scoring first in a game.
For real.
It's scary. And Yan's kickoffs, incredible as usual.
Incredible as usual. And apart from a potential kickoff goal jamboree extravaganza, this should be a very positional type of game. As Vatira, you could see Vatira saw Yan mess up his kickoff, and so he just directionalized it out to the side and said, yeah, you're not making it back in time.
Came in slow off the kickoff too, from what I noticed, speaking of Vatira. And I actually don't know this, so maybe you can educate me. Like, do your teammates get to talk in ones? Like, do you shut up? Do you hype up your friend? Like,
that's a good question. You know, I would imagine they try and not talk about a game they're not in, I would guess. Because I'd want, if I was in that scenario, I wouldn't want to be talking to my teammate, telling them what to do while they're trying to, you know, hit a flip reset or defend one.
Depends how they take feedback. Vatira clearly doesn't need any after 2 unanswered goals. He's feeling himself.
Nice little shove there on Yan to prevent him from picking up his own corner boost. Gives him all the advantage, and he will turn in a great shot off the sidewall because of it, giving himself the lead. Great recovery here from Vati after a nasty start.
Furia have been good at getting leads and maintaining them, but what about overcoming deficits? This could get even bigger. Good dive from Yan, saves it at the last second. Here's a counter attack. Yan off the back wall there. Vatira, good control to follow through with it too. Yan doesn't want to challenge yet. Apparently the side of his car and robs him. And that's just like that, a tie between the two.
Look at Yan keep his speed up as he just boosts back to the wall to avoid getting demoed by Vatira, who ran out of boost. That was a beautiful bit of challenge game from Yan. Well-deserved equalizer.
Especially the moment he chose to go for that challenge too. Picture perfect, just like this shot too. That lead that Vatira had gone within like 30 seconds.
And another juicy kickoff for Yan that he will eat up. Take the lead right back. We have 5 goals. It has been 59 seconds. 2 kickoff goals, and then a lot of danger. Oh, and another one potentially here. Vatira might be able to score this.
Get up there. Took him a second.
Hang on.
Yeah.
Okay.
Keeping up with them. Shutting the door on that one. Here's like, my boost, my ball. You can't get it. Too high. There he goes. And it's in the back. Oh, I thought it was. Oh, the cross got in the way. Round 2. Vatira letting that one go, seeing how Yan wants to clear this, who actually just decides to control the ball. Keep it on his left side. So if Yan challenges, or sorry, Vatira challenges, he's gonna win the 50, and Vatira doesn't go for it. Smart move. No boost though for Vatira, just always having to stay on this ball, and Yan almost tucked it into that corner.
Ooh, Yan keeps missing the small pads, but he is keeping Vatira at bay here with strong shots towards the net. This one's going to be towards the back post. Actually, he's going to slow it down, maybe a bump, and he just gives him a little tap to force him out of the way. The lead extends to 2.
Such a physical player, too. Do whatever it takes to win. Shoving him into the locker, taking his lunch money. 2 goal lead for Yan after talked about how would he do in a deficit. That's something he usually has to worry about. From a deficit to a 2-goal differential. Here's Vatir with a chance to start closing the gap. Second touch gets it done.
And that is what time in free play does for you kids. You too can hit this shot if you just practice. Believe it or not, that was so doable by so many people if you just practice. Vatira made that shot look so easy that I think people could do that.
These players always make me think I could do anything. Car soccer seems so easy, but it's not.
Oh, it's wide.
And, a little wide. But Vatira seeing what he can produce here. Now deciding to run away. Here's Yan with a lot of speed. Flick above. Vatira pops it in time. Keeps this only at a 1-goal differential, but Yan. Oh, second touch. Vatira gets a hand on it. And salvages that
did he miss
moment.
again?
And is that wide too? Yeah. Still possible. You're not letting Yan run away with this one. Not again. But Vatira just lacking boost. Able to grab the corner one. Now he's in the fight. Sends it all the way back. But Yan is such a fast player. You'll never get past him. Not easily anyway.
Yeah, he's got fortunate a few times that Vatira's missed a couple open nets, but you can see Yan's approach to the ground game very clearly. He gets that ball in a dribble, and he generates the initiative with a hard flick towards the opposite post, and then he immediately goes into stealing that corner boost to try and generate extra pressure and tie Vatira down to the net.
Oh, wanted the bump off of Vatira again. Somehow dodges it. Vatira responding with a shot this time. Accurate. That ties it up with 1:36 left.
Vatira's had to play some tough defense all game. Finally, on the third open net, he will find the equalizer and say we're not out of the woods just yet.
Oh, Vatira staying calm and composed when his whole team is depending on him. Okay, recovery from Vatira won't be for free. Yan hasn't really made a mistake so far. Vatira just heads back for boost. Both players replenish. Challenge though. Dodge. Vatira just dribbling this through. Has a reset. Goes for the bump and misses it.
Ooh.
Yan lives on.
Can he get there with nothing? He has nothing. Is Yan going to make it back? Yes, he will. It was so tough. Yeah. Oh, and he's going to score on the open net back the other way. Vatira committed all of his resources to that air dribble bump, and Yan totally called him on it. Dodges it, makes the save, and turns it into a goal back the other way. The absolute nerves of steel on defense from Yan there.
We said Yan will not let himself get bullied. Oh, but that's a kickoff for Vatira, so he forgives that right back. We're back to 5-5.
Back and forth, the tug of war shall continue. Great 50 from Vatira. You love to see an equalizer, especially when he's irritated that Yan has got 2 kickoff goals in this game. It's only fair that it should be tied up in that manner.
Oh, this is so close. Who's quicker to recover off the kickoff so far? Up for Vatira, Musty to the net, and now it's Yan at a deficit, 49 seconds. Vatira, can he hold on for his team?
Yeah, Vatira thinking, look, he dodged the last air dribble bump, so let's just keep this one at the top of the net with a lot of power behind it. Beautiful shooting. And Yan's, sometimes you just got to tip your cap. You know when you're beat. Nice shot, Vati.
Like how you use nicknames because you're just tight like that. I'll work towards that depending how this goes. Vatira has Yan in the net, but he will not be trapped. And where is this bounce going? Vatira salvages this as Yan gets back on his 4 wheels. Vatira looking for the insurance goal. Not a lot of time left. Looking for the ball. This time he gets it.
And Yan knew he was coming for it again. You could see he tried to delay his timing going up the wall there. And he's like, oh boy, he's gonna hit me, isn't he? Yep.
Successful this time, beating him at his own game 2. K Corp ready to force the game 5 unless Yan won't be right back for him.
Oh boy.
Makes it just 2 chapters closer.
You can never get out of a 1v1 just sweat free. You gotta play these last 20 seconds for your life now because Yan just refuses to go away.
Yan will not go down without a fight. Lead has been
and
changed.
again.
And Yan won't forgive all of that. Oh, Vatira almost had a chance to get in the way. 2-goal lead is gone.
Crazy 50 here. Yan knows he's got no boost, and Vatira obviously thinking Yan's gonna try and put that ball straight into the net. Yan is trying to get Vatira to own goal it because he has no boost, and it ends up just going into the back corner of the net.
Careful for Vatira. Yan rides this away. Final goal, last chance. Is if you're qualifying for playoffs, K Corp forcing game 5.
Oh no!
To Vatira. Well, Yan brings this back, tries to hustle and fight for control. And Yan, he actually, lands this on the ground, no time. Have revenge, it goes to OT.
Yan was so glad to see that one hit the floor, but he actually kept a little bit of boost here, but Vatira is still the one to come away with possession, has to avoid a demo. Vatira trying to hold initiative, and Vatira got scared. Yan needs boost, and he wanted that first. And he crushes the 50! And Vatira makes the stop. Huge block from KC to stay alive. What do you do?
Yan with the triple. Doesn't have enough power to bump him out. Now they're just synchronized swimming at this point. 32 seconds is gonna end at any moment. See Vatira protecting this net with his life. And it almost spins him. It's at the goal line. Are you serious? Yan will not let him live. He's just covering him so much, and he has boost to keep punching. Vatira hit the ladder of the ceiling. Thank God that's not on target. Vatira, how does he respond to this? Yan tries to get in the way. It's flicked above Yan.
Wow.
Somehow slows the ball down right at the goal line. 2 goal line saves back to back from both sides. Yan runs back. And Vatira forces the game 5.
A wild back and forth conclusion to the 1v1. Vatira hyped up after that win. Let's go, baby. The question was finally posed. Look, Yan, I've been playing defense all game and having to make some tough stops. Now you got to do the same, and Yan was not ready to do it. Frustrating loss there for him, especially after bringing it back, and he had an advantage. That's what he's thinking about right there. He's like, I knew he had no boost. All I had to do was control the ball a little extra, and I could have cooked him on any 50 I went for. And a frustrating L to hold for Yan there. He knows he should have probably won that.
Yeah, and feels like Falcons just barely lost once. I think, Yan only lost once to TRK. Either way, Furia, they look so good in 3s. And we're showing some replays of just how incredible that one's match was.
That save from Vatira. No boost, no problem. See, guys, ball over boost. You can play defense without anything. The nerves to not panic there after you see that. yeah, calm yourself down there, Vatira. Patting himself on the heart a little bit. A great win for Karmine Corp to tie this one up and go to game 5. Well,
I'll correct myself. I don't think Yan has lost ones yet until now. He's just been the king so far, but this we said before, Gamers8 has a cute format and all that, but it's still decided on 3s if you go the distance. We start here with K Corp flipping the script when it was Furia always scoring first. K Corp on fire.
And Vatira now absolutely dialed in. Gotta feel amped up after you win a huge 1v1 for your tournament life. And it seems to have reinvigorated his team instantly on the boards. Finally, it's not Furia scoring first.
It's crazy, right? Card almost got that pass. Yan, he has the ball. He wanted to just guide that in. Almost flew right into it. Trying the double tap. Here's Lost with a chance off to the right. Yan goes for it, but just with the challenges from K Corp, they live, but with how much pressure Furia are generating, shot after shot, save after save. Still left with K Corp up 1-0. Lost and Card connecting, some possession for Furia, starting to give up that midfield control though. K Corp haven't been able to flip this offense yet. The random shot from Yan. Oh, and it's a tie 1-1.
Yan turning on the space ID muscles here. Can see everything. Exotic has it contained out to the right side. Just get outside the ball, cut it back in. That was incredibly difficult to defend. Yan had so much to pick from, and he picked the right part.
So everyone was chasing Itachi there, and Furia, if you commit that many members to it, you're gonna get the ball back. Run onto the green half, but seeing what Itachi can spark up for his team. Just great interception from Yan to break up these passes, breaks up the whole team, gives Furia the lead.
They just win the challenge game outright here in the midfield. Vatira, you're a great defender, man, but that's a lot of mass behind the ball, and you're only one car and not facing the right way. Furia just muscle him out of the way.
Furia haven't lost a threes game in this series so far. As K Corp that have leveled up, now they have hype and energy behind them. A team that thrive off of that. Especially when your ones player pops off like that, you can't let him down in threes. But K Corp just wasn't really close in that game 1, game 3, but this is a different story. This is a revitalized K Corp with their backs against the wall in game 5. It's Tachi challenge after challenge, but there's so many members there. He has to break through. It won't work out. Furia with the clear. Hoping that this offense, they can get control from this corner. Card has to go above. Lost wasn't ready on the left. This may give control back to K Corp. It's a good challenge though from Lost up in front of the net. Dangerous situation. Card couldn't capitalize on.
Ooh, and nice little demo there on Vatir as well. Should give, oh, just kidding. Itachi is controlling the midfield like an absolute beast. Thought Furia was going to have a free look at going back onto the attack there.
Itachi hustles so much for these opportunities for K Corp, but just how difficult it was for K Corp in game 1 and 3 to get any goal. We always talk about how aggressive, how great Furia's offense is, but it doesn't lack on the defense either. Exotic and friends are good at moving down to the orange half, but just touches that are being read by Furia and passes that need to connect, but Yan always gets in the way of them. Now Furia save and everyone on K Corp collapsing on this ball and not finding the lane to get through the net.
Yeah, traffic jam in front of the net for sure. Yeah. Just a lot of uncertainty about how that could pan out. Nice dish to Vatira, smashes it off the backboard. A little weak, but he finds the bump and still able to contact the ball. Lost, just able to stick with that one and keep the lead.
Hard. And gets help from his friend. Cool move. Now Fury have to work even harder too, and there's the flip and Lost right through all the defenders. Furia 3-1.
You see what got Falcons so far. They get that flip reset and they just hold it for so long, and they finally just all collapse, unsure of when the hit is coming. Lost picks apart the KC defense.
Kickoff for K Corp, always not for free. Furia have been also just really patient. Yes, it's with the lead and you're not too panicky. It is game 5. I'd be stressed either way. Furia good at slowing down the play and making K Corp think twice. The mind games continue. Exotic shot from above, saved by Lost. And it's followed up there by Card, who turns this into a counterattack by Furia. Not before Vatira squashes those plans. But Furia like to make it look like they're retreating and turn the ball on its head. The K Corp have to be aware, have to be on their toes at all times against a team like Furia. You never know what to expect, just like this. Yan turns the play, but K Corp are ready this time.
Time of factor, a demo on the back line, and Card a hero's touch off his wall, and a second save as well out to the safety of the corner. K Corp gonna send everything they've got here in the last 45.
Last plays, and Yan sends it through, just wants a second touch, but Lost there first. Oh. Vatira at the goal line, Card saved again by Exotic. Harming with a prayer and maybe a hope that this next offense can work out. You gotta take this away from Lost. Good challenge there by Vatira. It goes to Exotic. The shot is wide. Itachi's involved. The fight for possession.
Huge block.
This bounces out to Vatira. What a clear by Furia. It's not impossible for K Corp though, but they're at a boost.
Huge awareness from Furia. Thought for sure K Corp was going to be within one there. Card has slipped through the midfield line, making a second defender. Vatira is on his back foot. Time's ticking.
Oh, Vatira has to go all the way down. He's slowed down by Yan. All Furia have to do is shut the door once and for all for one of the best European teams we have, and they won't be making playoffs. Incredible showing by Furia, taking the game 5, qualifying at a Group C alongside Team Falcons, as K Corp will have to watch from the stands.
3 1v1 wins for Furia. Crazy stuff. If you told me that Furia was going to be down 0-2 in this series because they lost the 1v1 and the 2v2, and they had to win 3 straight against K Corp, I would not have believed you. But what a show they put on to go out there and get it done versus them. A huge win and such a disappointing loss for KC. Fought so hard all tournament long, and it seems like the only 2 teams that had an answer for him here in the upper bracket finals were Falcons and Furia. Brutal stuff for KC to be eliminated here before making the playoffs.
Still looked incredible at Worlds though. I think K Corp have been that consistent team. Gamers8 has that different format, and that's just one that, well, Furia thrived in. A lot of teams, like we kind of heard from multiple content pieces, that a lot of people feel like any team can kind of rise up to the challenge, and love to get through the highlights of this after just we've had multiple, like now game 5s after the day had a few sweeps. It's what an exciting group that this ended up being too.
Yeah, this if you've been watching B stream all day, I hope you weren't too full, because this was a full 3-course meal and more. There was a lot to unpack here. Furia came out guns blazing, blew K Corp out of the water in game 1, and KC really had to rally back in the middle of this series in the 2v2. Exotic and Vatira just able to get the job done and stave off the match point early, but the 3v3 game was where Furia was thriving. They did a lot of good work up in the air, somehow able to pick apart a KC defense that not a lot of people have a lot of success doing. So there is something to be looked at here in these 2 wins from Falcons and Furia if your team's thinking about how you're going to beat KC in the next season.
I still think Vatira, defensive MVP in my heart. Just, pulling
He was
off
trying,
the
man. He was working
trying.
so hard.
The goal line saves. We were just on our feet on that line. It would have been so hype. And this game 5 was so back and forth too, and Furia just held on to their lead once and for all. But just like the start of the day, we'll have another interview, a 3-peat with the Furia coach after going flawless on the day. Congratulations, my man, qualifying to playoffs. Tell me everything going through your head. You're looking stoked.
I'm just impressed by these guys. Before the game, I talked to them like, sai daí, cara. Vaza. Sorry, Card. Pode?
Hi, Card.
Hi, Card.
Great game, man. Well played.
Yeah. I talked to the boys like before the game. It's KC. They are the top 4 team that were like bare minimum. Getting 3 wins is gonna be hard. That's choosing one is gonna be like our main goal. And you guys saw what happened. We lost choosing once, won all 3 games by like a mile. I'm impressed. These guys gave it all, and I'm hoping to give it all tomorrow against BDS, I think.
Yeah, very well played. And I am kind of curious, did you watch that Falcons KC game and kind of take away that Falcons really had a lot of success getting flip resets and holding on to that? Is that something that you took away from that, or is that just how you guys like to play anyway?
I watched the game, but I didn't took like anything really from the 3 game. I took most from once with Yan for Vatira. But anyways, like it's like our game. We like to, since last year with Kaya, like to play aggressive, very aerial, but like trying to control the ball the most. And I really think our players' skill, like Lost and Yan especially on the ball, took like KC away off guard. So yeah, these guys are amazing.
And that once game was probably the most entertaining one of the tournament. Vatira versus Yan. And I was actually talking to Achieves, and I'm curious if you guys could tell me the facts. Do you guys get to talk to the ones player, and do you want to talk to the ones player, or do you let him focus?
Well, I gotta be honest, at home, Yan likes to play muted, listening like songs really high, but like here, he's not like listening any music. And like I talked to Card before, like talk to him during the game, like talk like anything really, just like keep him calm. And he did that like all one's game against TRK and against Vatira and against First Killer as well. So I think that's helping in a lot.
Now I am kind of curious. You know, you say you have to keep Yan calm. How did you do that when he comes off of that loss of Vatira? Because there was a moment there right at the end of the game where it's like, man, he could have put that away. He had all the boost, all the advantage. So how did you, as a coach, try and line him back in and say, look, it's all right. We still got 3v3. Let's go get the job done here.
Well, to be honest, the one's game was like pretty, like, how do you say? Both players could win because Vatira like missed like like 5 open nets and Yan the same. So could be like anyone's game. And right after he lost for like that to say a defensive mistake, we like myself, Card, and lost like, man, we won both 3 games like by a mile. We are in this. We can do this. No worries. Just keep playing confident. Just keep playing your best, playing what you know. And he did it, as you probably saw.
Yeah, he did. And especially the threes going in your favor too. So you win the first threes, you win the second threes. You go into game 5. Tell me, were you still feeling confident? Did you feel like K Corp were starting to level up? Were you worried at all for game 5?
Well, I was like really confident because like I said to you before, 3 games was like a question mark, really. Like we couldn't like lose all 3 and won ones and twos, but as soon as like we won both 3 games, we're like we can do this. It's our game to lose. No, it's like their game to lose. Sorry, because they are like the favorites. They're like 4th in the World Championship. We're not even there. So yeah, we're like pretty confident that we could win.
And before we let you go, I want to know your thoughts about BDS. You know they're coming up, first playoff match. How's it going?
To be honest, I think if we match K Corp, we can match BDS in 3s. In ones, I know Monkey Moon almost lost to Venom. If Venom didn't like did a let's say a bad
miss a completely open net,
bad shot. Yeah, he could have probably won that. I think Yan is in a good spot because he lost to Vatira in overtime, won against TRK and Vertskiller, so his portfolio is not like bad. And for choose, I really don't know much about it because I didn't saw like too much from Mokimo and Seiko, I think is the duo, so I'll have to see a couple games at home, but well, they are the current second finish position in Worlds in Boston, so they know a little bit about 3s.
I'm excited for that. Congratulations once again on qualifying for playoffs, making the region proud, making you as the coach proud as well. And best of luck when you get there.
Thank you very much. I was kind of getting bored coming here like 3 times in a row, so let's go.
I know, we're basically best friends now. So.
Yeah.
Cheers, man. Have a good one. Thank you.
Thank you.
Last interview for him. He's off the hook now.
He's done it.
God, his team needs to stop winning so he can stop doing all these interviews. Such an issue. But what a Group C we've had. I mean, my favorite matches achieves a FaZe Clan Limitless Game 5. This Game 5, of course. Even Falcons K Corp went almost to Game 5. What a day this ended up being.
Yeah, crazy wrap up to Group C. A lot of great 1v1s were played. A lot of great 2v2 was played. All credit to Falcons and Furia, both well deserving in their place in the playoffs. And that wraps it up for us, Lemon.
Yes, that's the end of Group C. So congratulations to Team Falcons and Furia qualifying out of that. BDS and Gen G out of B, Vitality and Oxygen out of A. But there's one group that still has to be settled. Head over onto the A stream where version 1 and Rule 1, the Battle of Ones, are taking place in the upper bracket final to see who goes up against Team Liquid. Only 3 teams remain there. Still need to find out who's going to playoffs on that side. And you want to tune into playoffs tomorrow. B stream is done. So are we. But it was a pleasure casting for you all. Hope you had an amazing time. Go enjoy the A stream. We'll see you there.
Dragging us down, face on the ground, still we so proud. Just look at the crowd.